Chapter 2026. Entering Yalong City. Zhao Hai rode his demon horse at a moderate pace. He stayed for one night in the Wu clan before leaving. The Wu clan was just an affiliate clan of the Tyrant Blade sect. He has no need to give them a lot of face. Additionally, he still has a mission to complete. The incident with the ghost cultivators doesn't seem to be a coincidence. Otherwise, the Yin Yang elders wouldn't have been as serious. However, these matters were still out of his reach. Even if the ghost cultivators made a huge action, Zhao Hai couldn't do much with his strength. This time, there were only 5 ghost cultivators, but he couldn't do anything to them. There was no need to mention the stronger ghost cultivators, since the Yin Yang elders were aware that ghost cultivators were attacking clans around the Tyrant Blade sect. The higher-ups should also know about it. The Tyrant Blade sect would certainly have a way to deal with it. Zhao Hai was still a small cultivator right now. Although he was the disciple of the Yin Yang elders, his words were worth a fart in the grand scheme of things. He couldn't do anything substantial at this time. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength as soon as possible and become familiar with the methods of the ghost cultivators. Only in this way can he survive the incoming chaos. Zhao Hai wasn't trying to increase the prestige of others and hamper his spirit. He was just thinking about the worst-case scenario. So he was doing his best. The malicious ghosts released by the ghost cultivators in the Wu clan were very weak. As long as Zhao Hai releases his undead, they would be able to kill all the ghosts. But as for the consequences of doing so, Zhao Hai has no idea. One shouldn't think that the ghost cultivators were weak just because they were captured by the Yin Elder with one move. Zhao Hai was sure that if he faced those ghost cultivators, his chances of victory weren't high. Those ghost cultivators might be weak in the eyes of the Yin Yang elders, but they were definitely stronger than Zhao Hai. And since they were bold enough to attack the Wu clan, they must have life-saving means. If Zhao Hai faced them, he might get the short end of the stick. Because he was aware of this, Zhao Hai chose not to fight these ghost cultivators. Instead, he reported the situation to the Yin Yang elders. Not only would this solve the issue of the ghost cultivators, it would also inform the sect of the current situation. Zhao Hai was aware that cultivators shouldn't lose their vigor. However, vigor doesn't equate to recklessness. If you know that you'll die and still rush in, then that would be idiotic. If there's an easier way to do it, then you should choose that. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose the easiest and safest way to deal with the ghost cultivators. As the demon horse continued to travel, Zhao Hai was thinking about the future actions of the Tyrant Blade sect. They would definitely conduct an inspection of their territory. The Tyrant Blade sect has no more need to deal with the Black Dragon Mountain. At this point, the sect could just issue missions to get Black Dragon Mountain's beasts under control. Now, what the sect has to face are the ghost cultivators. All sects in the True Spirit realm fought against ghost cultivators for a very long time. These enemies were more difficult to deal with compared to the beasts. Zhao Hai continued traveling northbound. The demon horse was very fast. 13 days after leaving the Tyrant Blade sect, Zhao Hai finally arrived at Yalong City. Yalong City was the first big city that Zhao Hai visited in the True Spirit realm. The city was truly enormous. Its city walls were more than 30 meters high and were 1,000 li long. It was like a dragon meandering through the plain. Zhao Hai's first impression of the city was that it was prosperous. The south wall of the city was surrounded by small and medium settlements. The gates of the city were very crowded. There was a non-stop stream of people coming in and out. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were a lot of people with weapons, but there weren't many people who rode beasts like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't dismount and rode his demon horse towards the gate. He noticed several cultivators standing next to the gate, and on their waists were blade tokens. They turned out to be outer disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai knows that Yalong City has a branch hall of the Tyrant Blade sect. The hall master of these branch halls held the same status as elders of the sect. These elders can accept and teach disciples in the city, and if there were outstanding disciples, they would be sent to the main sect. Zhao Hai didn't expect the disciples of the sect to do such jobs. He thought that the guarding of the gates would be done by other people. He didn't think that it was a job for outer disciples. Zhao Hai has also taken his blade token out and hung it on his waist. Although the Yin Yang elders asked him to do this before, Zhao Hai never used his blade token. He wanted to solve his problems on his own without using the blade token. If Zhao Hai used his blade token during the attack of the ghosts, the token would release a strong saber chi, eliminating all enemies. When the time comes, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to do anything. The enemies would be dealt with on their own. Actually, Zhao Hai wasn't the only person who thought of this. Inner disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect would sometimes remove their blade tokens to expose themselves to danger. This way, their potential would be pushed out. If they always relied on the blade token to solve their problems, they wouldn't be able to progress. Naturally, there was another important reason. If the blade chi in the blade token was used, it would need to be recharged. The sect allows each blade token to have 10 blade chi. This was given by the elders of the sect. If you have a good relationship with your master, then there's no problem in refilling the blade token. But if you don't have a close relationship with your master, then you will have a hard time recharging your blade token. Because of this, most inner disciples wouldn't use their blade tokens unless it was a life and death situation. Only then would they take their blade token out and wear it on their body. Zhao Hai used his blade token at this time to indicate his status. It must be mentioned that unknown cultivators would be interrogated if they wanted to enter Yalong City. But if you're a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, you can enter anytime you want. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai's demon horse reached the city gate, the outer disciples by the gate immediately turned respectful and cupped their fists towards him. Zhao Hai also returned the salute. Then he entered the city. Upon entering the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Yalong City to look like this. It was more prosperous than he imagined. There was a 5-meter wide bluestone road lined with shops on both sides. Pedestrians, carriages, and horses were moving in an orderly manner. From time to time, one could see people wearing uniforms walking on the road. These people have weapons on their waists. Most of them were using blades. However, they didn't carry identity tokens of the Tyrant Blade sect. It was clear that they weren't outer disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai moved slowly forward as he looked at the shops on both sides of the road. There were all kinds of shops, from inns to clothing stores, from grain to grocery stores. There was everything one needed to find. Zhao Hai also looked at the people around. There were people who heartily laughed. There were those who looked anxious. There were also hawkers on the road. It was a good mix of people from a healthy and rich city. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He began to like the city. However, he didn't forget his goals. Although he already accepted his mission, he still needs to visit Yalong City's sect branch. It was a matter of courtesy. When he accepted the mission, Zhao Hai was also given a map of Yalong City. Therefore, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai arrived at the branch hall. The branch hall of the Tyrant Blade sect in Yalong City occupied its own small region. It was surrounded by protective walls and had a huge archway with the words Tyrant Blade sect Yalong City branch hall inscribed. By the sides of the archway were 2 outer disciples. Naturally, not anyone can pass through the archway. Zhao Hai got down from his demon horse when he was 100 meters away. Then he walked over to the entrance. The 2 outer disciples by the archway already spotted Zhao Hai. Also, Zhao Hai's demon horse was very impressive. It was impossible for them to not see it. They also saw the blade token on Zhao Hai's waist. They understood at a glance that Zhao Hai was an inner disciple. But because they were limited by the rules, they couldn't greet Zhao Hai in advance. They can only wait for Zhao Hai to arrive. When Zhao Hai arrived at the archway, the 2 outer disciples immediately cupped their fist and said, "I have seen Senior Brother." "Did Senior Brother come from the main hall?" Zhao Hai also cupped his fist and said, "I'm from the main hall. I came to Yalong City because of a mission. I am here to give the branch hall a visit." One of the outer disciples replied, "Then we welcome Senior Brother in our branch. Please head inside, someone will come over to meet you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist once more before leading his demon horse across the archway. Just as Zhao Hai stepped into the archway, a cultivator walked towards him. The disciple was also an outer disciple of the sect. After stepping towards Zhao Hai, he cupped his fist and said, "Disciple Suya of the Yalong City Branch Hall greets Senior Brother. Senior Brother, please follow me." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Inner disciple Zhao Hai has seen Junior Brother Suya. I'll have to trouble you." Suya smiled and said, "Senior Brother is too polite. Please." Then he led Zhao Hai inside the hall. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings as they walked on. This region was exclusively managed by the Tyrant Blade sect. Therefore, the area was very big. Moreover, it was clear that it was a planned construction. Both sides of the road were high courtyard walls. This ensures that nobody can eavesdrop inside. Not too far away was a huge gate. This was the place they were heading to. Chapter 2027. Lightning Blade Lord. Zhao Hai stood in front of the gate of a huge courtyard. The gate was very tall and it had a large plaque that read Yalong City Branch Hall. There were also two outer disciples guarding the entrance. Suya led Zhao Hai through the gate. After entering the courtyard, a servant came over to take care of Zhao Hai's demon horse. Then Zhao Hai followed Suya towards the courtyard. Inside the courtyard was a hall with 5 people standing inside it. The leader of the 5 people was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He wore beautiful warrior clothing and stood with grace. The man was with several younger men who wore similar warrior clothing. On their waists were blade tokens. Surprisingly, they were inner disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect. When Suya brought Zhao Hai towards the group of people, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Senior Brothers." The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly as he cupped his fist and said, "Junior Brother, this one is Yalong City Branch's inner disciple Su Dingshan. I represent the Yalong City Branch in welcoming you." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior Brother is too polite. Junior Brother is just passing by." "Is the elder in?" Su Dingshan nodded. "Master is in." "Junior Brother, please follow me." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Su Dingshan once more, then he followed him into the hall. Further inside was a room with an old man sitting in the seat of honor. This man had white hair and a full beard. Although he was old, his eyes were full of vigor. He looked like an old lion, ready to pounce at any prey in front of him. Although the imposing aura of the old man was very strong, it wasn't enough to fright Zhao Hai. He cupped his fist and said, "Inner disciple Zhao Hai has seen the elder. I hope elder is doing well." Hearing Zhao Hai, the old man couldn't help but be curious. This old man knew his own self, and the blade technique he practiced was very imposing. After so many years, he reached a state where his aura was always present. Ordinary disciples would have a hard time breathing in front of him. It was rare to see someone as calm as Zhao Hai. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "As you were." "Zhao Hai, I seem to have heard your name, but I don't know where." "Kid, whose disciple are you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, replying to elder, "I just ascended from the Soaring Dragon realm about a year ago. I'm the disciple of the Yin Yang elders." Hearing this, the old man's expression couldn't help but move. After some time, he laughed and said, "So you're the disciple of the 2 senior brothers. No wonder you have a very strong mind." "Good, good. You go and rest well in the branch hall. Dingshan, arrange a meal. Show Zhao Hai our hospitality." Su Dingshan bowed and said, "Yes, master." This old person was Su Dingshan's master. Zhao Hai also cupped his fist towards the old man and said, "Thanks a lot, elder." The old man replied, "Rest properly. If you see the 2 senior brothers, tell them that Lin Iw pays respects." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I will certainly relay it to my masters. Elder can rest assured." Li Iw waved his hand. Then Su Dingshan brought Zhao Hai around the hall and to the back. As they walked, Su Dingshan smiled towards Zhao Hai and said, "I always felt that Junior Brother's name is too familiar, but I just couldn't recall it. Upon hearing your conversation with Master, I finally know. You're a hero who defended Lower Earth Mountain." "I have been impolite." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not a celebrity. I just contributed and earned some merit. It's not really that much." Su Dingshan smiled and said, "Junior brother is too humble. Everyone in the Tyrant Blade sect knows about what you've done. Junior brother's methods are really attractive. There's also the reconstruction of Lower Earth Mountain. You have my admiration." Zhao Hai didn't dare continue talking. To be honest, he wasn't a fan of these kinds of small talk, but now that he was in the other party's territory, he needs to be polite. Zhao Hai heard about Lin Iw. His title in the Tyrant Blade sect was Lion King Blade. His blade held the heaviest imposing aura among the blade techniques. It embodied the 100 beast roar of a Lion King. It was very formidable. As for Su Dingshan, his name in the Tyrant Blade sect was Lightning Blade Lord. He's supposed to have compatibility with 4 spirit roots. Moreover, he had the rare Thunder Spirit root. His blade techniques were also very good. Before long, Su Dingshan brought Zhao Hai to an independent courtyard. He also assigned 2 servants to Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude. Then after another round of small talk, Su Dingshan left. When Su Dingshan arrived outside, the young men who followed him before surrounded him. One of them asked, "First senior brother, was that Zhao Hai, the disciple of the Yin Yang Elders, the one from Lower Earth Mountain? Why doesn't he look like much? Moreover, he's only at the condensed avatar stage. How could he defend Lower Earth Mountain?" Su Dingshan smiled and said, "You think the sect will lie about this matter? You might not know this, but it has only been a year since Zhao Hai arrived in the true spirit realm. He's someone who could reach the condensed avatar stage in just 1 year. He's not simple. Moreover, he's the shared disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. How could an ordinary person withstand the 2 elders' killing intent? I reckon Zhao Hai has killed more than 10,000 people in the lower realms." Another young man said, "This kid is really lucky to become a disciple of an elder and enter the inner sect directly. In the past, it took a lot of effort for us to become inner disciples." Su Dingshan gave that person a look and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Hai didn't become an inner disciple because of the Yin Yang Elders. It's because he made a great contribution in the Soaring Dragon realm. This is why he became an inner disciple. It doesn't have any relationship with the Yin Yang Elders," the young man replied. "What kind of contribution did he make in the Soaring Dragon realm? As you say, he has yet to ascend from the Soaring Dragon realm. How can he get merit from the Tyrant Blade sect?" Su Dingshan shook his head. Nobody knows what kind of contribution Zhao Hai made, but since the sect recognized it, then his merit shouldn't be false. I also inquired about Zhao Hai, but strangely, nobody knows anything about his actions in the Soaring Dragon realm. Only the sect master and the high elders are aware. Master seems to know as well, but he didn't tell me. It's strange. When the young men heard Su Dingshan, they also felt that it was strange. One of them looked at Su Dingshan and said, "Even you weren't told?" Su Dingshan shook his head. He knew why his junior brothers had this expression. Su Dingshan was the first disciple of his master. It could be said that he was his master's legacy disciple. He was the person that Lin Iw trusted the most. And yet, Lin Iw didn't tell him. This explains that Zhao Hai should have gained substantial merits in the Soaring Dragon realm. Su Dingshan has no intentions of delving deeper into this matter. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Zhao Hai is on a mission, so he won't stay long. We also have to treat him well. In any case, he's the disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. We couldn't let the 2 elders find any faults with us." The group nodded and then left. Zhao Hai rested in his room for a while before he went outside to practice his blade. Although the courtyard he lived in wasn't big, it wasn't small either. It was enough for him to practice his blade. Just as Zhao Hai went through 3 sets of exercise, a knocking was heard on his door. Zhao Hai received his blade and then waved his hand to the servant, allowing them to open the door. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Su Dingshan. He cupped his fist and said, "I have seen senior brother Su." Su Dingshan smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhao doesn't need to be so polite. Dinner has been prepared. Junior brother can come with me." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "There's no need for senior brother Su to invite me personally. You can have someone else call me next time." Su Dingshan replied, "It's not a problem, you're along the way, junior brother, let's go." Zhao Hai nodded and walked out with Su Dingshan. Before long, the two arrived at the dining hall. There was a table in the room with 4 young men standing beside it. Zhao Hai recognized them as the 4 young men that were with Su Dingshan earlier. These young men were also inner disciples, so Zhao Hai didn't neglect them. He cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has met senior brothers." The young men hastily returned the salute. Su Dingshan smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "These are my disciple brothers. This is Zhao Fiu. This is Li Gu, this is Qianhua Shuang, and this is Sunj." I originally wanted to invite Master to come and drink with us, but Master said that we won't enjoy it if he is there, so he didn't come and let us entertain you instead. I hope junior brother Zhao won't be offended. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If the elder is here, I really wouldn't dare drink too much. It's fate for me to meet senior brothers today. I must share a few cups with you." Hearing Zhao Hai, Su Dingshan couldn't help but laugh. "Good, then we'll definitely drink with junior brother." After he said that, he asked Zhao Hai to take a seat. Then everyone sat down. The dishes have already been set up on the table and all of them were good things. There were some dishes that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. Speaking of which, the food in the True Spirit realm was very good. It was not that far compared to the ones on Earth. After all, people of the True Spirit realm needed to eat. And after a long time, their food culture should be very developed. Zhao Hai could see that Su Dingshan truly wanted to know him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so polite. Naturally, Zhao Hai also wants to get to know them. As the saying went, friends are roads while enemies are walls. Zhao Hai wasn't in the habit of making enemies everywhere. And if he wanted to be enemies with the other party, he wouldn't give them a chance. Zhao Hai and the others happily ate their meal. With Su Dingshan and the others deliberately making friends, they quickly became acquainted with each other. Zhao Hai asked about the situation around Yalong City and Su Dingshan happily answered. This allowed Zhao Hai to understand the city more. After Su Dingshan introduced the city, he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Junior brother, what mission are you doing this time? It's only been a year since you entered the True Spirit realm. I'm afraid it's still too early for you to do missions." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll be honest to you, senior brother. The mission I took is actually meant for outer disciples. I know my own capabilities. I heard that Li village right outside Yalong City is haunted. The sect wants to send a disciple over there to examine the situation, so I went." Hearing Zhao Hai, Su Dingshan couldn't help but nod as he said, "So it's this mission." "I know this mission. It's actually reported to me by the people from Li village. Then I reported it to the sect. I also sent people to check in the past but they weren't able to find anything. There doesn't seem to be any yin energy in the village. I also don't know where the haunted rumors came from, but 2 days ago, I heard from the people in Li village that the problem is still unresolved. I was planning to send someone there. Since junior brother is here, then I'll leave it to you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I'll try my best." I always wondered why the mission appeared in the main hall when there's a branch here in Yalong City, but it seems like these missions are for outer disciples to treat as practice. I'm actually ashamed as an inner disciple to only accept such missions. Su Dingshan laughed and said, "If other people heard that, they would certainly be annoyed. You just entered the True Spirit realm but you already reached the condensed avatar stage. I'm afraid only a few people in the Tyrant Blade sect could match your cultivation speed. If you're ashamed, then people would just dig themselves a hole and die." "Right. When do you plan to go to Li village?" Zhao Hai thought about it and said, "I'll go tomorrow. This isn't a big mission, and I can't be outside for a long time. As senior brother must have heard, I still have a farm that I need to manage. I can't leave the land for too long. Therefore, I have to finish the mission as soon as possible." Su Dingshan nodded. "That's all right. But I heard that you have robots from the lower realms. They have been a great help to the puppet hall. Even if you don't do any missions, your field is enough for you to live comfortably. Why would you do missions with such good conditions?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That won't be good. As a cultivator, I won't have any opportunities to grow if I don't take missions. I don't want to turn into a waste." Hearing Zhao Hai, Su Dingshan couldn't help but nod. As a cultivator, it's impossible for you to become a powerful expert if you don't go through any trials. Then I wish junior brother can become an expert as soon as possible. Cheers. Cheers. Chapter 2028. Digging out the heart. Zhao Hai rode on his demon horse as he slowly traveled towards Li village. Although he has yet to complete his mission, his harvests were already great. This harvest doesn't pertain to materials but in gaining Su Dingshan as a friend. Su Dingshan was Lin Wfeng's legacy disciple, and his blade technique pays great attention to one's imposing aura. Although Su Dingshan has yet to reach Lin Wfeng's level, he can already show a heavy aura through his blade. Being able to grasp the intent within his blade meant that Su Dingshan wasn't a simple character. Moreover, Yalong City's branch hall was an important branch. Hall Master Lin Wfeng also has a substantial voice inside the Tyrant Blade sect. With Su Dingshan being the Hall Master's successor, his future position in the sect wouldn't be low. Zhao Hai doesn't know a lot of people in the Tyrant Blade sect. After all, it has only been a year since he arrived. Moreover, he spent this entire year inside his residence practicing. It can be said that besides the Dao brothers as well as Guyu Aiyu, Zhao Hai has no other connections. Being able to know Su Ding'an was very good for Zhao Hai. Although the Tyrant Blade sect was famous for its unity, Zhao Hai doesn't believe that there are no factions within the sect. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This saying didn't just come out of thin air. However, regarding these factional matters, Zhao Hai has no plans to participate. With his capacity, he can progress without these matters. Don't forget, Zhao Hai has two powerful masters. With these two great deities behind him, nobody would dare offend Zhao Hai. Not wanting to participate in factional struggles doesn't mean that Zhao Hai would isolate himself. Getting to know people was better than fighting disciples of other sects. After all, collecting friends is better than gaining enemies. 100 li of road was nothing to the demon horse. It would be able to cross this distance in less than 2 hours. It doesn't even need to run. Li village wasn't a big village. All in all, there were around 100 families in the village. Moreover, the majority of the people in the village belonged to the Li clan. According to legend, the Li clan had an ancestor who had great talent and became a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. But after that ancestor, no other clan members have any good compatibility with spiritual roots. This caused the clan to degrade from an affiliated clan to an ordinary clan. The village was built under a hill. The hill wasn't high but a river ran across it like a jade belt. The Li clan's territory included this river, which made the land an auspicious site. Zhao Hao stood outside the Li village, looking at the entire settlement. It wasn't time for farming, so the village was very peaceful. From what Zhao Hai observed, it was indeed as Su Dingshan said. It doesn't look like there was something wrong with the village. It was calm and peaceful. How could it be haunted? Zhao Hai patted his demon horse, urging it to walk towards the village. The houses of the village were made out of wood and had their own yards. There was only one house with a grand courtyard. It seems like this was where people of status live. When he entered the village, Zhao Hai quickly discovered something different. During farming downtimes, people would be out drinking and children would be playing on the streets. As for Li village, besides some barking dogs, the streets were entirely empty. It was like entering a ghost town. Zhao Hai could see that there were people in the village, but all of them were hiding inside their homes and didn't dare to come out. Zhao Hai didn't mind it and instead rode towards the largest house in the village. Then he jumped down from his horse and knocked lightly. "Excuse me, is anyone here? I'm a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. I came here after accepting the mission. If anyone can hear me, please open the door." Not long after Zhao Hai announced his arrival, the huge door of the house opened. Opposite was a young man with an excited look on his face. Seeing Zhao Hai as well as the demon horse on his side, the young man became more excited. He immediately knelt down and said, "Sir, you've come. Our Li village is saved." Zhao Hai quickly held him up and said, "Get up. What's all of this about? Why is everyone afraid to go out?" The young man stood up and bowed, replying to Miser, "This is because the village is haunted. Everyone is afraid. Therefore, nobody dares to come out. Sir, please come inside and take a rest." Then he turned around and led Zhao Hai into the courtyard. At this time, several people walked out. There were both men and women, old and young. Zhao Hai counted and there were more than 10 people in the family. The oldest man had aged spots and white hair. He also held a walking stick in his hand. The young man who opened the door quickly ran to the old man and loudly said, "Grandfather, this Mr. came from the Tyrant Blade sect. He is here to deal with the ghost." The old man seemed to have trouble hearing, so the young man spoke loudly. Fortunately, the old man understood what the young man said. He excitedly kneeled down and said, "This small old man, Li Defu, has seen Mr. How could Zhao Hai allow such an old person to kneel?" He quickly supported the old man and said, "Senior doesn't need to be polite. I came because the sect issued a mission. But Senior can rest assured, I will deal with this matter." The old man quickly said, "Mr. is too polite. This old man can't accept it." "Mr. please head inside and have tea." Zhao Hai didn't decline. He held the old man and walked towards the room. The old man didn't dare continue talking, but Zhao Hai kept supporting him. He held the old man until they entered the residence. After entering the room, Zhao Hai took out a medicinal pill and gave it to the old man. "Senior, I think your ears have gone hard. Take this pill, it will make it better." It was only an ordinary pill, but the old man was already very excited. It must be known that most of the time, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get their hands on pills. This was medicine that cultivators use. The old man's hands were shaking as he received the pill. Before he could kneel towards Zhao Hai, he was immediately stopped. He initially wanted to treat the pill as an heirloom, but Zhao Hai didn't let him, so the old man could only eat the pill. After the old man ate the pill, his elderly ear was quickly filled with spiritual qi. His essence and spirit was also replenished. The old man heavily expressed his gratitude towards Zhao Hai. It was only after that did the old man get to the matter. "Mr. The village began being haunted a month ago. It started in our Li clan cemetery. A month ago, Li Zuzi of our village made a bet with other young men in the village. To prove that he's not a coward, he would go to the old cemetery and then come back. However, nobody saw him return. We went over to the old cemetery to take a look only to see Li Zuzi's corpse. His death was very miserable and his heart had been dug out. This caused the people in the village to be afraid. In the beginning, nobody thought that it was because of a ghost. We only thought that he had been attacked by a beast. So we buried him. But a few days later, Li Suozi of our village went missing. Everyone looked all over but they couldn't find him. Finally, he was found in the old cemetery with his heart dug out. It was only then that everyone thought that we were being haunted by a heart-digging ghost. So we reported this matter. The old man stopped after speaking up to this point. Then he sighed and said, "However, that ghost is very sly." When the misters from Yalong City came, they couldn't find anything. They stayed in the village for 2 days but discovered nothing. It was only after they left that the ghost began to attack once more. By this point, 10 people in the village have died. Each one of them had their heart dug out. "Mister, I beg you, please save our village." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "When cultivators arrive, it hides. But when they leave, it comes out again. If it doesn't appear when I go out, then it would be troublesome." "Old man, do you have a place I could stay? Can you arrange it for me? Moreover, please tell me the location of the old cemetery. I want to go and take a look." Li Defu quickly replied, "Mister, you can live with my family. We have plenty of rooms." "Zia Feng, have everyone clean Mister's room quickly." The young man who opened the door for Zhao Hai nodded and then ran out. Seeing the situation, Zhao Hai knew that he could only stay here, so he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll stay here." "Old man, please tell me where the old cemetery is located." The old man quickly replied, "Mister, there's no need to be anxious. It's not too late to go after a meal. I have already asked someone to prepare food." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior is too polite. I'll go take a look first. I'll eat when I return." Hearing this, the old man stood up and said, "Mister, please come with me." The two appeared at the front gate. Then the old man pointed towards the hill and said, On the back side of the hill is an open area. The old cemetery is located there. It's not that far. I'll have a villager accompany Mr. there. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need, thank you, senior." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the old man before his body moved and rushed towards the cemetery. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the backside of the Li village's hill. The back mountain of the Li village was in a very good position. Most of the trees were pine trees, but Zhao Hai could tell at a glance that these plants were planted artificially. After passing through the pine forest, grave mounds began to appear. These graves looked old at first glance, but it seems like the Li clan has a habit of adding new soil on top of the mounds every year. Therefore, the mounds didn't look eroded. Zhao Hai inspected the old graves and couldn't help but frown. Although the graves were very old, it was evident that they had been well taken care of. They don't look barren. How could such a place become haunted? Moreover, there was no trace of yin energy in the surroundings. After spending some time in the Li family's cemetery, Zhao Hai didn't discover anything. This caused him to be somewhat disappointed. It seems like this matter wouldn't be solved in a short time. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He turned around and returned to Li village. But Zhao Hai didn't immediately return to Li Defu's house. Instead, he went around the village and looked at the terrain. Originally, the Li clan was a great clan. Although the clan had been demoted to an ordinary clan by this point, its members continued living close to each other. After strolling around for a while, Zhao Hai returned to Li Defu's house. Chapter 2029, Luring the Snake from Its Hole. Zhao Hai's stroll around Li village wasn't for nothing. He wants to map the entire village into the space so he can monitor it more conveniently in the future. When Zhao Hai returned to Li Defu's residence, he found Li Defu's entire family waiting for him at the front door. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior, why are you all standing here?" Li Defu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you discover something?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't. There's nothing special with the graves, but senior can rest assured, I will stay here for several days." Hearing Zhao Hai, the expression on Li Defu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, but he also knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to catch the ghost in a short time, so he nodded and said, "Thank you very much, mister." "The meal has been prepared, mister, please follow me." Zhao Hai nodded and entered the house along with the Li family. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai followed Li Defu's grandson to the room that was prepared for him. This was the guest room that the Li family prepared for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was clear about his own status. In the hearts of the Li family, he wasn't just a cultivator but their hope and savior. That was why the Li family was anxious about him. The Li family was afraid of offending him and making him leave in anger. If that happens, the Li village would be in even greater trouble. Through the night, Zhao Hai continued to monitor the situation in Li village. The people of the village were very scared and went to bed early. Almost nobody left their houses. Although Zhao Hai was present, they were still afraid. Therefore, the whole village was very quiet at night. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai kept being alert. He wanted to see what was attacking Li village. However, Zhao Hai wasn't able to see anything throughout the night. Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He continued to stroll the village during the day and slept in Li Defu's house at night. 7 days passed and nothing happened. The peace of Li village was also restored. More people were moving about during daytime since nobody was going missing anymore. The people of Li village were initially very polite towards Zhao Hai, but they slowly discovered that Zhao Hai had a good personality and was kind to the children of the village. Gradually, the village began to be more casual towards him. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how long the heart-digging ghost could endure. At the same time, during these days, he got in contact with Su Dingshan. He wanted to see if the nearby villages were being attacked by the heart-digging ghost. If there were attacks, then it means that the ghost could go to other places. If there wasn't, then it means that the ghost was still in Li village. Soon, Su Dingshan told him that besides Li village, the surrounding villages have no haunted events. With this information, Zhao Hai lived in Li village for half a month. Zhao Hai was now familiar with the people of Li village. He knows everyone. As for the heart-digging ghost, it seems to have disappeared. Zhao Hai also saw the dead corpses of those who were attacked. Their hearts were indeed removed. Looking at their wounds, it seems like the hearts were dug out by sharp claws. But this wasn't a surprising thing for the villagers. Beings with sharp claws were quite common in the true spirit realm. Sharp claws weren't only present on beasts. There were also cultivators who could develop sharp claws. At the same time, malicious ghosts could have sharp claws, and the corpses have been dead for a while, so it was even more difficult to judge what exactly attacked those people. After 15 days with no results, Zhao Hai could no longer wait. Upon finishing their dinner, Zhao Hai looked at Li Defu and said, "Uncle Fu, it's been more than 10 days since I came to the village. However, the heart-digging ghost didn't come out. I think it might have left. I have to go back." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Defu didn't say anything. He knew that Zhao Hai had already given the village a lot of face. Normal cultivators would have left a long time ago. Li Defu nodded and said, "Li village will remember Mr's kindness. If Mr is in the area in the future, don't hesitate to come visit." After resting for the night, Zhao Hai left Li village the next day. Then he went straight back to Yalong City. He bade farewell to Su Dingshan in Yalong City, and without staying for a moment, he traveled straight back to the Tyrant Blade sect. At night, he lived in a small town not far from Yalong City. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room at the inn and closed his eyes. At the same time, he communicated with Care, who was monitoring the state of Li village. Although Zhao Hai left the village, he didn't give up on his mission. Naturally, he didn't believe that the ghost had left. But Zhao Hai knew that if he was in the village, the ghost would never come out. So he had to find a way to make the ghost appear again. Li village was very quiet at night. The villagers had nothing to do, so they rested early. Almost every family went to bed after dark. In the middle of the night, a faint black shadow floated out of a small house in the village. Zhao Hai immediately noticed the black shadow. At the same time, he looked at the house that the black shadow came from. The owner of the house was someone named Li Tijun. He was an honest man. Back when his roots were tested, he was found to be compatible with one spiritual root, so he couldn't enter the Tyrant Blade sect. Moreover, the cultivation manual of the Li village has been lost. In the end, he could only be a farmer in the village. Zhao Hai met Li Tijun several times in the past, and he seems to be a good person. He was honest and friendly, eager to help people in the village. He will help anyone with problems. Despite this, Zhao Hai had Care monitor Li Tijun's home. Li Tijun lived on his own. His mother had always wanted him to marry, but he hasn't found someone. He was one of the few bachelors in the Li village. Seeing the situation inside Li Tijun's room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He saw Li Tijun taking out a small banner and casting spells. Judging from his spells, he was certainly a ghost cultivator. The black shadow was a ghost that he let out. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the ghost haunting Li village to be caused by someone from the inside. What surprised Zhao Hai more was that there wasn't any slight trace of yin energy on Li Tijun's body, which was quite strange. But now wasn't the time to look at Li Tijun. Instead, Zhao Hai focused on the ghost that was released. This time, the ghost was heading towards a house, and it turns out to be Li Defu's. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then he moved and appeared back in Li village. With a wave of his hand, he sent a blade towards the malicious ghost. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai discovered the difference between this ghost and the ghosts back in the Wu clan. The ghosts attacking the Wu clan were all black and translucent. Although the Li village's ghost was also translucent, its body was a faint red. Moreover, this ghost didn't have a weapon in its hand, only two sharp claws. It looked weaker. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared, the malicious ghost immediately detected him. Seeing that there was no chance to escape, the ghost screeched and charged towards Zhao Hai. The ghost's screech was quickly heard by the people of the village. Families immediately lit their lanterns as several men looked out from their windows. It didn't take long before they discovered Zhao Hai fighting a red-colored ghost. This discovery caused the people of the Li village to stare. They didn't know when Zhao Hai came back, but none of them dared to come out. All of them stayed in their homes and paid attention to the situation outside. Zhao Hai didn't think much about the villagers as he continued fighting the ghost. He found that the ghost wasn't very strong. At most, It was in the middle of the rebirth stage. Naturally, the ghost couldn't contend against Zhao Hai. After around 10 rounds, Zhao Hai killed the ghost. Although the ghost was an ethereal being, it wasn't actually immune to physical attacks. Moreover, Zhao Hai's attacks contained spiritual qi, which wasn't a pure physical attack. Therefore, the ghost had no resistance against Zhao Hai's attack. After killing the ghost, Zhao Hai immediately rushed towards Li Tijun's place. It was clear that Li Tijun was learning the ways of the ghost cultivators. Moreover, after Zhao Hai killed his ghost, Li Tijun was injured, and seeing Zhao Hai appear on his doorstep, Li Tijun knew that he had been exposed. He had no thoughts of running away. He knew that he couldn't escape. Instead, he held his black banner as he prepared to fight inside his house. As he looked at Li Tijun, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed a cold light as he said, "Tijun, you were loved by the Li village. Why did you betray the village? They are your family." Li Tijun looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and answered, "Why? You ask me why? I'm someone who is compatible with a spiritual root. I can become a cultivator like you who will be respected wherever I go, but I can only farm here." The Li clan obviously have a cultivation manual, but that old man, Li Defu, refuses to give it to me. He doesn't regard me as a member of the Li clan at all, so why should I treat the Li clan as family? Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "So you attacked your clan because of this reason?" "Tijun, it's not that I don't want to give you the cultivation method for the clan, but the clan simply doesn't have it. The ancestor of the clan is only an outer disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. They didn't have any achievements in the sect, so they settled outside and established the Li clan. Later on, the ancestor was attacked and killed by a ghost cultivator. The cultivation method of the clan became lost with his death. The only thing we have is the ancestor's blade. But without a cultivation method, you would only be acting like a fool if you use the blade." At some point, Li Defu arrived and looked at Li Tijun. Chapter 2030, Unfettered Farmer. When Li Tijun heard Li Defu, he couldn't stop his eyes from turning red as he said, "I don't believe you. Your family has always been in charge of the clan temple, so you can say whatever you want." Li Defu looked at Li Tijun and sighed, "Tijun, I'm not lying to you. Do you think you're the only person in the clan who is compatible with a spiritual root? When I was young, I also found out that I'm compatible with a spiritual root. Knowing that I can't enter the Tyrant Blade sect, I only farmed in the village. If I had the cultivation method, I would have used it then." By this point, more people from the village have come out. They saw the situation and knew what was going on. As it turns out, Li Tijun was the real culprit to the attacks in the village. He has killed more than a dozen people in the village. Li Tijun had already lost his sanity a long time ago. He looked at Li Defu and sneered, "You also have spiritual roots? Do you think I'll believe that? You can't convince me with just this. But even if you don't want me to cultivate, so what? I was still able to cultivate. You might not be aware, but the reason why the blade the ancestor left behind didn't trust isn't because it's blessed by the ancestor, it's because the remnant of the ghost cultivator's soul stuck to it. Ha ha ha. I absorbed that soul and learned ghost cultivation methods. Now I know that the Tyrant Blade sect's cultivation methods aren't the strongest in this world, it's the ghost cultivation methods." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "So you practiced this cultivation method? I'm very curious. Where did you get your ghost?" Li Tijun looked at Zhao Hai with reddened eyes as he replied, "Do you think I only acquired this cultivation method recently? It's been 3 years. 2 years ago, my mother had a serious illness that she wouldn't be able to survive. So in order to be with my mother forever, I used my mother's soul as my natal ghost." "But you killed my mother." Li Tijun's answer greatly surprised Zhao Hai. He didn't think Li Tijun was so insane. He actually used his mother's soul to be his natal ghost. He has completely gone crazy. It wasn't only Zhao Hai. Everyone in the Li village were now seeing Li Tijun as a lunatic. They never expected Li Tijun to turn his mother's soul into a ghost. They always saw Li Tijun as a filial son. How could he do such a thing? In Li Tijun's mind, turning his mother's soul into a ghost was a good thing. This would allow his mother to exist in the world in another form. But in fact, This wasn't the case. Ghost refining methods of the ghost cultivators was a transformative process. In this process, the soul will be subjected to endless torment, and in the end, the soul's consciousness would be wiped out and become a slave to the ghost cultivator. It can be said that a soul that was under the control of a ghost cultivator wouldn't enjoy benefits, but endless pain instead. Because of this, hearing that Li Tijun had bound his mother's soul, the people of the village were startled. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tijun and coldly snorted, "Are you really doing it for your mother?" "I know that a natal ghost must be refined with the soul of a murdered person. The soul who died of natural death cannot be used to create natal ghosts. If your natal ghost is really your mother, then you're the one who killed her. Do you think that your natal ghost is still your mother? And you even made your natal ghost devour the blood of your relatives. Li Tijun, you're really something." Li Tijun coldly snorted, "You cultivators want to be righteous but are also ruthless." "Zhao Hai, haven't you killed people as well, for the sake of cultivation? Murder is nothing." Looking at Li Tijun's appearance, Zhao Hai shook his head. "Li Tijun has completely turned into a demon. Such a person cannot continue existing. If such a person grows, they would be a ruthless killer." Zhao Hai took out his blade and said, "There's no longer any need to discuss. It's time for you to die." Li Tijun coldly snorted and said, "We don't know who will die. I will refine you into a ghost." "A ghost refined from a cultivator's soul should be stronger, ha ha ha." After he finished speaking, Li Tijun waved his hand as a burst of black gas came out from the black flag. Then ghastly wails were heard. The black gas floated towards Zhao Hai. As he looked at it, Zhao Hai noticed that the black gas formed the rough shape of a ghost. There weren't a lot of ghosts, only a dozen. They haven't fully formed yet. It seems like they had been refined recently. These ghosts should have come from the people killed in Li village. Zhao Hai coldly snorted as he waved his blade. 8 golden gates appeared, defending Zhao Hai completely. The blade not only protected Zhao Hai, it protected the people of Li village as well. Seeing that the two had begun fighting, the people of Li village began to retreat. They didn't want to get affected by the battle, so they quickly went back. With nothing left to protect, Zhao Hai began to go all out. Although Li Tijun was a ghost cultivator, the time he cultivated wasn't long. He only became a ghost cultivator 3 years ago. He was good, but he still fell short compared to Zhao Hai. In less than 30 rounds, Li Tijun was killed by Zhao Hai. After cutting Li Tijun down, Zhao Hai immediately sent his corpse to the space to be turned into undead. This wasn't because he wanted Li Tijun to fight for him. Instead, it was to collect information. He wanted to see if Li Tijun did indeed get his cultivation method from the dagger of the Li ancestor. If not, then he needs to trace the source of the cultivation method. Fortunately, Li Tijun was speaking the truth. He indeed got his ghost cultivation method from the remnant soul of the ghost cultivator killed by the Li clan ancestor. Knowing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Seeing that Zhao Hai had killed Li Tijun, the villagers returned. Li Defu bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you very much for purging the evil from the village. Everyone in the village is deeply grateful to you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Uncle Fu is too polite." "Alright, it's already too late. I have to leave. I'll take Li Tijun's body as well for research." Li Defu sighed and said, "We'll follow Mister's words." Li Tijun attacked his relatives and even turned his mother into a ghost. According to the rules of the clan, he will be expelled from the records. He's no longer a member of the Li clan. Hearing Li Defu, Zhao Hai no longer said anything. He sighed and then cupped his fist towards Li Defu before he vanished. This was the first time Zhao Hai used his spatial abilities while in the true spirit realm. But since nobody from the Li village cultivated, they didn't suspect anything. They only felt that it was an ordinary method of cultivators. Although it was mysterious, they would feel that it was natural. Zhao Hai has returned to his room in the inn. As he sat on his bed, he couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't sighing for the Li family, but for Li Tijun instead. Zhao Hai could see why Li Tijun was so crazy about cultivation. In the true spirit realm, cultivators reign supreme. If you don't cultivate, then you would have little chance of having a great future. It was because of this that Li Tijun became what he currently was. In Zhao Hai's final analysis, This disaster was caused by the realm's status quo, but in the end, Zhao Hai could only sigh. This was something that he couldn't change. He was only one of the countless cultivators in the true spirit realm, not to mention his current status. Even the Yin Yang Elders and the Tyrant Blade sect couldn't change the fate of the mortals. To put it bluntly, cultivators have already placed themselves among the heavens and the earth. They might look like they were controlling the heavens and the earth. Cultivators were in fact defying it. In one way or another, both sides would get rid of each other. That was the life of a cultivator. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai was no longer interested. He moved and returned to the space to chat with Laura and the others. After staying inside for a night, Zhao Hai rode his demon horse to return to the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai spent the entire way in silence, but when he entered the central territory of the Tyrant Blade sect, he suddenly felt that something had changed. When he left, the sect was quite serene, but now, there was a tense atmosphere. From time to time, he could see cultivators hurrying along. All of them had serious looks on their faces. Although he didn't know what happened, Zhao Hai knew that the expression of the cultivators had something to do with the ghost cultivators who attacked the Wu clan. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but also get anxious. He sped up to return as soon as possible. He spent half a month traveling towards Li village, but it only took him 10 days to return. After returning to the Tyrant Blade sect, Zhao Hai first handed his mission over before riding towards Yin Yang Peak to visit the two elders. Kaiyu Tai was still practicing on the training grounds of the courtyard. By this point, Zhao Hai only held admiration towards the kid. He seems to have turned into a martial arts addict. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Kaiyu Tai immediately went to welcome him. With an excited look on his face, he looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you're back." Zhao Hai patted Kaiyu Tai's head as he smiled and said, "Little Tai, how's your practice going?" Zhao Hai really liked Kaiyu Tai's sensible manners. Moreover, he was very obedient. Nobody would dislike a child like him. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kaiyu Tai immediately replied, "Young master, I've been practicing diligently." "Young master, take a look." After he said that, Kaiyu Tai began to get into a stance. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately stopped him. "Little Tai, wait a moment. I have to see the elders first. I'll look at your progress once we return home." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kaiyu Tai gave an embarrassed nod. At this time, Kaiyu Zhen opened the door to the living room and walked out. Then he bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the two old masters are asking you to enter." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards Kaiyu Zhen and said, "Thanks, Uncle Zhen." The Yin Yang elders were waiting for him inside the living room. Seeing the two elders, Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist. The Yin elder waved his hand and said, "How did your mission go?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's been completed." There is indeed a ghost cultivator in Li village. However, it's not an external cultivator. Li village used to have an ancestor who was a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. Knowing that they could no longer continue to cultivate, they returned to their hometown to establish the Li clan. Afterwards, the village was invaded by a ghost cultivator. This caused the ancestor to die along with the ghost cultivator. The death of this ancestor severed the inheritance of the clan. However, the blade that he used housed a remnant soul of the ghost cultivator. A villager of the clan named Li Tijun couldn't accept that he couldn't cultivate despite having one compatible spirit root. He was desperate to cultivate. In the end, he was able to come upon the remnant spirit of the ghost cultivator and learned cultivation methods. When his mother became ill, he killed her and used her soul to refine his natal ghost. He used his ghost to hunt the village and feed off of their blood. Li Tijun has already been killed by me and turned into undead. I also confirmed that he didn't get his cultivation method from an outside source. The Yin elder nodded when he heard this. "So it's like that." "Good. Well done." Because of the attack on the Wu clan, the sect has been sensitive when it comes to ghost cultivators. Confirming that Li Tijun was telling the truth is good. "You can go back and rest. You've been out for a long time. You have worked hard." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not that tired, master. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. I haven't been back for more than a month. I want to see how the field is going." Hearing Zhao Hai, The Yin elder couldn't help but smile. "All right, you can go. I've seen that kid Little Tai's progress. He will certainly be a strong cultivator in the future. His punches have improved a lot." Zhao Hai nodded. He gave the two elders a salute before retreating. Then he took Kaiyu Tai back with him to Resident Complex 52. He didn't come back for a month, causing a huge stockpile of harvests in the warehouse. The produce that couldn't be stored were taken by Kair to the space while the rest were in the residence's warehouse. However, if Zhao Hai didn't come back, the warehouse would no longer be able to accommodate all produce. After receiving all of the harvests, Zhao Hai went to the miscellaneous hall to sell. By this point, the people of the sect knew that Zhao Hai owned a huge tract of land. Therefore, they were no longer surprised to see Zhao Hai sell a ton of goods and gain a lot of income. Of Zhao Hai's products, the breadfruits and the bamboo rice were the most popular. Cultivators liked to bring breadfruits with them not only because they taste good, but also because they were easy to store. Zhao Hai was now given a nickname by the disciples of the sect, the Unfettered Farmer. Although the nickname didn't have anything to do with the blade, a lot of people were aware of this nickname. This was because as long as Zhao Hai was able to defend his field, he would be able to live unfettered every day. The number of people who were envious of him couldn't be counted. Chapter 2031. Wind stopped and rain disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't dislike his nickname. There was nothing wrong with being called a farmer. Perhaps in the eyes of the cultivators, farmers were inferior. But Zhao Hai knew clearly that without farmers, huge sects like the Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't have anything to eat. Without farmers, low-level cultivators won't be able to continue cultivating. After Zhao Hai returned to Resident Complex 52, he continued to practice every day. In addition to guiding Kaiyu Tai's practice, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to information regarding ghost cultivators. But surprisingly, in the next 2 months, Zhao Hai wasn't able to get any news about ghost cultivators. It wasn't only Zhao Hai. Nobody could get any information regarding ghost cultivators. This wasn't only strange for Zhao Hai. The high-level members of the sects were also feeling strange. In the past, ghost cultivators were an ominous existence in the true spirit realm. Every day, battles between cultivators and ghost cultivators would erupt somewhere. But 2 months passed by without any news about ghost cultivators. They seemed to have vanished completely. It was as if they never existed. This caused the sects of the true spirit realm to be confused. Is this peace, or is it just the calm before the storm? This was an issue of concern for the higher-ups of the true spirit realm. 3 months passed and there was still no action from the ghost cultivators. Sects began to slowly relax. It seems like there wasn't going to be a major war between the ghost sect and the great sects of the true spirit realm. With this idea in mind, the entire true spirit realm loosened. Lower Earth Mountain returned to its past tranquility. Disciples had been very nervous before. Inner disciples would think of doing missions every day to exchange for materials to improve their strength. Only Zhao Hai kept his leisurely life. Whenever an inner disciple sees Zhao Hai, their faces would have a strange expression. They don't understand why Zhao Hai was like this. In their opinion, Zhao Hai can promote his strength in a short time. However, he didn't do that. It wasn't strange for inner disciples to think about this. It must be known that Zhao Hai's masters weren't average elders. They were elders with high positions within the sect. They would certainly have a lot of good items in their hands. Moreover, everyone knew how much importance the Yin-Yang elders attached to Zhao Hai. In this case, if Zhao Hai wanted to enhance his strength as much as possible, the Yin-Yang elders could certainly help him achieve this goal. Even without the help of the Yin-Yang elders, Zhao Hai has sold a lot of goods to the sect, which brought him a lot of contribution points. As long as he has enough contribution points, Zhao Hai could exchange for pills and other items to help him cultivate. It wouldn't be hard for him to improve his strength in a short period of time. However, Zhao Hai doesn't seem to be worried. He continued to practice every day in his residence and he also taught his servant. Once in a while, he would go to his field to look and then he would sell grain and vegetables to the sect. He looked very carefree. The inner disciples couldn't help but be curious. But there were others who disdained Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was wasting his time. He had advantages that he didn't make use of. Instead, He did useless chores every day. He doesn't look like a cultivator at all. They couldn't understand how Zhao Hai could ascend from the lower realms, but these people could never know what was inside Zhao Hai's mind. In the past few months, Zhao Hai hasn't been idle. His Dao avatar has solidified and became as big as his own body. This meant that he had arrived at the peak of the condensed avatar stage. His cultivation was very fast, beyond anyone's expectations. Even the Yin Yang elders were a bit worried. Recently, they instructed Zhao Hai to relax and hold off on his cultivation to stabilize his mind. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He knew his own situation. He also didn't want to practice too fast and attract attention. Therefore, he deliberately put himself to the peak of the condensed avatar stage and then practiced his blade techniques. A few months ago, Zhao Hai chose 15 manuals from the Blade Pavilion. These books should be enough for him for 2 years. It was these books that he studied. Because of his strong mental strength, Zhao Hai's speed of practicing the blade was very fast. It wouldn't take him a long time to master a blade technique. The problem lies in being able to freely use these blade techniques in a real-life situation. Zhao Hai's goal in practicing the blade was reaching the Grand Dao. He cultivates the purest blade there is, but this also became a hindrance in merging his blade techniques. Most cultivators won't practice their blade technique to the highest stage. Most would at most pursue the blade up to major mastery. However, Zhao Hai practices his blade techniques up to the Grand Dao stage. It was much higher than what average people practice to. There are also benefits in not perfecting the blade. If a blade wasn't practiced to its peak, the user could easily combine it with other blade techniques. Although its power won't be great, it would be enough to be effective in a fight. But Zhao Hai was different. Every blade technique he practiced has reached the stage of the Grand Dao. That was to say that each blade technique has formed its own soul. It wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to combine all of these different souls. For other cultivators, combining blade techniques might be as easy as stacking bricks. But to Zhao Hai, it was akin to combining two people into one. The difference between the two couldn't be compared. Therefore, although Zhao Hai could practice his blade techniques to the peak in the shortest time, merging these blade techniques slowed him down. Zhao Hai also discovered that blade techniques with the same attributes were easier to combine compared to techniques with different attributes. Zhao Hai was now spending most of his days practicing the blade. Naturally, he didn't use all of his time practicing the blade. That would be insanity. After more than a year of practice, Kaiyotai has already reached the rebirth stage. Zhao Hai could roughly see that Kaiotai's strength was equivalent to a cultivator at the early parts of the rebirth stage. Moreover, the demon subjugation technique gave Kaiyotai a huge increase in strength and defense. Average early-stage rebirth cultivators wouldn't be able to fight against Kaiyotai. If other people knew about this, they would no doubt be surprised. In the true spirit realm, children would be tested for spiritual root compatibility when they reach 5 years old. Those with heaven-grade roots would be admitted to the sect and be taught for 3 to 5 years. These disciples would generally reach the rebirth stage when they reach 10 years old. They would be considered geniuses if they reach the rebirth stage at 8 years old. On the other hand, Kaiyotai reached rebirth stage level strength when he was 6. If this was made known, these geniuses would die of envy. The reason geniuses needed 3 years to reach the rebirth stage was because they couldn't just grow out from nothing. They need to accumulate before embarking onto the road of cultivation. Moreover, the first step would always be the most difficult. If they cannot take this step, then they would never be able to cultivate. Also, even if these heaven-grade talents were taken to the sect, it was impossible for the sect to pour all of their resources on them. They would always divide the resources with the other geniuses. Kaiyotai was different. From the beginning, Kaiyotai walked the road of a body cultivator. Zhao Hai trained him with the most efficient methods and also provided him with regular medicinal baths. The materials for these baths were the most advanced herbs of the space. Even if it was placed in the Tyrant Blade sect, these herbs would be treated as valuable goods. If the sect knew that Zhao Hai was using these precious herbs for Kaiotai's bath, they would grieve to death. Because of Zhao Hai's full support, Kaiyotai was able to increase his strength in a rapid manner. eventually reaching the rebirth stage. Surprisingly, Zhao Hai noticed that Kaiyu Tai was quite perceptive when it came to fist techniques. The kid was a pure martial arts addict. Every day, he would practice for 16 hours. He would only sleep when he feels tired. Now, Kaiyu Tai's foundation on fist techniques was extremely solid. Although he practiced the demon subjugation technique, his fists were soft and flexible. He has almost touched the state of the Grand Tao of the fist. Zhao Hai was now at the peak of the condensed avatar stage and could attack the clone stage at any time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious to advance. He continued practicing his blade and teaching Kaiyu Tai. Although Zhao Hai gave priority to his blade, he didn't give up on his martial arts. Zhao Hai's comprehension far exceeded average people. This allowed him to comprehend other things while perfecting his blade. All Daos were linked. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to mature his Tao of the blade. Now, he not only practiced his blade and his fists, he also studied all 18 weapons. However, he didn't spend as much time on them as he did with the blade. The blade would remain as his main Tao while the others would be supplementary. Without him noticing, Zhao Hai already spent another year and a half in the true spirit realm. In this time, he spent most of his time practicing and rarely entered the space. But recently the space sent good news, making Zhao Hai happy. The good news was that Laura and the others have reached the immortal stage, which was the rebirth stage in the true spirit realm. They were finally qualified to step foot on the true spirit realm. The environment of the true spirit realm wasn't any worse than the space. Moreover, the food he grew in his field were the same as the food in the space. Since Zhao Hai doesn't want Laura and the others to spend all of their time inside the space, he began preparations to make them live on Resident Complex 52. Chapter 2032, Meeting the Wives. White light flashed as Zhao Hai's figure appeared on Yin Yang Peak. With Kaiyu Zhen's care, the small courtyard was very clean. He also planted a lot of flowers, which added a lot of life to the courtyard. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Kaiyu Zhen immediately went forward to greet him. He gave him a salute and said, "Young master, it's been a while. How is little Tai?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Little Tai is practicing at home. That kid has truly become a cultivation addict. I'll bring him with me the next time I come." "Are the elders present?" Kaiyu Zhen nodded. "Both old masters are here." Zhao Hai gave a nod and then went towards the living room. "Young master, disciple is here." The Yin elder's voice was then heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai complied and pushed the door open. After Zhao Hai gave his salute, the Yin elder waved his hand, making Zhao Hai sit down. Then the Yin elder asked, "Why did you visit? Is something wrong?" The reason the Yin elder asked this question was because he instructed Zhao Hai to slow his cultivation down a while ago. Therefore, Zhao Hai shouldn't have any questions regarding his cultivation, so it was strange for Zhao Hai to come over at this time. Zhao Hai looked at the Yin Yang elders and said, "Master, disciple came over today to ask you for help." Hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Yang elders couldn't help but stare. Ever since Zhao Hai became their disciple, they had rarely given him any help. This caused the two elders to feel awkward and a bit defeated. Now that Zhao Hai was truly asking them for help, they couldn't help but be surprised. After some time, the two elders recovered. Then the Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What is it? Tell me." Zhao Hai had an embarrassed expression as he said, "Master, my wives have also reached the immortal stage. I want to take them to the true spirit realm. When the time comes, I'd like to use the cleansing pool on the mountain." Hearing this, the Yin Yang elders couldn't help but stare. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai in confusion as he said, "Your wife? You married in the lower realms?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I have several wives who accompanied me in ascending from the lower realms. They stayed behind in the great realm of cultivation because they haven't reached the immortal stage. Now that they had advanced, I want to bring them to me." The Yin elder replied, "How did you know that they have reached the immortal stage? Do you have a connection with them?" Zhao Hai nodded. "We have a connection. It's a small transmission formation. Because I am a spatial ability user, I can directly send them to the true spirit realm. But after they arrive, they will need to use a cleansing pool." The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, You're a spatial ability user? You mean you can directly go back to the great realm of cultivation? Zhao Hai nodded. I can. However, I can't stay for a long time. The laws of the realm will keep repelling me. This time, I will head back to fetch them and will immediately return. The Yin Elder nodded. Alright, you can let them use our cleansing pool. Zhao Hai nodded. Thank you very much, Master. I'll go and prepare. In a few days, I'll bring them here directly. The Yin Elder nodded. Zhao Hai gave the two a bow before leaving. Once Zhao Hai had left, the Yang Elder turned his head to the Yin Elder and said, Senior brother, it seems like Little Hai has more secrets he didn't tell us. He is actually a spatial ability user. Interesting. The Yin Elder smiled. Keeping secrets is normal. Having one or two secrets is crucial to survival, especially for someone like Zhao Hai who repeatedly ascended from the lower realms. If he didn't have any secrets, he would have died a long time ago. The Yang Elder nodded. Then he smiled faintly and said, From what I can see, Little Hai is someone who heavily respects his roots. If it were other people, they would forget their wives when reaching the true spirit realm. This is also good. Having a deep sentiment means that he wouldn't betray the Tyrant Blade sect. We didn't choose wrongly on our disciple. The Yin Elder agreed. Little Hai is a good kid. Let's see what his wives look like in a couple of days. Being able to follow Little Hai to ascend means that they are far from simple. The Yang Elder nodded. If they're worth training, we might as well provide them with resources. In any case, this is related to Little Hai's well-being. The Yin Elder nodded. Let's wait for them to arrive, then we'll talk. Meanwhile, when Zhao Hai returned to Resident Complex 52, he ordered the robots to clean up several rooms. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, Coyote was confused. He quickly asked, Young Master, what happened? Did someone come? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, In a few days, my wives will arrive. Hearing Zhao Hai, Coyote couldn't help but stare. With a surprised expression, he asked, Young Master, the young madams will come? When? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, In a few days. I'm just tidying their rooms in advance. Coyote looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Where are the little madams right now? Why haven't you mentioned them before? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, They are still in the lower realms, waiting for me to fetch them. You don't need to worry about this, just continue to practice. I can take care of their living spaces. Although he didn't understand Zhao Hai's words, Coyote didn't dwell much on it and just nodded. Zhao Hai ordering the robots was just for show. The robots were diligent in cleaning the rooms every day. Moreover, the interior layout of Resident Complex 52 has been done according to the preference of Laura and the others, so there really isn't any need to clean up. Zhao Hai didn't immediately fetch Laura and the others. He waited for several days for them to stabilize their cultivation. Although they have reached the immortal stage, they still needed to acclimatize to the true spirit realm. This was where the cleansing pools will come into use. Although the space has become similar to the true spirit realm, the space was still the space in the end. If there were any problems, it would be bad for Laura and the others. After waiting for 7 days, Zhao Hai felt that the time was right. Laura and the others were also tired of waiting. They wanted to accompany Zhao Hai as soon as possible. So Zhao Hai went to Yin Yang Peak. Upon reaching the Yin Yang Peak, Zhao Hai met with the elders and informed them that he was going to get Laura and the others and then lead them to the cleansing pool. Naturally, the two elders nodded and the group went to the training ground. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the two elders and then performed several hand gestures. After some time, Zhao Hai was wrapped with white light that continued to turn brighter. The two elders could feel the surrounding space fluctuating before Zhao Hai disappeared. The next moment, Zhao Hai reappeared followed by several women. The Yin Yang elders thought that Zhao Hai would have at most 1 or 2 wives, but upon looking, there were actually 9. The two elders couldn't help but look at each other with a bitter smile. They didn't know that their disciple would be a loose seed. Zhao Hai's complexion was pale. This time, he wasn't faking it. He had used too much spiritual qi. He didn't expect how difficult it would be to transfer between the two realms. Even if he used the power of the space, it still cost him a lot. Fortunately, the transfer was very smooth. Looking at Zhao Hai's complexion, the Yin elder waved his hand. covering Laura and the others with white light. Then he said, "Little Hai, how do you feel?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm all right, Master." Laura, Megan, Lizzie, Ruyan, Barry, Julie, Kare, Margaret, "Meet my masters." Laura and the others immediately bowed and said, "I have seen the masters." The Yang elder waved his hand and said, "Little Hai, lead them to the cleansing pond." Zhao Hai complied and then gave the two elders another salute before leading Laura and the others towards the cleansing pond. When he reached the pond, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The entrance to the cave has been covered by a screen curtain. It seems like the two elders have been thorough in their preparation. Zhao Hai sent Laura and the others to the pond before leaving the cave and returning to the courtyard. It was rare for other people to come to Yin Yang Peak, so nobody knew that Laura and the others had arrived. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Hai discovered that the Yin Yang elders were still in the training ground. He quickly cupped his fist and said, "Masters, aren't you going to rest?" The Yang elder waved his hand and said, "There's no need. We'll wait here for a while. After they come out, let's test their spiritual roots to see if they are worth training." Hearing the elder, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Master, their talent is very good, but they aren't that keen to cultivate. Otherwise, they would have been comparable to me in cultivation speed. Moreover, their situation is also quite special. I'm afraid the usual method of testing spiritual roots won't work." Hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Yang elders couldn't help but stare. Then the Yin elder asked, "Oh, what's special about them?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Laura, Lizzie, Megan, Margaret, and Ruyan should be fine. Barry is from a special race in the lower realm. Her race specializes in spiritual force, so she heavily cultivated spiritual force. Kare is a flower demon. Her main body is called the seven-colored flower. Julie is the most special. She can be deemed as a special kind of demon beast, so usual testing methods might not work on them." Chapter 2033, Linling returns. When they heard Zhao Hai, the Yin Yang elders couldn't help but look at each other. They felt that Zhao Hai's tastes were too broad. How could he have wives from different races, and even a demon beast? He's too capable. The Yin Yang elders couldn't be blamed for this. In the true spirit realm, although there were humanoid demon beasts, humans rarely connected to them through marriage. If a human married a demon beast, they would be looked down on. The same was true if the situation was flipped. The demon beast who married a human would also be isolated. So as soon as the elders heard that Zhao Hai has wives from different races, they couldn't help but be surprised. After some time, the Yin elder sighed and said, "All right, did you have your residence cleaned up?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's been cleaned up, Master. You should live with me in Resident Complex 52. Laura and the others can be filial to you. You can also help them with their cultivation. In any case, besides the cleansing pond, Yin Yang Mountain doesn't have anything else. What do you think?" The Yin Yang elders couldn't help but stare. To be honest, they haven't really thought about it, but they were indeed getting old. Although they were still very healthy, they actually wanted to have juniors accompanying them. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, they were immediately moved. But after thinking about it, the Yang elder shook his head and said, "Forget it, you don't know about our situation. Although we can control our murderous aura, the amount of killing intent we have is too heavy. Laura and the others won't be able to stand it. It won't be good for us to have too much contact." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. "Master, you're worrying too much. Laura and the others have fought with me all throughout my journey from the lower realms. They have killed quite a number of people as well. They won't be afraid of your killing aura. You don't have to worry about this." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Yang elders went silent for some time. Then the Yin elder nodded and said, "All right. Then we'll move to Resident Complex 52 later. It just so happens that the sect needs to pay attention to Black Dragon Mountain." Seeing that the two elders have agreed, Zhao Hai smiled. "That's good. Your room has already been prepared. Do you want to move now or later?" The Yin elder shook his head and said, "Let's wait for Laura and the others to come out first." Seeing the expression of the elders, Zhao Hai knew that he could only follow their words. However, Zhao Hai sent Caillou Zhen in advance. Since the Yin Yang elders were going to move to Resident Complex 52, Caillou Zhen will naturally follow them. Only 2 robots were left on Yin Yang Peak to perform the cleaning. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Laura and the others finally came out of the cleansing pond. Although their physical qualities were inferior to Zhao Hai, they were still quite gifted compared to ordinary people. The cleansing pond didn't darken as much. As soon as Laura and the others came out, the group immediately left for Resident Complex 52. Currently, the residence only has Caillou Zhen and Caillou Tai along with a few robots. Now that everyone has arrived, the residence immediately became lively. Zhao Hai also invited Dao Shu and the others to meet his wives. Dao Shu and the others were quite surprised. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have so many wives, but they didn't think about it too much, because the Yin Yang elders were present. The brothers were very reserved. After drinking a few cups of wine, they returned to their own residence. News about the Yin Yang elders moving to Resident Complex 52 as well as Zhao Hai's wives quickly spread throughout the Tyrant Blade sect. The disciples were shocked. They didn't expect the Yin Yang elders to move. At the same time, they didn't think that Zhao Hai's wives would catch up to him after only a short few years. Laura and the others were now in the true spirit realm. In order to properly settle in, they naturally need to learn some cultivation methods. Fortunately, with the Yin Yang elders present, they have a few blade techniques to learn from. This would be enough for them to study for a while. They don't have Zhao Hai's monstrous learning ability, so they could only practice their blade bit by bit. It must be said that the most happy person in the residence was Caillou Tai. The kid was already lovable. This made him very popular with Laura and the others. This also made Zhao Hai happy. Despite being spoiled by Laura and the others, Caillou Tai didn't slack off on his cultivation. This was also the first time the Yin Yang elders witnessed Caillou Tai's body cultivation process. Seeing Zhao Hai's training method, the 2 elders couldn't help but nod. They didn't even comment on the medicinal bath that Zhao Hai gave. It should be the most suitable bath for Caillou Tai's training. With Laura and the others present, Resident Complex 52 became livelier. The time smiles appeared on the Yin Yang elders' faces became more frequent. Meg took over in preparing food. Meg's skill was much better compared to the robots. The Yin Yang elders became fond of Meg because of the food she cooked, and every evening, the elders would share a few cups with Zhao Hai. The elders were feeling the joy of life. Since they were young, the 2 elders were either practicing or fighting for the Tyrant Blade sect. Being able to enjoy the happiness of a family, the 2 elders were smiling almost all the time. Zhao Hai also didn't stop practicing. He continued to practice his blade, his martial arts, as well as the other weapons. Hearing that Zhao Hai was practicing multiple areas, the Yin Yang elders were shocked at first, but they had to agree with Zhao Hai's choice. This method was indeed good for honing the Tao of the blade. Laura and the others were not stupid, so they were able to properly study the blade. However, it must be said that Julie was the best blade user among them. Julie was from the Bug race. The Bug race was a race that was fitted for slaughter. This gave Julie the advantage in studying the murderous nature of the blade. Moreover, Julie's weapons were the dual scimitars, and with her transforming hair, she was extremely powerful in battle. Laura and the rest were worse compared to Julie. However, Zhao Hai wasn't counting on them to kill people. Although they have also practiced, their main focus was on other fields. Meg liked doing housework. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were on the computer researching formations and other things. When the Yin Yang elders saw Laura and the others using the computer to research formations, they quickly understood why Zhao Hai was so good at formations. Computers were simply the ultimate weapons in research, especially computers fitted to be compatible with cultivation. Laura and the others were using the computers to simulate all kinds of scenarios. Upon seeing the power of the computer, the Yin Yang elders immediately called Elder Zen over. When he saw the potential of the computer, Elder Zen didn't hesitate to take one and return to his laboratory. Zhao Hai didn't mind this. Even if the computers were stolen, it was not a big deal. Even if they can imitate it, there would still be no problem. This was because computers were divided into software and hardware. One couldn't exist without the other. A software with no hardware was useless. Similarly, a computer with no software was nothing more than a heap of iron. The true spirit realm continued its calm as nothing major happened. Ghost cultivators were still out of sight. The various sects continued to operate like they used to. 6 months after the Yin Yang elders moved to Resident Complex 52, Zhao Hai heard of another good news. Lin Ling and Xiang Yin have returned from the Soaring Dragon Realm. Lin Ling and Xiang Yin should have returned much earlier. However, an accident in the Soaring Dragon Realm delayed them. A few people were found plotting against the Tyrant Blade sect. This caused the sect to keep Lin Ling and Xiang Yin in Hangdao City for an additional year. The two had just returned, so Zhao Hai didn't disturb them. The two should have plenty of matters to process upon returning. A week after the two returned, Zhao Hai rode his winged horse towards Fast Earth Mountain. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were disciples of Fast Earth Mountain, which explains why Guyu Ayu called them senior brother. Zhao Hai hasn't visited Fast Earth Mountain before. In the past, Ju Ayu was the one who went to Lower Earth Mountain. Fast Earth Mountain was quite a distance away from Lower Earth Mountain. Zhao Hai's winged horse took 3 hours to arrive. Fast Earth Mountain's area was also bigger than Lower Earth Mountain. The entire mountain had 36 peaks. Each peak had 1 or 2 residences for disciples to live in. Zhao Hai already knew that Lin Ling lived in Resident Complex 23 of Fast Earth Mountain. Therefore, he planned his route towards it. Although Resident Complex 23 also had its own training ground, Zhao Hai didn't land his winged horse there. Instead, he landed his horse outside the residence. Resident Complex 23 was different from Resident Complex 52. There were 2 guards at the entrance of the residence. These guards were also inner disciples from the residence. In Resident Complex 23, people were arranged to do chores every month. Gatekeepers were also rotated every month. Seeing someone descending with a winged horse, the guards were curious. After getting down from his horse, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the 2 guards and said, "Lower Earth Mountain." Zhao Hai has seen the 2 senior brothers. I heard that senior brother Lin Ling and senior brother Xiang Ying have returned from the Soaring Dragon Realm. I want to pay them a visit. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the 2 guards stared. Then they immediately thought about a rumor they heard. The rumor said that the person who found Zhao Hai for the Tyrant Blade sect was Lin Ling. Hearing that Zhao Hai was looking for Lin Ling and Xiang Ying, the 2 immediately confirmed the rumor. The 2 cupped their fist and said, "We have seen junior brother Zhao Hai. Senior brother Lin Ling and senior brother Xiang Ying are in the training ground. Junior brother can find them there." After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he received his winged horse and walked in. After entering Resident Complex 23, Zhao Hai was met with curious looks from the inhabitants. However, they didn't do anything. After all, Zhao Hai came in from the front entrance. This meant that there was no problem with him. It would be rude if they went and interrogated him. Zhao Hai didn't mind the looks directed towards him. Before long, he arrived at the training grounds. There were plenty of disciples practicing on the grounds. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were among these people. They had just returned from the Soaring Dragon Realm, so they needed to readjust their bodies. They were currently in the training ground to condition their muscles. From what Zhao Hai saw, Lin Ling's blade was fierce and vicious. It was full of killing intent. On the other hand, Xiang Ying's blade was soft and serene. However, it hid a sense of fatal danger. Zhao Hai was no longer ignorant to the Tao of the blade. Because of this, he could see that although Lin Ling and Xiang Ying's blades were good, they should be at least at the minor mastery stage. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were sensitive to their surroundings. Sensing that someone was staring at them, they turned their heads to see Zhao Hai. Their expressions immediately lightened up. They received their blades and walked over. Zhao Hai smiled as well as he cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother Lin, senior brother Xiang, you're back." Lin Ling laughed and said, "We're a bit late, but we already know what you've been doing in the sect. You did quite well in just 2 years. We wanted to visit you in 2 days, but you came first. Come, let's go to my courtyard." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior brother Lin, I actually want to invite you over to my place. I already prepared everything. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying stared. Then Lin Ling laughed and said, "All right, let's go. I heard that the two elders are also staying with you. We cannot make them wait." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right. The masters are now living with me. I had Meg prepare the food and wine. Let's share a few cups." After he said that, the group was covered by a white light before they vanished from Resident Complex 23. When the group disappeared, the people in the training ground gathered together. Then one of them said, "Was that Zhao Hai? I just heard him say that his masters are living with him, so that should be Zhao Hai." It seems like the rumors are true. Zhao Hai was really found by senior brother Lin Ling. Another person nodded and said, "It should be true. I also heard him mention Meg. I know that one of Zhao Hai's wives is named Meg." Say, where do you think Zhao Hai's wives came from? When I went to Black Dragon Mountain some time ago, I met them at the foot of Lower Earth Mountain. They're really beautiful. A nearby cultivator whispered, "I heard that Zhao Hai's wives came from the lower realms. Because his wives haven't reached the rebirth stage, they didn't come with Zhao Hai. Now that they advanced, they ascended to meet him." Zhao Hai is quite sentimental. You might not have noticed, Zhao Hai has reached the condensed avatar stage. He only did it in 2 years. He's very fierce. Right. He's really fierce. Chapter 2034, Unusual Trial. After a flash of white light, Zhao Hai, Lin Ling, and Xiang Ying appeared on Resident Complex 52's training ground. At this time, Coyote was practicing his punches. When he saw the three, he immediately stopped and greeted Zhao Hai. "I have seen the young master and the two misters." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Lin Lin and said, "Senior brother, this is Coyote. He's the servant that the sect provided me. I'm currently teaching him martial arts. This kid is quite good. He'll soon reach the intermediate level of the rebirth stage." Then Zhao Hai turned to Coyote and said, "Little Tai, this is your Uncle Lin and Uncle Xiang. Remember their names." "All right, you can stop practicing. Let's head in to eat." However, Coyote shook his head. "Young master, it's not mealtime yet. I'll stay here for a while longer. You can go inside and eat." Hearing this, Zhao Hai didn't stop him. Coyote was attacking the intermediate level of the rebirth stage. Therefore, he was even more eager to practice recently. Zhao Hai led Lin Ling and Xiang Ying to the dining room that Meg already prepared. After asking the two to sit down, Zhao Hai turned his head to Meg and said, "How about the two elders?" Meg smiled and said, "The two masters said that you can't drink comfortably if they are present. Therefore, they didn't come." "Right. I already called senior brother Dao Shu and the others. They should arrive soon." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. Then we'll drink while waiting for them." Meg nodded and then walked out. Before long, she returned with 2 jugs of liquor. She poured 3 cups before leaving. After Lin Ling and Xiang Ying sat down, they analyzed the surrounding situation and gave a nod. Zhao Hai's interior decoration was very good. Although it was magnificent, it wasn't too high profile. At this time, a voice was heard outside, "Brother Zhao, I heard that you're asking us to drink." Then before long Dao Shu and the others entered the room. Once everyone was introduced to each other, they immediately took their cups and shared a drink. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying have heard of the Dao brothers in the past, but their image wasn't very good. Back then, the 12 eccentrics of Lower Earth Mountain didn't have a good reputation in the sect. But now, they were envied by people. This was because they were able to own their own peak. Although Lin Ling and Xiang Ying stayed in the Soaring Dragon realm, they were able to learn news about the Tyrant Blade sect. They paid special attention to news about Zhao Hai. Therefore, they knew about the matters of Lower Earth Mountain. Other people might think that Zhao Hai's rewards were excessive, but Lin Ling and Xiang Ying didn't think so. When Zhao Hai destroyed the Osmanthus Crystal Realm, it was a huge contribution towards the Tyrant Blade sect. Giving him such a reward wasn't excessive. The group drank a lot of liquor. They managed to empty 34 jugs of liquor. Nobody used their spiritual chi to block the alcohol, so everyone was soon lying on the ground drunk. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying only returned to their peak 3 days later. All this time, They drank happily. After drinking with Lin Ling and the others, Zhao Hai's carefree life was restored. But this time, he was preparing to attack the clone stage. The clone stage involved sending one's soul to their Dao avatar, making it one's incarnation. This way, the Dao avatar will be you and you will be the Dao avatar. Naturally, doing this wasn't easy. Failing in doing so would result in damaging the soul, and this damage was permanent. It would cause quite a lot of trouble to the cultivator. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. When he met Hu Wei, Hu Wei's soul was teetering on being extinguished. But in the end, he was rescued by the space. Moreover, the soul was the specialty of dark mages. Zhao Hai's Dao avatar has already condensed to a point where it was similar to his main body. If his Dao avatar stood in front of Zhao Hai, bystanders wouldn't see any difference between the two. After a month of preparation, Zhao Hai was finally ready to break through to the clone stage. Actually, there was no need for Zhao Hai to prepare for a month. However, he couldn't look too relaxed. Otherwise, people might find something strange. In Zhao Hai's month of preparation, Kaiyu Tai also attacked the intermediate level of the rebirth stage and succeeded. Kaiyu Tai was now a mid-level rebirth stage cultivator. For someone less than 7 years old, he was a formidable presence. On this day, after practicing his blade for a while and adjusting his condition, Zhao Hai went to the courtyard of the Yin Yang Elders. The courtyard of the Yin Yang Elders wasn't the biggest in Resident Complex 52. Instead, it was at the opposite side of everyone's courtyard. It was quite peaceful. Although the courtyard was small, the things inside were the absolute best. Compared to their past courtyard, their current courtyard was multiple levels higher. Moreover, with Zhao Hai and the others paying respects to them every day, the life of the two old elders were quite enjoyable. Actually, the reason why the two elders chose an isolated courtyard wasn't only because they wanted peace, they also didn't want to affect Kaiyu Tai and Kaiyu Zen with their killing intent. Zhao Hai and his wives weren't affected by the murderous aura of the two elders. However, the same couldn't be said for Kaiyu Zen and Kaiyu Tai. The reason the two elders often head out to cultivate their minds was to suppress their aura. If they didn't head out, their murderous aura would eventually kill Kaiyu Zen. Also, back on Yin Yang Peak, the reason the two elders always stayed inside was because their house has a special formation that could isolate their killing intent. This allowed Kaiyu Zen to be unaffected. If there were no such methods, Kaiyu Zen might not have survived to old age. It must be known that a mortal's lifespan would be rapidly exhausted if they were under the effects of a strong killing aura, and when their lifespan runs out, they would naturally die. Although Kaiyu Tai was now cultivating, the killing aura of the two elders would still affect his practice. The two elders tried having disciples in the past, but all of them were turned insane by the murderous aura of the two elders. Only Zhao Hai could withstand their killing aura. Zhao Hai had killed far more people than the two elders, which allowed his killing aura to be completely hidden in his body. Since the two elders had yet to condense their aura inside their bodies, they chose a courtyard that was far away. When Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard of the two elders, he discovered that they weren't inside their rooms. Initially, when they moved to Resident Complex 52, the two elders kept staying inside. They would go out for walks but only for a short time, but it didn't take long before Zhao Hai informed them that their courtyard could suppress their killing intent. Therefore, the two elders could no longer worry about their killing intent leaking out to other courtyards. The formation on Resident Complex 52 isn't only used for defense, it could also attack. Moreover, the formation could absorb killing auras of people to save it for use later. When a killing formation was filled with killing aura, its might would increase several folds. Although the Yin Yang elders didn't believe it fully, they no longer stayed inside all the time. They were now in the yard chatting and drinking tea. The Yin Yang elders were now chatting on the yard while drinking tea. Naturally, their tea was provided by Zhao Hai. It was tea that the two elders especially liked. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, the Yin elder waved his hand and said, "Little Hai, are you planning to attack the clone stage?" After giving the two elders a salute, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "As Master knows, I can attack the clone stage at any time. I'm prepared to do it today." The Yin elder nodded. You've already accumulated enough. Moreover, your mind has been tempered by the lower realms. If we didn't suppress your cultivation, you would have broken through a long time ago. Do you know why we stopped you from progressing? Zhao Hai nodded and said, to temper my mind. The Yin elder shook his head and said, that's not entirely true. In the Tyrant Blade sect, all cultivators who reach the clone stage will need to go out for a trial. This trial is different from average missions. In this trial, you can't bring your identity token. In other words, you will go out carrying the identity of an ordinary cultivator. You also couldn't reveal your identity as a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. Most importantly, your trial grounds will not be within the sect's territory. Instead, you will be going to the territory of another sect. In this trial, it's possible for you to be attacked by the disciples of another great sect. You have just been in the true spirit realm for 2 years, and we were always worried about you. So I asked you to cultivate slowly. But thinking about it, it seems like my worries were a bit unnecessary. Zhao Hai stared. He looked at the Yin elder and asked, Master, is there any requirement for this trial? The Yin elder shook his head and said, there isn't any requirement, nor is there anything you need to do. You just have to go out and gain experience. If you encounter any injustice, you will take care of it on your own. If you meet people who need help, you can lend them a hand. Even if you meet an evil group, the sect will not save you. You need to stay outside for 3 years before you're allowed to return. Otherwise, your mission will be considered a failure. During these 3 years, the sect will not offer any help, nor will it have contact. Everything will depend on yourself. Zhao Hai stared. This was the first time he heard of such an unusual trial. Chapter 2035, Clone Stage. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled faintly. You've just met Laura and the others after so long, but now you'll go out for 3 years. However, nobody can violate the sect's rules. This is also an opportunity for you to gain fame. You can use these 3 years to spread your name to the world, so you must participate in it. Zhao Hai nodded. The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, besides these reasons, the trial has another important reason. It is to make you more familiar with the strength of the other sects and allow you to see their fighting styles. So if you meet them in the future, you'll know how to deal with them. Zhao Hai gave a nod. He already thought about this point. The Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't just send its disciples to a trial for no reason. If it was just a simple trial, the disciple wouldn't be able to learn anything. Now he understood why the trial had such strict restrictions. Cultivators, whether they be from the true spirit realm or other realms, were like saplings when they first began their cultivation. Without trials and tribulations, it would be impossible for a cultivator to grow into a strong tree. Even if they were talented, they won't grow strong without hardship, and no matter which sect, they would always subject their disciples to all kinds of smelting trials. These trials would hold some sort of danger. Cultivators practice in order to go against heaven's will. Naturally, they weren't afraid of danger, and if they died during their trial, then that means that they lost to heaven's will. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, all right, after you break through, we will give you more details. From what I can see, you should succeed in breaking through. But remember, always be careful. Zhao Hai gave the 2 elders a salute before leaving. Upon returning to the quiet room of his courtyard, Zhao Hai got ready to attack the clone stage. Breaking through to the clone stage wasn't very difficult for Zhao Hai. His soul was much stronger compared to other cultivators. Moreover, he was a dark mage who was proficient with the soul. Zhao Hai sat cross-legged in his quiet room as he felt his spiritual force. Zhao Hai had a similar experience in the past. At that time, he crossed the transcending tribulation stage to arrive at the severed soul stage. The severed soul stage was the same as the clone stage, but the clone stage was much more difficult. Zhao Hai slowly felt his soul. Pulling out one's own soul wasn't easy. During the process, the cultivator would feel incomparable pain. A lot of cultivators couldn't bear the pain and stopped. But doing so wouldn't alleviate their pain. Instead, it would worsen their injuries. Without any means to cure their souls, they would wither until they die. However, Zhao Hai was a dark mage. Dark mages have their own methods to control the soul. If a dark mage could fragment their soul to control undead, it was easy for them to split their soul to transfer to a clone. Zhao Hai discovered that the methods of dark mages regarding the soul were much stronger compared to most cultivators. However, dark mages seemed to fall behind on their control over the undead. They only directed undead to fight but had no means to further refine the undead. Because of this, the undead in the hands of the dark mages weren't very strong. This gave them a disadvantage whenever they ascended to a higher realm. So after reaching a higher realm, a dark mage would abandon their path and change to another. Actually, this thought was incorrect. The path of dark mages still has points to improve on, but people didn't explore further into it. Zhao Hai's method of attacking the clone stage might be perilous for other cultivators, but it was very easy for Zhao Hai. The reason he was so meticulous in his process was because he didn't want people to know how easy it was for him to break through. Zhao Hai summoned his Dao avatar and slowly sent his soul to it. When Zhao Hai's split soul entered the Dao avatar, Zhao Hai felt as though he had been awakened. He turned his head and looked around to see his own body sitting cross-legged in front of him. Zhao Hai was certain that this was the vision of the Dao avatar. Zhao Hai tried to control the soul of the Dao avatar to split it up with the original body. Bang! A small sound exploded inside Zhao Hai's mind. He felt a drastic pain which disappeared soon after. Zhao Hai felt his own body, but at the same time, he could feel the body of his Dao avatar. Feeling the same thing but having two angles of vision was quite strange. Although he felt strange, Zhao Hai knew that he had succeeded. He had officially entered the clone stage. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at his clone, which also looked at him. Then the original body and the clone smiled at the same time. This doesn't mean that the clone has developed independent thought. In fact, the clone was merely a split of Zhao Hai's soul. Zhao Hai felt that he was looking at a mirror. The clone's different thoughts were no more than parallel thinking with the original body. Zhao Hai went to the training ground and sparred with his clone. After using different blade techniques, Zhao Hai was relieved that there were no strange feelings. Zhao Hai's main body stopped along with the clone body. He felt that his clone's uses shouldn't be as simple as this. Zhao Hai's soul was different to other people. He could endlessly divide his soul. This was a method of dark mages that he used in the past. Naturally, ordinary dark mages couldn't achieve this. After all, dark mages were not gods. Although they have methods to split the soul, they cannot do so endlessly. Sooner or later they would exhaust their soul. However, Zhao Hai has the Hell Space, which had a rich amount of pure soul power. It could supplement Zhao Hai's soul if it was damaged. It was even able to nourish Hu Wei's soul. Therefore, Zhao Hai could truly create clones multiple times. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai felt that it would be a bit of a loss if he only made one clone. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He thought of ways to improve his combat strength in the clone stage. All of a sudden, Zhao Hai thought of a cultivation method that he already had. The cloning technique from the 18 Buddhist techniques. He used this method before to create clones of his body. Then the clones can be absorbed by the body at any time. What would happen if this method was used by his clone? With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai had his clone use the cloning technique. Before long, a look of shock appeared on his face. This was because when the clone used the cloning technique, it produced two Dao avatars. Moreover, these weren't mere Dao avatars. One of the Dao avatars was a Buddhist avatar while the other was a heavenly demon avatar. Zhao Hai was shocked. He didn't expect this to happen. How could he know that the cloning technique would make his clone produce two Dao avatars? However, Zhao Hai quickly analyzed what happened. In the past, his Dao avatar consisted of the 1,000-hand Guanyin and a 1,000-armed heavenly demon, so it was understandable that his clone's Dao avatars would be those two. Zhao Hai felt that his clone didn't change much because of the technique, but now, his clone had produced two large avatars. These Dao avatars need to be condensed once more. Most importantly, the Dao avatars were similar to the Dao avatars that his main body controlled, so they were still easy to use. This discovery caused Zhao Hai's eyes to shine. He immediately thought of the best way to improve his combat strength in the clone stage, and that was the methods of the cloning technique. Clones were different from Dao avatars. It was impossible for Dao avatars to be far from the main body. Clones, on the other hand, were a separate entity from the main body. Zhao Hai's clones were made from his Dao avatars, which were a composition of multiple Dao avatars, with the Dao avatars turning into clones. This meant that Zhao Hai could have multiple clones of himself once the split Dao avatars were condensed. It must be known that, unlike Dao avatars, clones could cultivate on their own, and once the cultivator reached the soul fusion stage, this cultivation would return to the main body. This would essentially double the strength of a cultivator at the very least. But Zhao Hai has more than 1,000 clones. Even a blind man could see that one wasn't comparable to 1,000. If Zhao Hai's plans were to succeed, his strength upon reaching the soul fusion stage would skyrocket. When the time comes, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone below the teleportation stage. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. Zhao Hai's eyes turned bright. He looked at his two Dao avatars with a smile on his face. One was a Buddha while the other was a demon. Then all of a sudden, Zhao Hai's smile vanished. As he continued to look at his clone, his smile slowly turned bitter. Zhao Hai thought of an issue. He was a person of the Tyrant Blade sect, but his Dao avatars were actually a Buddha and a demon. This might not be a good thing. Chapter 2036. Gifting to the sect. If the Buddha and the demon Dao avatars were released individually, there would naturally be no problem. In the true spirit realm, people have all forms of Dao avatars, but if the two Dao avatars were released together, then there would be some issues. The true spirit realm hasn't heard of anyone having two Dao avatars. Therefore, the two elders rushed towards Zhao Hai's courtyard. At this moment, Laura and the others also came out of their rooms as they looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing everyone arrive, Zhao Hai received his Dao avatars. Although the Dao avatars were released by the clone, Zhao Hai could also take them back. The Yin-Yang elders were in a daze as they looked at Zhao Hai's clone. Then when Zhao Hai received the two Dao avatars, they were even more surprised. On the other hand, Laura and the others treated it like it was normal. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the two elders and said, "I have disturbed masters." The Yin elder recovered. With a shocked expression, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what is this about? Didn't you have a clone? Why do you still have your Dao avatar?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Let's head inside first before we talk." The two elders nodded and walked into the living room. After they sat down, the two elders didn't even look at the tea that Meg served but instead focused their attention on Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai sat down, he said, "I have broken through to the clone stage. This is my clone. What happened is just an experiment I did. I didn't expect the cultivation method to have this effect." The Yin elder asked, "Experimenting with a cultivation method? What cultivation method is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In the lower realms, I was able to acquire a set of Buddhist techniques. One of them is called the cloning technique. This cultivation method allowed its user to separate into clones to attack the enemy. These clones aren't illusions but were real. I just want to see if my clone can use the technique. I didn't expect my clone to actually produce a Dao avatar, and this Dao avatar can be condensed just like other Dao avatars." Hearing Zhao Hai, the eyes of the two elders shone. Then the Yang elder asked, "So if you condensed the Dao avatar, can it produce another clone?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Theoretically. But the most important aspect to creating a clone is soul power. To be honest, forming one clone is hard enough. Creating more is very dangerous. I believe only a few people are willing to do it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the two elders couldn't help but nod. Then the Yang elder said, "Little Hai, can you give the sect a copy of this cultivation method? I know that it might be excessive, but I can assure you that the sect will not be unfair to you. You have our guarantee. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, "No problem. I am a disciple of the sect, so I should contribute. There's no need for master to worry." After he said that, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. Then he handed it to the Yang elder as he said, "Master, this is the cloning technique. To be honest, I didn't think that it would have this effect with my clone. I just used the technique like I usually did. If it wasn't for my luck, I wouldn't have discovered its effect." The Yang elder received the jade slip and said, "Rest assured, I will mention your contribution to the sect." "Right, now that you have produced another Dao avatar, It seems like you won't be fit to go to the trial. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Let me wait for some time. Let me condense the Dao avatar first. Otherwise, the Dao avatar will be useless in the true spirit realm. Even if the Dao avatars cannot be made into clones, it can still be used as an ordinary Dao avatar." The Yin Elder nodded. "Then go seclude yourself for some time. As for your trial, we can wait until you are ready. Just inform us." Zhao Hai nodded. When the Yin Yang elders stood up, Zhao Hai also stood up. Zhao Hai looked at the two elders and said, "Masters, are you leaving right now? Why don't we have a meal first?" The Yin elder shook his head and said, "We'll deal with this matter first. I feel that your cloning technique will have wonderful uses. I'll only be relieved once we hand it over to the sect. You can eat first. There's no need to worry about us." After saying that, the two elders turned around and left. Once they were outside, they disappeared after a flash of white light. Seeing the two elders disappear, Zhao Hai couldn't help but faintly smile. Then he received his clone and went to the other room. Meg and the others have also come out at this time. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, will you really go out for a trial? Then what should we do?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "I have to go to this trial. I have no choice. It's the sect's rules. Nobody can change it. You can also use these 3 years to ask my masters for advice. Strengthen yourselves as soon as possible." Laura nodded. Originally, Laura was a woman of the desk, so she has no inclination to study the blade. However, Laura was still able to learn the blade quite quickly, and with the help of the Yin Yang elders, Laura and the others were able to improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Laura and the others understood that if they want to be together with Zhao Hai outside the space, then they would need to increase their strength, so they were eager to practice. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I'll go into seclusion for some time. If I can really create other clones, I will send them to the space. I will use the cloning technique to create more clones. This way, my strength would further increase." The true spirit realm is not always at peace. There are always struggles between the sects. There's also the ghost cultivators waiting in the shadows. If I don't increase my strength as soon as possible, then I will always have fear in my heart. Laura and the others gave a nod. They were also aware of the state of the true spirit realm. Although they had just arrived, they had seen everything that happened around Zhao Hai. Moreover, they thought that they would no longer need the cleansing bond due to the conditioning of the space. But when they used the pond, they discovered that they still had toxins in their bodies. It was at this point that they understood that the true spirit realm wasn't simple. Zhao Hai continued, "I'll close up for several days. I'll try to condense my Dao avatars. After that, I'll think of what to do next." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and went to the quiet room. When he reconstructed Resident Complex 52, Zhao Hai also made a large quiet room in a secluded area. The quiet room wasn't in his courtyard but in a separate place. There was a defensive formation underneath the quiet room, ensuring that Zhao Hai remained undisturbed no matter what. Zhao Hai initially constructed this quiet room for closing up, and if necessary, he can use the quiet room to enter the space. With the formation present as well as its location, the spatial fluctuations caused by entering the space wouldn't be noticed. When he entered the quiet room, he immediately released his Dao avatars. Then he sent his clone to the space to condense one. Zhao Hai and his clone began to slowly condense a Dao avatar each. Zhao Hai plans to let his clone condense more Dao avatars in the space, but there still needs to be another clone outside so that the Yin Yang elders wouldn't suspect anything. So he let the clone enter the space to condense a Dao avatar as soon as possible. And once another clone was made, there would be one clone outside while there was another clone inside the space. While Zhao Hai was diligently condensing his Dao avatar inside the quiet room, the Yin Yang elders took Zhao Hai's cloning technique to the Tyrant Blade Sect's central hall. The Tyrant Blade Sect's central hall was located on Heaven-Slashing Peak. Rumor has it that the first sect master of the Tyrant Blade Sect was on this peak when he used his blade to slash the heavens and ascend. After that, The Tyrant Blade sect created their central hall on the peak. The central hall of the Tyrant Blade sect looked magnificent. The top of the peak was cut into a platform where the hall was built. The central hall was 360 meters high and divided into 3 sections. The front section was the administration section, which housed multiple departments within the sect. Along with the sect master, the administration section helps the sect in its day-to-day function. The second section was where the sect master and the supreme elders stayed. It was said that as long as these people remain, the Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't perish. Lastly, the third section was the Tyrant Blade sect's treasury. Inside the treasure are the most precious properties of the sect. The collection inside the treasury was enough to shake the heavens. Almost all of the peak cultivation manuals of the sect were placed in the treasury. Although the Yin Yang elders weren't the most powerful elders of the sect, they often visited the central hall. So when the 2 elders appeared, nobody from the central hall were surprised. When the 2 elders appeared, the guards at the hall immediately greeted them. "I have seen the 2 elders." The elders just nodded and hurriedly entered the hall. The guard at the door was a little stunned. He wondered what happened to make the elders so anxious to enter. The Yin Yang elder quickly traversed through the corridors of the central hall. Each hall was marked, making it clear which was a public area and which was not. There were also powerful formations set up within the foundations of the hall, and all these formations form a much larger piece. Only a great sect like the Tyrant Blade sect, which has been passed down for millions of years, could be so extravagant. In the entire central hall, the most central part was the Heaven Slashing Palace. This was the office of the sect master. Not many people can directly go to the Heaven Slashing Palace to see the sect master. However, the Yin Yang elders were among the privileged few. The Yin Yang elders weren't only the killers of the Tyrant Blade sect, they were also martial brothers with the current sect master. They might not be under the same master, but they shared a grand master. Chapter 2037. Change in the Tyrant Blade sect. The Yin Yang elders arrived at Heaven Slashing Palace directly. There were 2 cultivators guarding the door outside the sect master's room. When the guards saw the Yin Yang elders, they immediately announced, "The Yin Yang elders have arrived." Before long, a vigorous voice was heard, "Let them in." The guards opened the door for the Yin Yang elders. The 2 elders nodded at the guards and stepped into the room. The room was quite big. Several hundred people wouldn't be able to fill it up. There were 8 pillars inside as well as a high platform. The platform was 1.2 meters high and on top of it was a desk and a chair. Behind the desk was a person. The person sitting behind the desk was an elderly man. This person wasn't big, but he looked very strong. His body was developed horizontally, but he wasn't fat. His body was bulky due to muscle. Such a figure might give a feeling of a valiant warrior, but the man was actually giving out a refined aura. Seeing the 2 elders arriving, the old man looked up and said, "How did you find time to see me? Aren't you too fond of your disciple? You 2 guys, you don't even came to ask me for a drink." The Yin elder waved his hand and said, "We'll drink later. We came here to show you something good." When the old man heard the Yin elder, he was somewhat confused. "What good thing? Let me see." The Yin Yang elders didn't hesitate and directly approached the desk. Then they handed over the jade slip containing Zhao Hai's cloning technique. The sect master scanned through the jade slip. Before long, the sect master frowned and said, "This cloning technique seems to be a Buddhist manual. What use is this thing? It looks like an ordinary technique to me." The Yin elder smiled faintly and said, "It looks ordinary, but this technique is more powerful than you think. It allows the clone to cultivate. Naturally, there are plenty of manuals that can do this. However, this technique allows the clone to produce a Dao avatar, a normal Dao avatar that can be condensed." The sect master wasn't a fool. Upon hearing the Yin elder, his eyes narrowed as he said, "You mean that after using this technique, a person can have multiple clones?" The Yin elder nodded. "Theoretically. However, you should also know that creating a clone carries a risk. I'm afraid not a lot of people would attempt to do it." The sect master didn't show a disappointed expression. Instead, his eyes turned serious as he said, "You mean to say that you want people of our level to cultivate it?" The Yang elder clapped his hand and said, "That's what we were thinking." "Senior brother, We have long passed the soul fusion stage. Moreover, after many years of practice, our souls are much stronger than before. Although our souls are very strong, we don't have any means to use it as an advantage. If we can master this cloning technique, we will have plenty of clones we can use. When the time comes, the Tyrant Blade sect will essentially produce experts out of thin air. The sect master stood up and went a few laps on the platform before saying, "But can we really practice it? If we take the wrong step, we might be in danger." The Yin Elder replied, "I think we should give it a try. All of us have experience in creating clones and have the knowledge to deal with the consequences. And if we succeed, it would be a good thing for the Tyrant Blade sect. Maybe the sect will enter a period of great development." The sect master walked around a few more steps before he stopped and sat down. Then he said, "I'll take this jade slip first and consult the Supreme Elder before making a decision." "Right. I heard that Zhao Hai is going to attack the clone stage. Does he know about this technique? Did he use it? Was it successful?" The Yin Elder nodded. "He succeeded. Now, besides his own clone, he also has a Dao avatar. He is currently closing up to condense his Dao avatar. His trial will need to be pushed at a later date." The sect master nodded and said, "It won't matter if he goes to his trial now or later. He'll go when he's ready. This cultivation technique should be from that kid, right? That kid really has a lot of good things." "Forget it. Don't glare at me." "Naturally, he will be rewarded. But not now." "What's the point of rewarding him right now? You want to put him in the spotlight and burn him? When we have an opportunity, we'll reward him in the future." The Yin Yang elders knew that what the sect leader said was true, so they didn't say anything and nodded. At this time, the Yin elder took out a jug of wine and placed it on the table while saying, "Taste it. It's wine made by my disciple." The Yin Yang elders originally didn't know that Zhao Hai made wine. After moving to Resident Complex 52, they drank it and felt that it was very good. Therefore, they asked Zhao Hai where he got it. When Zhao Hai told them that he brewed it himself, only then did they know that Zhao Hai could make wine. Zhao Hai also gave them a couple jugs of wine. The two didn't drink wine normally. They would only sometimes drink during meals or when Zhao Hai visited them. Other times, they just drink water. Now, since there was an occasion, they took it out to give to the sect master. When he saw the ordinary-looking jug in front of him, the sect master turned his head to the Yin Yang elders and said, "Zhao Hai can also make wine." The Yin elder snorted and said, "You don't believe it? Although Little Hai's wines couldn't beat the top wines of the true spirit realm, it's much stronger than most wines we see. Go and try it. Once you taste it, you will believe it." The sect master received the jug. Then with a serious expression he said, "All right, if I run out of wine in the future, don't forget to send me some." "Hi, you don't treat me like a brother at all." Hearing this, the Yin Yang elders glared and showed a fist towards the sect master. Then they turned around and left. Seeing the Yin Yang elders leave, the sect master sighed and said, "The sect has too many deficiencies." Finally, we have good news. Those two have received a good disciple. After saying that, the sect master stepped down from his platform and exited the hall through a back exit. When the Yin Yang elders returned to Resident Complex 52, they asked about Zhao Hai's situation. Seeing that Zhao Hai was still in seclusion, they didn't say anything and withdrew. Zhao Hai didn't close up for a long time, only about a month. He has already condensed his Dao avatar and turned it into a clone. The other Dao avatar was left condensed with no soul fragment. Hearing that Zhao Hai had come out of seclusion, the Yin Yang elders immediately went to his courtyard. After being invited to sit down by Zhao Hai, the Yin elder immediately asked, "How is it? Were you successful?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand, showing two shadows behind him. These two figures had the same appearance as him. However, only one had bright and lifelike eyes, the other looked dull. Although clones created by the cloning technique also contain the soul of Zhao Hai and could enter his body during battles, it was different to souls that were absorbed during the soul fusion stage. In the soul fusion stage, the clone would be reabsorbed by the main body, which was essentially fusing it back. As for Zhao Hai's other clone, It was merely a condensed Tao avatar and wasn't as powerful as a clone created by the clone stage. This explains the difference between the two clones. Seeing that Zhao Hai had succeeded, the Yin elder let out a long breath. Then he said, "That's good. We've already given a copy of the cloning technique to the sect." The sect master was very happy. "However, we cannot give you your reward in the meantime. Later on, when we have the opportunity, we will give it to you." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood the thoughts of the sect. This contribution couldn't be carelessly exposed to the public. Although the sect will certainly reward him, it was impossible for the sect to not publicize the contribution. If his contribution was made known, then Zhao Hai might be in danger. Therefore, postponing the reward was the right move. The Yang elder added, "You have to prepare for your trial. Stabilize your cultivation first and then head out." Zhao Hai complied. "Yes, master, I understand." The Yang elder nodded and said, "You have to be careful in this trial. Recently, some people have been eyeing the Tyrant Blade sect. It's possible that they will take action. We have suffered a few losses against them in the Soaring Dragon realm. It might be the Imperial Beast sect. That smelly dragon has suffered a few losses against us. He might be looking for revenge." The matter of the Tyrant Blade sect sending its clone stage disciples for a trial is public knowledge. It's possible that they know that you will undergo your trial, so you need to watch out. Zhao Hai was unaware of any of these, but upon hearing the Yang elder's reminder, he gave it some importance. He nodded and said, "Yes, master, I will be careful." The Yin elder said, "Go and prepare. You will head out in a couple of days. If anyone tries to provoke you, there's no need to be polite. The Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't casually cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of fighting either." Zhao Hai nodded. He might not be aware of it, but the Tyrant Blade sect was now placing a great deal of importance towards him. In the month or so of Zhao Hai's seclusion, the Tyrant Blade sect arranged a few elders to test out the cloning technique. To their surprise, they actually succeeded. This caused the high-level members of the Tyrant Blade sect to be ecstatic. However, the matter was kept secret, so the rest of the sect was completely unaware of it. Although the elders who have passed the soul fusion stage no longer have clones outside, their clones actually still existed. However, their clones were fused with their body. If they want their clones to use any techniques, they can still succeed, but it would need immense effort. Because of this, the sect master wasn't optimistic that they would succeed. However, the experiments actually yielded results. This meant that Zhao Hai has made another huge contribution to the sect. This made him a valuable disciple in the eyes of the higher-ups. Chapter 2038. Attacked. Zhao Hai traveled on the road once again. This time, he didn't ride his mount and he was only wearing ordinary warrior clothing. He also stored his blade on his back. He looked like a wandering warrior. Spatial equipment weren't rare items in the true spirit realm. Even mortals would trade spatial items between themselves. However, there were still plenty of cultivators who liked to wear their weapons on their bodies. This way, they could feel their weapons and synchronize with it. Because of this, it was not surprising to see a warrior of the true spirit realm carrying their weapons on their backs. However, no mortal would use this method to impersonate a cultivator. If a cultivator found out, the mortal won't be able to live well. Zhao Hai was maintaining a low profile this time. He went out without using his demon horse. His mount was an amazing steed that no ordinary cultivator would be able to get their hands on. If he rode his demon horse, people would see him as someone belonging to a great sect. Zhao Hai was currently undergoing his trial, so he naturally wouldn't go to Yalong City. If he went to Yalong City, he would certainly be spotted by Su Dingshan. When the time comes, he would immediately fail his trial. This time, Zhao Hai's goal was the central part of the true spirit realm. He wanted to see the scenery of the realm in the eyes of an ordinary warrior. It was already the third day since Zhao Hai left the central region of the Tyrant Blade sect. In the past 3 days, he has yet to leave the influence of the sect, so he didn't meet any danger. Occasionally, he would meet sect disciples on the road. These people only gave Zhao Hai a strange look. When they saw Zhao Hai's strength, They immediately understood what he was doing and gave him a friendly smile. Zhao Hai traveled without rest for 3 days. He had almost left the influence of the Tyrant Blade Sect's central region. It must be known that transmission formations were only limited. Transmission formation could only send people to the outskirts of the central territory of the sect. Beyond that, one would need to walk. Otherwise, it would have taken Zhao Hai more than 10 days to half a month to reach his current location. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look back. He was about to leave the influence of the Tyrant Blade Sect, and this departure would take 3 years. Most importantly, in these 3 years, Laura and the others might not be able to see him. Although Laura and the others could go to the space to meet him, it wasn't optimal for them to disappear knowing that the Yin Yang Elders were also in Resident Complex 52. In these 3 years, opportunities to see Laura and the others would be rare. After sighing lightly, Zhao Hai turned his head and continued to move forward. Because he didn't use any movement techniques, his progress wasn't fast. When night came, Zhao Hai didn't travel far. The surroundings were still quite safe, so he took out a tent, built a fire, and made some food before resting. But then, 10 minutes past midnight, Zhao Hai suddenly opened his eyes and rolled his body. As he dodged, he withdrew his blade. Then a light covered Zhao Hai's body, which soon revealed 8 bronze gates appearing around him. Dang, dang. Just as the gates appeared, the sound of arrows hitting metal was heard. The arrows had quite the force behind them. The gates roared like gongs when the arrows hit them. Before long, the arrows disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the direction the arrows came from and coldly snorted as he said, "You rats, don't force me, come out." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, he heard someone give out a cold snort. Then Zhao Hai discovered that he was surrounded by 10 people. Moreover, from the aura the 10 people gave out, they were at least in the soul fusion stage. The strongest among them was even at the Earth Monarch stage. Seeing these people, Zhao Hai's complexion changed. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" The Earth Monarch cultivator sneered and said, "Truly worthy of being the disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. Even at this time, you're quite calm." Hearing his status being pointed out, Zhao Hai's face turned serious. Then he said, "Why did you stop me? I don't know any of you." The Earth Monarch cultivator looked even more arrogant as he replied, "Why, ha ha ha. Until now, you're still asking stupid questions. Do you think we're idiots? We know who you are, Zhao Hai. You don't have to pretend." Zhao Hai looked at the swords on the back of the attackers and snorted, "Sword Hegemon Sect, you really made a move. You're quite brave to attack me here. Aren't you afraid of being cleaned up by the Tyrant Blade Sect? Ha 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 ha." "Zhao Hai, there's no need to scare us. We aren't frightened. We're well aware that you're heading out for the trial and you don't have the Tyrant Blade Sect's token. To be honest, I didn't expect that you would reach the clone stage in such a period of time. I have to commend you. No wonder you were able to kill several people from our Sword Hegemon Sect and the Imperial Beast Sect. If you know of my identity, you should understand what would happen if something happens to me. My masters will not let you go. Nobody will know." "Alright, let's not waste time. We already laid out a formation in the surroundings. Even if we overturn the heavens, nobody will notice." "Very well, let's fight." After saying that, Zhao Hai immediately attacked. Zhao Hai understood how eager these people were by the fact that they sent an Earth Monarch cultivator to attack him. Any more talking was useless. It was better to fight it out. Maybe he would have a way to preserve his life. These people didn't expect that Zhao Hai would attack first. Zhao Hai didn't attack on his own. He also released his clone to attack the Earth Monarch cultivator. The Earth Monarch was also quite formidable. When Zhao Hai moved, he took his sword and attacked as well. At this time, the other cultivators made their moves and attacked Zhao Hai and his clone. Unfortunately for them, Zhao Hai's body was very strong. Despite them being stronger, it was impossible for them to do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai spent most of his energy dealing with the Earth Monarch cultivator. The Earth Monarch stage was 2 levels higher than Zhao Hai's current stage. It was undoubtedly much stronger than Zhao Hai's level. Although Zhao Hai's attack didn't pose any threat, he kept attacking. He knew that if he lowered his guard for even a moment, that person would definitely take advantage. The sound of fighting continued on for some time. Surprisingly, the 10 attackers couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. This caused their expressions to turn ugly. They didn't expect that they would still fail to deal with Zhao Hai despite their strength. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was waiting for an opportunity. As long as his chance came, he would deal a fatal blow to these people. The attackers discovered that Zhao Hai's attacks were slowly weakening, especially the Earth Monarch cultivator. Now, Zhao Hai could only parry attacks and could no longer hit back. Seeing this, the attackers couldn't help but be happy. They saw that their victory was close. They had already lost a lot of face due to their failure to deal with Zhao Hai in a short time. As long as they could kill Zhao Hai, their shame would be erased. At this time, the Earth Monarch cultivators suddenly pushed Zhao Hai's clone back with his sword. Then he used his sword to attack Zhao Hai's head. Everyone was stunned by this development, especially Zhao Hai. He looked at the Earth Monarch cultivator with a blank expression. At the same time, he perished. Just as the attackers were about to cheer, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared behind the Earth Monarch cultivator. Then he jabbed his blade towards the back of the Earth Monarch. The Earth Monarch cultivator still had a proud look on his face as he looked down on the blade coming out of his chest. Slowly, he turned his head to Zhao Hai, who was sneering. Then Zhao Hai kicked the body of the Earth Monarch cultivator to the side before charging towards the other attackers. The other attackers were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how Zhao Hai suddenly appeared. At this time, Zhao Hai made his move and attacked them. They immediately took their swords to defend. However, their morale had already dropped a few points. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's mood didn't change. The Earth Monarch only attacked a condensed Dao avatar that had no soul. Because of this, it didn't matter if it perished or not. Zhao Hai used this opportunity to surprise the Earth Monarch cultivator and get rid of them. The Earth Monarch's attention was on the Dao avatar. In reality, Zhao Hai substituted himself with the Dao avatar, making people think that he has been killed. When they were distracted, Zhao Hai made his killing move. Naturally, his first target would be the biggest threat, which was the Earth Monarch cultivator. Now, Zhao Hai changed his target to the rest of the attackers. He coordinated with his clone to attack them. However, Zhao Hai and his clone can only go so far in fighting 9 soul fusion cultivators. They could only defend against attacks. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to get rid of them. The remaining attackers were no longer as shocked as earlier. Instead, they were all angry. They couldn't understand how Zhao Hai managed to kill the Earth Monarch despite being under the attack of 10 people. If outsiders were to know about this, then the face of the attackers would be completely lost. Chapter 2039, Maze Town. Zhao Hai's defensive region became smaller and finally he could only block the attacks of 9 people. By this time, the attackers' eyes were red. They began to get desperate as they attacked Zhao Hai. At this time, one of the attackers yelled and fell to the ground. Just as the others were stunned, 2 more cultivators fell. The remaining attackers quickly recovered themselves and discovered the Earth Monarch cultivator that Zhao Hai killed. Now, the Earth Monarch was standing up with an indifferent expression. His sword had blood on them, showing that it was him who attacked. The cultivators attacking Zhao Hai stared. As he looked at his attackers, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Your courage is indeed not small. You dared to attack without knowing about my abilities. I'm a dark mage. I can turn dead people into obedient undead." As he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and turned the 3 recently killed cultivators into undead. Then the 3 undead immediately attacked. Before long, Zhao Hai's attackers were reduced by half. Finally, the attackers began to panic. Although they discovered that the Earth Monarch cultivator wasn't as strong as before and had been heavily demoted to the start of the soul fusion stage, they were still afraid. They no longer wanted to get entangled with Zhao Hai. They didn't know what other methods Zhao Hai had. If they didn't leave, then they would only die. After fighting for a couple more rounds, one of the attackers roared, "Disperse." As he said that, he received his sword and ran away. In a blink of an eye, he was already gone. The other attackers were similar. After driving the enemy away, they immediately disappeared. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, but he didn't pursue. He waved his hand and received the undead. In his second sneak attack, Zhao Hai didn't only use the Earth Monarch cultivator but also his other Dao avatar clone. However, when the Dao avatar clone succeeded, Zhao Hai immediately received it. Therefore, the attackers never noticed it. They only thought that it was the Earth Monarch cultivator who attacked. Moreover, as for the Earth Monarch's decrease in strength, it was Zhao Hai's deliberate ruse. He did this because he couldn't let other people know about the advantages of his undead. It was beneficial to Zhao Hai for his enemies to think that his undead would be demoted once they were resurrected. The reason Zhao Hai didn't chase the cultivators was because he knew very well that he wasn't strong enough to make them stay, so it was better for him to let them go. Moreover, being able to eliminate half of them was enough to explain his strength. From this moment on, Zhao Hai knew that this trial wouldn't be easy. Now that he drove his attackers away, he would be attracting more people to chase him down. Zhao Hai glanced at his temporary camp. The camp has been fully destroyed and it was full of broken arrows. It was no longer suitable to live in. Zhao Hai wasn't distressed by these things. The reason he discovered these people was these arrows. The arrows were created by a talisman called the Rain Arrow Talisman. It was an offensive metal element talisman. Originally, Zhao Hai had no information regarding the talismans of the true spirit realm, but later on, he traded a jade slip from the miscellaneous hall. The jade slip contained information about talismans as well as how to make them. The most common talismans of the true spirit realm would be peak talismans in the great realm of cultivation. Talismans would cause fluctuations when they were used. Although it was activated far from him, Zhao Hai was still able to detect it. This allowed him time to block and defend against the attackers. After looking at the surroundings, Zhao Hai shook his head. He didn't clean the scene and instead walked into the forest. Then they entered a big tree to rest. The next day, Zhao Hai walked out from the big tree after a refreshing rest. Then he continued his travels. He ate his rations while also keeping his guard. For the next 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't suffer any attacks. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare lower his guard. He was now in the light while his enemies were in the dark. He doesn't know when the other party would make their move. Now, the Sword Hegemon sect attacked him, and it was possible that the Imperial Beast sect would join in later. On the other hand, Zhao Hai couldn't count on the Tyrant Blade sect. He was now in his trial, so he could only depend on himself. He has no other choice but to be careful. Unknown to Zhao Hai, less than a day after he left his temporary camp, the Tyrant Blade sect received information. While some disciples were doing missions outside, they saw Zhao Hai's attacked camp. They felt that it was unusual because the location wasn't that far from the central region of the Tyrant Blade sect. Someone actually attacked in this area. This wasn't a simple matter, so they immediately reported it. When the higher-ups of the Tyrant Blade sect received this information, they were enraged. They didn't expect attackers to exist right under their noses. Moreover, after further investigation, the person attacked was a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. It was impossible for the sect to ignore this matter. It was darkest underneath the lamp. The Tyrant Blade sect understood this point. The other party knew that the area was close to the central area of the Tyrant Blade sect. This was the most strictly controlled area of the sect. Only a few people would dare cause any trouble. Therefore, after so many years, the sect became complacent, which caused a few holes to appear. The elder responsible for this surveillance was immediately removed from office. At the same time, the Tyrant Blade sect sent out a huge number of people to conduct a large-scale sweep around the central region of the sect. If they didn't clean up, then they would still be kept in the dark. After their sweeping operation, the Tyrant Blade sect finally knew how many people were hidden around the sect's central region. In total, there were 500 to 600 spies. This number wasn't small. Some of the spies have even married locals. In the end, they were discovered by the Tyrant Blade sect. Naturally, these people didn't have a good end. The attitude of the Tyrant Blade sect was very clear. All spies were killed. There was no mercy. For a while, dark winds swept through the central region of the Tyrant Blade sect. Even the spies who haven't been discovered were scared and ran away. Zhao Hai didn't expect his battle with the Sword Hegemon sect to cause such a huge movement. At this time, Zhao Hai entered a small town. This town was also controlled by the Tyrant Blade sect, but it was clear that the sect didn't place any importance on it. The branch hall of the Tyrant Blade sect in this town wasn't large. At most, it was staffed by 50 people. Its hallmaster was an elder at the teleportation stage. Zhao Hai has no plans of visiting the branch hall. He is currently undergoing a trial and couldn't get in contact with the Tyrant Blade sect. This included the branch halls. Therefore, Zhao Hai looked for a small inn to rest. After a night of rest, Zhao Hai was fully recovered. The next day, he didn't immediately leave town. He went out of the inn with his blade on his back and strolled around. To Zhao Hai's surprise, his small town had plenty of cultivators roaming around. The weapons these cultivators carried were varied. This meant that majority of them don't belong to the Tyrant Blade sect. This was strange since a town like this wouldn't have such a large concentration of cultivators. Zhao Hai entered a restaurant and ordered a couple of dishes as well as a pot of wine. After his food was served, Zhao Hai added a gold coin before asking the waiter, "Waiter, how come there are a lot of cultivators in this town? Did something happen?" The waiter was naturally appreciative of Zhao Hai's tip, so he immediately opened up. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Mister, you aren't from the area?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm just passing by. It's my first time in this town." "Is the town's martial spirit strong? Is that why there are a lot of cultivators?" The waiter smiled and said, "Mister doesn't know this, but our town originally didn't have its current name. There wasn't even a Tyrant Blade sect branch hall here. But later on, during a trial, a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect accidentally came upon a cave around 50 kilometers northeast of our town. In this cave are a lot of demon beasts as well as special moss that they said is a good medicinal ingredient. Because of this discovery, the Tyrant Blade sect established a branch hall in the town. The town was also named Maze Town because the cave was like a labyrinth. Nobody knows how big it is. Because of this, cultivators began coming into the town. Speaking up to here, the waiter paused. He looked at the cultivators who were eating their meals, then he lowered his voice and said, "Actually, everything good in the cave has already been taken away by the Tyrant Blade sect. Even if you go in now, you won't be able to find much green rock moss." Despite this, cultivators still want to try their luck. As more and more cultivators come in, more of them die inside. This means that there are a lot of good items left inside the cave. Later on, cultivators no longer come for green rock moss. Instead, they would look for the treasures left behind by the dead cultivators. As more and more people got rich from looting, even more cultivators came. Then the Tyrant Blade sect set a rule that allowed only 1,000 people to enter the cave every month. Because the slots are limited, the bids to enter the cave were very high. If there are less than 1,000 people in a month, then each person only needs to pay 100 jade essences to enter. It should be time to enter the cave. That's why there are so many cultivators. Zhao Hai nodded and then he waved his hand. As the waiter left, Zhao Hai continued to drink his wine as he thought about the underground cave. To be honest, nothing in the cave could make Zhao Hai move. However, from what the waiter said, the underground cave was a land of killing where riches and wealth coexist. The attitude of the Tyrant Blade sect was also very obvious. They kept managing the cave in order to collect money. They didn't care that the underground has become a lawless land where fists speak the loudest. Zhao Hai's most important goal in this trial was to fight different people to gain experience. An unruly place like the underground cave was just the perfect place for him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. He looked at the surrounding cultivators as he drank his wine. His expression was becoming more and more happy. After eating his meal, Zhao Hai left the restaurant and walked around the streets. He also found an interesting phenomenon. With so many cultivators present, groups would naturally form. And when these groups meet each other, conflicts would happen. And during conflicts, it was inevitable for weapons to fly out. However, a chaotic scenario didn't happen in Maze Town. Instead, conflicting groups would set appointments and settle it outside the town. Violence couldn't be seen in the town. Zhao Hai wondered about this in the beginning, but later on he understood. This should be the rule that the Tyrant Blade sect has established. Although this town wasn't in the range of the Tyrant Blade sect's central region, strictly speaking, It wasn't that far. A flying mount could reach this town in just a day. Because of this, no cultivator dared to violate the rules of the town. Only rogue cultivators or small clans would dare offend the Tyrant Blade sect in Maze Town. So if there were any small group conflicts, they would be resolved outside. To be honest, Zhao Hai approved this approach. If the town was chaotic, then no mortal would live here, and if that happens, the cultivators wouldn't be able to get supplies. At the same time, the peace of a territory was related to the reputation of the Tyrant Blade sect. After roaming the town for a day and getting familiar with the surroundings, Zhao Hai returned to the inn he stayed in. The inn was called the Pleasant Stay Inn. It was the best inn in Maze Town, and Zhao Hai could admit that the inn embodied its name. Chapter 2040, Imperial Beast Sect. Just as Zhao Hai entered the inn, he heard someone's voice, "Quickly vacate a room for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The innkeeper replied, "Mister, our inn has no other rooms. I'm a businessman. If there is a room, why would I withhold it from you? I really don't have any vacant rooms left. The town has other inns. Maybe Mister can go to them and try." "I don't care. This senior will stay here today. If you don't allow me, then I will smash your shop." "Even if you smash my shop, I still won't have any vacant room for you." "Mister, this is Maze Town. The rules of the Tyrant Blade sect prohibits any violence inside the town. HMPH. So what? I don't believe that the Tyrant Blade sect would offend me for the sake of an ordinary innkeeper." Hearing the arrogance of the other party, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he walked into the inn. The inn has 2 floors and around 20 rooms in total. In order to accommodate more people, the innkeeper made the pub smaller. After entering the inn, you need to turn a small corner to see where the innkeeper was. The paths inside the inn looked like a maze. If there was no guide, inhabitants would have to walk half a day to find their room. The innkeeper's corner was no more than 5 square meters big. A small counter was at the side to store things in. There's also a small bed for the innkeeper. It was clear how hardworking he is. At this time, in this small space were 2 people. One of them was a bulky person that was 2 meters tall. On his back was a large axe. He held the innkeeper's shirt as if he was holding a chicken. He was very close to hitting the innkeeper. Hearing footsteps, the pale innkeeper and the person turned their heads towards Zhao Hai. Seeing the two, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, how about placing the boss down? This junior brother has something to ask him. It's not too late to fight after I deal with my matter." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the innkeeper and the man were shocked. The man loosened his hand, causing the innkeeper to fall to the ground. Both of them looked at Zhao Hai, seemingly not understanding what he meant. It took quite some time for the two to respond. The man gave Zhao Hai a cold gaze and said, "Kid, who are you? You dare command this senior? Are you tired of living?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother has misunderstood. I don't intend to intrude on your business. I just want to ask the boss something." "Senior brother, please wait for a moment." The man sneered, "Kid, you dare? If I don't stop, what would you do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can't do anything." "But senior brother, this is the territory of the Tyrant Blade sect. Although the boss is immortal, he opened a shop in Maze Town. Naturally, he will be under the sect's protection. If you do anything to him, you will be slapping the face of the Tyrant Blade sect." "Do you really want to offend the Tyrant Blade sect?" The man coldly snorted and said, "How the Tyrant Blade sect deals with me, that will be known later." On the other hand, since you're too nosy and couldn't mind your own business, you will suffer the consequences. Since you said that we can't fight inside the city, then let's go outside. Let this uncle teach you a lesson." Zhao Hai's eyes momentarily flashed a cold light. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Since senior brother says so, then how could this junior brother decline?" The man sneered and walked out of the inn. Seeing the man's arrogant look, Zhao Hai sneered inside. After leaving the inn, the two walked out of the town. Zhao Hai walked a step behind the man. Looking at the sneer on the man's face, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think that something wasn't right. Even if someone has a grudge against the Tyrant Blade sect, they wouldn't carelessly go to the sect's territory to cause trouble. The Tyrant Blade sect has always been known for being unforgiving against its enemies. Even a sect like the Imperial Beast sect wouldn't dare cause any trouble in the Tyrant Blade sect's territory. Otherwise, the Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't let them off. Also, the man's timing seems to be too coincidental. He pestered the innkeeper and refused to leave. But just as Zhao Hai spoke, he immediately latched onto him. It seemed like Zhao Hai was his real target. The man looked like he didn't have a plan, but after listening to his words, Zhao Hai knew that he was plotting something. In this case, if Zhao Hai is still clueless, then he would be stupid. It didn't take long before the two left the town. However, the man continued to walk. At the same time, he paid close attention to Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai was still following him, the man was relieved. Soon after, the two arrived on a hill. The hill wasn't tall. It was full of rocks and devoid of plants. The hill was about 100 kilometers away from Maze Town. The man looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "People have been saying that the Tyrant Blade sect's Zhao Hai is fierce. But in my opinion, he's an idiot. To be so easily swindled, you're really stupid." Zhao Hai wasn't offended by the man's words. He just smiled and said, "You're from the Imperial Beast sect, right? Why, did those guys from the Sword Hegemon sect tell you how powerful I was? How many of you came this time?" As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, the man couldn't help but gawk. Then his complexion changed. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to reveal his status that easily. It seems like Zhao Hai has known long ago that he was being baited. Despite this, the man coldly snorted, looking like he disdained Zhao Hai's existence. But his eyes gazed warily at the surroundings. Seeing this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to look around. It's just me." "Are you scared?" The man sneered and said, "Me? Scared? The Sword Hegemon sect are fools. They can't even deal with you using 10 people. Today, I'll let you know the strength of the Imperial Beast sect." After he said that, the man let out a roar. Then all around the hill, several roars were heard. Before long, several people appeared on the desolate hill and surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could count 7 people, less than the attackers from the Sword Hegemon sect. However, among these 7 people, 2 of them were Earth Monarchs while the rest were at the Soul Fusion stage. The Imperial Beast sect's attack team wasn't any weaker than the Sword Hegemon sect's. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed, but the smile on his face didn't fade. He could see from the people sent by the Imperial Beast sect that the 2 allies don't seem to be as peaceful as they look. For the Imperial Beast sect to send such a lineup only means that they want to suppress the Sword Hegemon sect. However, this was also good. With an internal competition between the 2 sects, the Tyrant Blade sect was safe from the 2 sects working together. This was good news for the Tyrant Blade sect. As for the current situation, it wasn't good for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Imperial Beast sect and sneered. "What? The Imperial Beast sect won't deal with me using demon beasts? You're actually attacking me yourselves?" The person who brought Zhao Hai over laughed and said, "To deal with you, there's no need to use demon beasts. Everyone, attack." Then the man took his big axe and began to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Not using demon beasts? HMPH, let's see how you deal with me." Then Zhao Hai took his blade out and used the 8-gate golden lock technique. As soon as the 8-gate golden lock technique was used, 8 gates appeared around Zhao Hai. The faces of the attackers couldn't help but change. These people knew that this would only happen when a technique was practiced to a very high realm. They couldn't help but be stunned. However, they were only stunned for a moment. They continued to wield their weapons to attack Zhao Hai. The weapons used by the people of the Imperial Beast sect varied, but they were commonly heavy weapons. Although their techniques weren't as profound as Zhao Hai's, they have all reached major perfection. Along with their cultivation levels, their attacks were stronger than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about these. With the 8-gate golden lock technique, his body was firmly protected. At this time, his clone appeared and used a metal element technique, the 100 Blades technique. The people from the Imperial Beast sect soon discovered that Zhao Hai's cooperation with his clone was too perfect, be it offense or defense. They were well coordinated. Not only did Zhao Hai and his clone defend well, their attacks also weren't weak. By this point, the people of the Imperial Beast sect understood how Zhao Hai was able to repel the Sword Hegemon sect. Besides his clone, there was also Zhao Hai's undead. But until now, Zhao Hai hasn't released his undead. This meant that Zhao Hai was still holding back. This caused their expressions to turn ugly. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the attacker's appearance. He doesn't believe that disciples of the Imperial Beast sect wouldn't bring demon beasts with them. As long as the beasts weren't used, they would continue to be a threat. Therefore, Zhao Hai refrained from releasing his undead. He was waiting for the other party to show their aces first. Sure enough, seeing that Zhao Hai was still fighting, the leader of the attackers reached out towards his waist. There were several small pouches on the leader's waist. These pouches seemed to be made from leather. The leader patted one of the pouches. With this action, a heaven-shaking roar was heard. Then a tiger appeared on the leader's side. The tiger had golden fur and black stripes. As soon as the tiger appeared, it let out a loud roar. It was without a doubt a king of beasts. Chapter 2041, each with their own tricks. As soon as the tiger came out, its eyes were fixated on Zhao Hai. The tiger roared and leapt towards Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's 8 gates weren't easy to deal with. The tiger's attack had no effect. But at the same time, the tiger's defenses were very strong. Zhao Hai's blade also couldn't do anything to it. When the other people from the Imperial Beast sect saw their leader release the tiger, they were no longer polite and released their own beasts. These beasts came in all forms. Some of them even released 2 beasts. All in all, the 7 attackers released 10 demon beasts. 7 opponents suddenly turned into 17. Beasts from the Imperial Beast sect were formidable. They weren't any weaker compared to cultivators. In this case, Zhao Hai's defenses experienced more difficulties. At this time, Zhao Hai also released his own undead. However, he didn't release a lot of undead. He only showed the 4 undead from the Sword Hegemon sect. Although their strength has been greatly demoted, they were still able to reduce the pressure on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai paid attention to the people from the Imperial Beast sect. He discovered that although they were catching their breaths, their eyes were very calm. It can be seen that they haven't gone all out. So Zhao Hai didn't make any drastic moves. He's waiting to see what other cards they have. Zhao Hai already had experience fighting against people from the Imperial Beast sect. The same was true for the Sword Hegemon sect. Disciples of the Sword Hegemon sect were similar to the disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect. While the Tyrant Blade sect focused heavily on the blade, the Sword Hegemon sect were sword purists. Longsword, short sword, double-handed broadsword, rapiers. The sect was filled with sword masters. As for the Imperial Beast sect, they were different from the Sword Hegemon sect. The attacks of the disciples of the Imperial Beast sect have the essences of the beasts. The same was true for their movement techniques and their cultivation methods. Their imitation of the demon beasts could be easily seen. Similar to how Zhao Hai developed his 100 Beasts fist, it seems like the people of the Imperial Beast sect also took inspiration from demon beasts. As they fought, Zhao Hai was observing the attacks of the Imperial Beast sect. Their offense was very formidable. However, Zhao Hai was certain that this wasn't their full strength. Although he didn't know why the Imperial Beast sect did this, he didn't take them lightly. He defended against the attacks with all his strength. At the same time, he was preparing for any emergencies. Zhao Hai released undead to help him, but because he intentionally limited their strength, his situation wasn't too good. Zhao Hai and his clone used the 8-gate golden lock technique to defend. However, this meant that only their defenses were strong. Their attacks were lacking. Even so, the people from the Imperial Beast sect discovered that they couldn't break through Zhao Hai's defenses. Even the 2 Earth Monarchs were having a hard time. This wasn't because Zhao Hai's cultivation was strong, but it was completely because of Zhao Hai's skill with the blade. Zhao Hai's blade techniques were formidable. He had practiced them to the highest level. Although his blade techniques have yet to be integrated with each other, Zhao Hai was still a threat when he used a blade technique on its own. Techniques that were practiced to a high degree couldn't be underestimated. The higher one's achievement on a technique, The more layers it added to the technique's effectiveness, a high enough achievement could even double a technique's effects. Since Zhao Hai already practiced the 8 Gates Golden Lock technique to the highest level, its defenses were more than double of its original. It was precisely because of this increase that the people from the Imperial Beast sect were having a hard time breaking through Zhao Hai's defense. The man who lured Zhao Hai out couldn't help but frown when he saw this situation. Then with a serious tone, he commanded, "Go all out and deal with him as soon as possible. We don't want to be discovered by the Tyrant Blade sect." As soon as the others heard this, they immediately reached out to their waists and released their demon beasts. Then they all attacked Zhao Hai at the same time. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the attackers were now getting serious. However, he didn't follow along and revealed his cards. He continued defending with his full strength. The attackers were getting anxious. Although it was said that Maze Town's branch of the Tyrant Blade sect was turning a blind eye to the violence happening outside the town, it still depended on who was fighting. The Imperial Beast sect was aware that Zhao Hai was going out for his trial. Moreover, it was the special trial of the Tyrant Blade sect. Even in the Tyrant Blade sect, only a few people knew that Zhao Hai had broken through to the clone stage. Therefore, the branch hall in Maze Town shouldn't be aware that it was Zhao Hai who was fighting. However, one shouldn't forget the status of Zhao Hai's attackers. Even if they didn't know Zhao Hai, the attackers were still from the Imperial Beast sect. The Tyrant Blade sect's relationship with the Imperial Beast sect was quite bad. If the people of the Tyrant Blade sect see that the Imperial Beast sect were outside Maze Town and were causing trouble, they would no doubt insert their foot. Because of this, the leader of the attackers were beginning to worry. If they cannot deal with Zhao Hai in a short time and the Tyrant Blade sect decides to get involved, then they would be in trouble. The Imperial Beast sect's attacks became more fierce, but they were also beginning to become impatient. Their focus was fully on their attack. They completely ignored defending against Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's eyes turned bright as he saw an opportunity. His Dao avatar clone suddenly appeared behind an Imperial Beast sect cultivator and stabbed him in the heart. As his heart was crushed, the cultivator let out a pitiful cry. He wanted to take a look at his attacker, but he didn't see them. The yell of the cultivator alarmed the rest of the Imperial Beast sect cultivators. They looked over and saw that one of them had already fallen down. The mouth of their fallen comrade was frothing with blood. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to last long. As soon as this person died, the demon beasts they controlled were released and quickly lost control. They all jumped towards Zhao Hai like crazy. This caused the other beasts to retreat. At this moment, another cultivator let out a roar. The others looked at him and saw that he was despairing over a rhinoceros demon beast. His face was very pale. The cultivators from the Imperial Beast sect knew that the rhinoceros was his demon beast. It must be known that cultivators from the Imperial Beast sect hold a special connection with their demon beasts. They don't treat their demon beasts like slaves. Instead, they were treated as brothers, as relatives. Cultivators will even attach a fragment of their soul into their beasts. So if something happens to their beast, the master would also be injured. Naturally, not all beasts have souls attached to them. Each Imperial Beast sect cultivator would have their own natal beast. Only the natal beast would have a soul attached to them. The rhinoceros was an example of a natal beast. Now that it was killed, the effect on its cultivator was big. What made the cultivator the most angry was that he doesn't know what killed his natal beast. This caused him to turn crazy. The Imperial Beast sect cultivator gave out a furious roar as he attacked Zhao Hai. Even blind people would know that the death of his natal beast has something to do with Zhao Hai. It meant that Zhao Hai killed his brother. How could the cultivators stay calm? Moreover, now that his natal beast has died, his cultivation would be deeply affected. His soul was also damaged. Later on, it would be difficult for him to cultivate. In this case, it was no wonder that the cultivator was going all out against Zhao Hai. The other attackers couldn't help but change their expressions. Then they began to pay attention to their surroundings. But because of this distraction, their attacks were affected. This doesn't mean that Zhao Hai was more relaxed. The cultivator who lost his natal beast as well as the beast whose master was killed were attacking Zhao Hai with all they have. Instead of being relaxed, Zhao Hai was even more pressured. At this time, the beast and the cultivator who was killed suddenly stood up and attacked. The sudden attack caused the crazed beast and cultivator to be caught off guard. The beast that turned crazy was immediately killed by its previous owner, while the cultivator who lost his natal beast was severely injured. Seeing this, the attacker's expression changed and turned uglier. They managed to save the cultivator, but the demon beast that had been killed was immediately turned into undead. Zhao Hai's side originally had 3 undead, but now, he has an additional undead cultivator and 2 undead beasts. At the same time, he managed to injure another cultivator. This meant that the side from the Imperial Beast sect had lost 4. This realization caused the people from the Imperial Beast sect to be annoyed. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so powerful. Before this, they were confident that they could kill Zhao Hai, but now, it is becoming more and more impossible. The man who led Zhao Hai out of the town had a look of resentment as he looked at Zhao Hai who was being besieged by beasts. But he has no other way. They had exhausted almost all of their options, yet they still couldn't deal with Zhao Hai. In this case, wanting to keep Zhao Hai here for longer would be difficult. As the man looked at the 2 undead beasts as well as the Imperial Beast sect cultivator, his expression turned even uglier. At this moment, a change happened in the surroundings. Several Zhao Hai's appeared next to the beasts. Their blades attacked the moment they appeared. The man's complexion changed as he roared, "Be careful." There was no need for him to shout for others to notice. They had already been sneak attacked multiple times. They weren't stupid. Therefore, the moment the Zhao Hai clones appeared, they quickly responded and retaliated. But when they managed to defend, the Zhao Hai clone just disappeared. Chapter 2042, Entering the Maze. A clone? The people from the Imperial Beast sect understood that Zhao Hai was using clones to attack. However, these clones weren't made from the clone stage, but instead clones created using a clone technique. To be honest, techniques like the cloning technique weren't necessarily good things in the true spirit realm. So as soon as they saw the clones that were attacking them, the people from the Imperial Beast sect felt that their lungs were about to explode. They never thought that they would suffer such heavy losses against a backwater technique like the cloning technique. The leader's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to go mad, he suddenly noticed someone near him being heavily injured by an undead. Hai's complexion changed. Then he took a deep breath to calm himself. After calming down, the leader discovered that Zhao Hai's clones were different from the clones created by other clone techniques. In the true spirit realm, clone techniques were divided into 2. The first type was illusion clones. The clones created by these techniques would look like a real person. However, these clones were merely projections without any offensive means. If you attack them, the attack would only pass through. The second type of clone technique created physical clones. These clones could attack people. However, their attacks weren't very strong. They also won't disappear like illusion clones. However, Zhao Hai's clones were neither of the 2. Unlike the 2 types of clones, Zhao Hai's clones were as strong as him. They could attack and their offensive strength was quite strong. This was the first time the leader saw clones that were this strong. In addition to having a physical form, Zhao Hai's clones could also be hidden, which was an ability that physical clones don't have. Physical clones, once separated from the owner's body, couldn't be hidden. These clones would usually be on the side of the cultivator and act under their command. However, Zhao Hai's clones could appear anywhere in the battlefield and attack people, before disappearing. Such clones weren't seen before. Lastly, the clones that were created by Zhao Hai's cloning technique were very hard to detect using spiritual force. It must be known that the spiritual force of the leader wasn't weak. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to get close to him without being detected. He could pinpoint the location of anyone within several kilometers. Even if someone suddenly appeared beside them, his instincts would immediately activate and move his body. However, Zhao Hai's clones were different. His clones were very difficult to detect. It seems like the clones had a natural cloaking ability. Now, the leader understood how his comrades got killed. Such clones were very good for sneak attacks. The leader looked at Zhao Hai, who was still being besieged. Zhao Hai didn't look flustered at all, let alone showing signs of being tired. The leader knew that they would never be able to do anything to him. Not to mention Zhao Hai's other skills, his clones were enough to cause a headache. The clones prevented them from using all of their focus on offense. At the same time, Zhao Hai's defenses were formidable. In this case, it was impossible to do anything to Zhao Hai. Although he was very unwilling, the leader knew that if they didn't retreat at this time, more and more people would fall. When the time comes, even retreating wouldn't be possible. In the leader's opinion, the reason they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai wasn't because their strength wasn't enough, but because they didn't know what cards Zhao Hai had. Therefore, they weren't prepared. If they were allowed more time, then they might be able to complete their mission. Thinking of this, the leader clenched his teeth and said, "Brothers, it's time to stop." Zhao Hai, don't be proud. Remember this day. I'll make sure to return this disgrace twofold. Let's go. After saying that, the people from the Imperial Beast sect retreated. Similar to the Sword Hegemon sect, Zhao Hai didn't pursue them. He won without exposing too much of his cards. If he pursued and provoked the people from the Imperial Beast sect, then he might suffer some losses. In fact, the clones that the Imperial Beast sect cultivators saw by the end were specifically set up by Zhao Hai. Although creating clones was easy, their offensive strength isn't as strong as clones created from Dao avatars. Zhao Hai did this to convince the people from the Imperial Beast sect that he was using clone techniques, not Dao avatars. Zhao Hai's multiple clones were his ace, so naturally he wouldn't expose it this early. He used his clones in this way so that the attackers couldn't comprehend which was true or false. Seeing that the Imperial Beast sect cultivators have been hoodwinked and left, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. His face finally showed a weary expression. When he was fighting against the Imperial Beast sect, he made sure that he seemed relaxed to fool them. Now that Zhao Hai was safe, he finally showed his exhaustion. However, the weary look on Zhao Hai's face quickly vanished. He took a deep breath and rushed back towards Maze Town. This time, he used a movement technique. Before long, he returned to Maze Town. After returning to Pleasant Stay Inn, Zhao Hai walked inside and then went to the innkeeper. When the boss saw Zhao Hai, he immediately welcomed him as he bowed and said, "Mr. has come back." This old man has been worried to death. This old man thanks Mr. for his great kindness. "Mr., please accept this old man's bow of gratitude." Hearing the innkeeper, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Boss, you don't need to be polite. Actually, I don't even need to make a move. That person can't act unreasonable for long. After all, this is the territory of the Tyrant Blade sect." The innkeeper smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. might not know, although the Tyrant Blade sect protects us, but the person just now left after the fight. The Tyrant Blade sect won't know where they went. They won't be punished for harassing mortals like us. We encounter such things once in a while, but those people don't dare kill people in the town. If they kill someone, the branch master will deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded. "It's good that boss is protected. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading to my room." The innkeeper nodded and then led Zhao Hai upstairs to his room. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Hai sat on his bed and controlled his breathing. He wanted to restore his peak condition as soon as possible. At the same time, he paid attention to his clone inside the space. The Dao avatar has already been condensed and is now being turned into a clone. Once this clone produces its own Dao avatars and condensed it, Zhao Hai would have another clone. Ever since he thought of this plan, Zhao Hai paid great attention to his clones. Zhao Hai knew that the better he cultivates his clones, the stronger he would be in the future. Nothing happened in Maze Town in the next several days. However, more and more cultivators arrived in the town. Naturally, all of them were here to enter the underground labyrinth. Zhao Hai spent most of his time in his room, cultivating. And finally, on the day before the auction for the underground labyrinth, Zhao Hai managed to create another clone. With the creation of this clone, Zhao Hai now has 3 clones. In addition to his main body, This meant that Zhao Hai now has 4 bodies that can cultivate. Naturally, his cultivation speed would be significantly increased. Only Zhao Hai could be so brazen to create 3 clones. If other people split their souls 4 ways, they would no doubt die. However, after condensing this clone, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to create another one in a short time. First, because he needs his soul to recover. Second, he needs to adapt to the feeling of controlling multiple clones at the same time. Otherwise, he would be left with a lot of clones without knowing how to make full use of its advantages. This would be wasteful. So Zhao Hai planned to take things slow. While Zhao Hai was getting used to his clones, the bidding for the underground maze slots quietly arrived. This bidding didn't happen in an auction room, but instead on the square inches front of the Tyrant Blade Sex branch hall. The square inches front of the Tyrant Blade Sex branch hall was very big. Even 10,000 people wouldn't be able to make it crowded. When Zhao Hai arrived, there was already a sea of people. There was a hum of discussion, but the square wasn't noisy. This was because the square was surrounded by 2 teams from the Tyrant Blade sect. The 2 teams might only comprise 40 people, but they were disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect. Nobody dared to be boisterous and offend them. Zhao Hai found a spot for himself on the square and looked at the branch hall of the Tyrant Blade sect. The branch hall wasn't big, but it had a decorative archway as its entrance. On the archway were the characters for Tyrant Blade sect. Maze Town Branch Hall. Zhao Hai looked around the square and discovered that most of the participants were at the clone stage and the soul fusion stage. Occasionally, there would be rebirth stage cultivators, but they were few and far between. At this time, a group of people came out from the branch hall. The person in front of the group was an old man, but he wasn't that old, probably only 50 years old. Of course, to cultivators, you can't judge their age from their appearance. When the group reached the archway, the old man scanned the square. There were several thousand people present. It was a lot of people. The old man gave a nod as he gave a happy expression. Then he said, "Everyone, I believe you already know the process. If you want to enter the underground labyrinth, there are only 2 rules. The first is that you must be under the Earth Monarch stage, and second, you need to bid for the slot. Then I will no longer waste my breath. We're accepting bids for the first slot." Just as the old man finished speaking, a voice was heard. 100 jade essence, 200, 300, 500, 1,000 jade essence. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the bidding ended here. He thought that the several thousand people would fight tooth and nail for the quota. Who would have thought that people would no longer increase the price once it reached 1,000? The Tyrant Blade sect elder was very satisfied with the price. He said, "Friend who bid 1,000 jade essences, please come and get your token. Congratulations, you have obtained a slot to enter the underground labyrinth." There was a cheer among the crowd. A cultivator immediately went to the old man. He handed a spatial bag to the old man and received a token in exchange. Then a cultivator from the Tyrant Blade sect invited the man to the branch hall. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the person was going to use the branch hall's transmission formation to enter the underground labyrinth. Zhao Hai didn't think that they could enter the labyrinth the moment they paid for their slot. After the man left, the elder continued. The second slot. The crowd didn't hesitate as someone announced, 300 jade essence. Zhao Hai didn't wait for the others to bid, he immediately shouted, 1,000 jade essences. After Zhao Hai announced his bid, the crowd turned quiet. People turned to Zhao Hai with an angry look. Naturally, they were discontented with Zhao Hai ramping up the price so quickly. Zhao Hai didn't care. He looked around the crowd to see if there was anyone else who wanted to increase the price, but everyone kept quiet. At this moment, the elder said, "Friend who bid 1,000 jade essences, please come here to take your token." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he went to the elder and handed a spatial bag. After the elder received the spatial bag, he gave a jade token to Zhao Hai. After that, Zhao Hai was taken into the branch office by a Tyrant Blade sect disciple. Zhao Hai could see that the person who was taking him was an inner disciple. He had a blade token on his waist. Moreover, his strength was at the Earth Monarch stage. The Tyrant Blade sect's inner disciple didn't speak a single word. On the contrary, his face had a proud expression. As he looked at Zhao Hai, He couldn't help but let out a small laugh, but he didn't say any word. Sure enough, as he expected, when the two entered the branch hall, a row of transmission formations was seen. Each formation wasn't big, just enough for one or two people. The inner disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect pointed towards the transmission formation and said, "Enter the transmission formation. Remember, you can stay in the labyrinth as long as you want. If you want to come out, you can crush the Jade Token. Once inside, you will be responsible for your life and death." Zhao Hai nodded and then stood on the transmission formation. The inner disciple immediately activated the formation, and with a flash of white light Zhao Hai disappeared. The next moment, Zhao Hai appeared inside a large cave. Seeing the cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the cave looked much like the caves that had been dug out by the bug race. There were also plenty of transmission formations in the cave. There were even bloodstains on some of the formations. Zhao Hai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He took his blade and then carefully looked at his surroundings. At this time, a malevolent wind approached the back of Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai dodged to the side, then he used his blade to slash towards the attacker. Chapter 2043, Unorthodox Weapon. Clang. Zhao Hai's blade seems to have hit something. Despite knocking the projectile away, Zhao Hai's face wasn't looking good. This was because the power behind that projectile was very strong. Zhao Hai didn't stop as he proceeded to dodge over and over. At this moment, he was already leaning against the cave wall. This way, he wasn't afraid of someone sneaking up behind him. Zhao Hai also saw the projectile that attacked him. It was a throwing knife. The throwing knife was bigger than what Zhao Hai saw before. It was more like a dagger. Looking at the direction the throwing knife came from, Zhao Hai coldly shouted, "Who's there? Come out." Someone's cold snort was heard. Then a figure walked out from a small pathway. This person had a scimitar in his hand. The scimitar had a very large curve, looking almost like a sickle. It was an unorthodox weapon. Such weapons weren't easy to use. Each of these weapons had a specific method of usage and was difficult to practice. But in return, once it was mastered, unorthodox weapons could display more complex attacks than normal weapons. Looking at the cultivator who owned the scimitar, Zhao Hai remembered that he was the person who entered the labyrinth before him. It seems like as soon as he entered the cave, he immediately found a place to hide. His plan was to ambush cultivators who followed behind him, and since Zhao Hai was the second person who won the slot, he was the first one to be attacked. The cultivator with the scimitar sneered at Zhao Hai. "Kid, will you kill yourself or do you want me to kill you?" "To be honest, my favorite hobby is torturing people. If you don't kill yourself, I'll cut your flesh bit by bit. Then you will bleed until the last drop and then you'll die." Zhao Hai raised his brow and replied, "I won't lie to you, but I like to turn my enemies into undead. They will become my slaves and make them work for me every day." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really know how to talk. I didn't think you would fight back. All right then, suffer to death." After saying that, the cultivator used his scimitar to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his blade and used the 8-gate Golden Lock Blade. The 8-gate Golden Lock Blade was originally a technique focused on defense. Therefore, there weren't a lot of offensive moves in the technique. Zhao Hai was quite defensive and hardly attacked. The battle evolved into an offensive and defensive battle with Zhao Hai on the defense and the enemy at the offense. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show disdain. It must be known that scimitars were very hard to defend against. Plenty of people already fell under the blade of his scimitar. In the cultivator's mind, even if Zhao Hai went full defense, he wouldn't be able to last long. Zhao Hai would be killed sooner or later. However, the cultivator didn't know that Zhao Hai's actions weren't because he couldn't attack. Instead, he was using this opportunity to observe the actions of a scimitar user. The scimitar has blades on both sides, and with its curved form, its attack paths were very weird. Even if Zhao Hai practiced the 8-gate Golden Lock Blade to the highest level, he was still doing all he could to defend. The scimitar-wielding cultivator was startled deep inside. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's defensive capabilities to be so strong. Despite attacking for a long time, he still wasn't able to break through Zhao Hai's defense. At this time, a transmission formation suddenly lit up. Another cultivator appeared in the cave. Seeing the battle between Zhao Hai and the scimitar-wielding cultivator, the person's eyes flashed with surprise. But he didn't bother with their battle and immediately exited through a side path. Zhao Hai and his opponent were stunned when they saw this, but they quickly returned their focus on their battle. But they also understood that they needed to end this battle as soon as possible. More cultivators would arrive soon, and if the two were exhausted with their battle, then the others would be able to get a huge bargain. Thinking of this, the scimitar-wielding cultivator couldn't help but strengthen his attacks. At the same time, Zhao Hai no longer blindly defended and began to counter-attack. Once Zhao Hai began to attack, his opponent immediately understood that Zhao Hai had been saving his strength. He coldly snorted. Then a person looking exactly like him appeared. This new person was naturally a clone. Then the clone began to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. His clone also appeared beside him. The two clones began to fight each other. This development caused the scimitar-wielding cultivator's expression to change. Zhao Hai's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. The scimitar-wielding cultivator also began to defend. This caused the battle to enter a stalemate. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. The scimitar-wielding cultivator had the feeling of extreme danger coming from behind him. He stared. Then he immediately moved his body to evade. However, the attack came too quickly. He wouldn't be able to avoid it. Pooh! The sound of a blade entering a body was heard. The scimitar-wielding cultivator looked down on his left arm and saw a throwing knife going through it. The cultivator's complexion changed. This was because the throwing knife belonged to him. Knowing that he stunned his enemy, Zhao Hai immediately used his blade to slash their throat. The scimitar-wielding cultivator's blood showered out. A gurgling sound was heard from his throat. The cultivator let go of his scimitar to stop the bleeding. However, his efforts failed. At this time, the cultivator's clone disappeared. This marked the death of the scimitar-wielding cultivator. Zhao Hai looked at the corpse in front of him with a serious expression. He received the corpse and turned it into an undead. Just now, when Zhao Hai dealt with the cultivator, he didn't use his Dao avatar. This was because he knew that there was another person in the next cave watching the battle. He couldn't expose his cards. Therefore, he only used his metal divergent ability to control the throwing knife that the scimitar-wielding cultivator used in the start. The scimitar-wielding cultivator's reaction wasn't quick enough, which allowed Zhao Hai to injure him using the throwing knife. And when he saw that his own throwing knife was used against him, the cultivator was stunned. This allowed Zhao Hai to deal the killing blow. After receiving the scimitar-wielding cultivator's body, Zhao Hai turned his head towards the cultivator that was hiding. Then he coldly snorted and disappeared into a nearby passage, vanishing from sight. In the cave that Zhao Hai looked over, a person's figure slowly appeared. He glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and then to the direction Zhao Hai disappeared in. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then he retreated back into the cave and disappeared. The cultivator left because he could see how terrifying Zhao Hai was. He knew that if he faced Zhao Hai, then it would be difficult to see who would win or lose. There was also Zhao Hai's metal element ability. This fact scared the cultivator. In the past, Zhao Hai developed a fighting technique that utilizes his different divergent abilities. However, he rarely used it. He wanted to focus on the blade techniques of the Tyrant Blade sect and then slowly integrate them to his fighting technique. This would greatly improve his combat strength. Since Zhao Hai has yet to be a master of the blade, it was still impossible for him to integrate his fighting technique with his blade techniques. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai barely used his abilities against his enemies in the true spirit realm. He only used his blade in battle. Zhao Hai didn't care what the cultivator thought. He only knew that the cultivator wasn't strong. At most, he was at the peak of the clone stage. If he was strong, he wouldn't have needed to hide. Instead, he would have directly dealt with him and the scimitar-wielding cultivator. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't decide to chase. And just like Zhao Hai thought, the cultivator immediately left when the battle ended. Zhao Hai doesn't plan on camping the transmission formations to hunt the others. That was boring. With how large the labyrinth was, Zhao Hai wouldn't worry about not finding any opponents to fight. There was no need to stay and wait. Also, Zhao Hai wanted to take a look at the underground labyrinth. After traversing through multiple caves and passages, Zhao Hai could finally determine that the labyrinth looked very much like the hives that the bug race dug out. It was a series of holes connected with thin passageways. The passageways went in all kinds of directions. It was worthy of being called an underground labyrinth. What confused Zhao Hai was that the labyrinth wasn't dark. The cave walls glistened with blue light. This made the caves look more mysterious. Zhao Hai also had the space examine the cavern. He wanted to see if there were any radioactive materials in the cave. It must be known that radiation wasn't good for human bodies. To Zhao Hai's relief, the space wasn't able to detect any radiation from the cave. The source of the blue light was an unknown element. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and immediately dug some of the wall to be sent to the space. Besides the special earth on the cave walls, Zhao Hai didn't discover anything special. He wasn't worried. He continued to explore the caves. As he moved forward, he suddenly stopped. This was because he noticed a stinky smell. It was a smell that was produced from a decaying corpse. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He walked toward the source of the smell. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhao Hai arrived at the source. In a small passage was a corpse. Beside the corpse was a long sword. The body of the sword had a special sheen. In one glance, one could see that it wasn't an ordinary product. Chapter 2044. Natural divine strength. Seeing a corpse wasn't anything strange. What's strange was the fact that the sword was still present. No matter who looks at it, the sword looks special. Anyone who killed the cultivator should have taken it. It was strange that the sword remained. Zhao Hai looked around him. Then he waved his hand. The ground fluctuated before the corpse and the sword were buried. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, he heard a loud voice. "Kid, stop. You ruined this uncle's setup. And now you want to leave?" Zhao Hai looked over and saw a cultivator appearing. Zhao Hai thought that the man who called him over would be a huge man, but looking at it now, this doesn't seem to be the case. The cultivator was skinny and small, only about 1.5 meters tall. He wore black warrior clothing with his blade on his back. Besides his face, his whole body was wrapped with cloth. This person's face surprised Zhao Hai. He was thin, but he had a beard that grew to his waist. He looked funny. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't react, the person looked at him with an ugly expression. The man knew that he didn't look good, but it was precisely because of this that he was very concerned about how people looked at him. As long as someone gives him a strange look, he would immediately take their lives. The man coldly snorted and said, "Kid, this uncle is fishing for prey, but you actually buried my bait. But this is also good. You have taken the bait. It will only take me a moment to dig it out." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator. The corners of his mouth lifted up as he replied, "You're really confident. Do you really think that you can deal with me?" The man laughed. "A trivial clone stage cultivator dared to talk back to me? Kid, I don't know if I should commend your courage or your foolishness." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator. To be honest, the cultivator also wasn't very strong. He was just at the soul fusion stage. Naturally, soul fusion cultivators were stronger than clone stage cultivators. Although clones could cultivate and help during fights, it was still a separate entity from the main body, and they can't pass their cultivation to the main body. On the other hand, cultivators in the soul fusion stage have divided souls. Once combined, the soul of the main body and the clone could work together. This would allow the cultivator to use 2 people's worth of cultivation. Therefore, it was very hard for a clone stage cultivator to defend against a soul fusion cultivator. Both in terms of cultivation and soul power, clone stage cultivators couldn't compare to soul fusion cultivators. But for a soul fusion cultivator to deal with Zhao Hai, it would be quite hard. Soul fusion cultivators might have more spiritual chi, but Zhao Hai's blade technique could make up for this gap. As for the recovery speed, soul fusion cultivators might not be as fast as Zhao Hai. If the 2 sides were at a stalemate, the soul fusion cultivator would run out of energy first. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't treat the soul fusion cultivators seriously. Naturally, the cultivator noticed Zhao Hai's nonchalant expression. It seems like Zhao Hai didn't put him in his eyes. This greatly offended the cultivator. He couldn't help but roar, "Kid, You're no more than a clone stage cultivator, but you dare to look down on me? Die." As he said that, the cultivator took his blade and slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also took his blade out and clashed with the enemy. When the two weapons connected, Zhao Hai felt a powerful force going against him. He couldn't help but take 7 to 8 steps back. The result of the clash shocked Zhao Hai. Although he wasn't using his full power, he knew that his strength was greater than average cultivators, and yet, he was driven back by the thin-looking man. Moreover, he was driven back using pure strength. Zhao Hai looked blankly at the cultivator. Since he doesn't want to expose his strength, he wouldn't go all out whenever he fought against normal cultivators. He would only use his special techniques against cultivators he deemed a threat. He didn't expect the skinny man to have natural divine strength. His blade actually made Zhao Hai's hand numb. After attacking once, the man didn't continue attacking. Instead, he stood triumphantly as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, how does it feel? Ha ha ha. Now you know how powerful this uncle is. You better kill yourself. At least your body will be left intact. Otherwise, this uncle will cut off your head." Looking at the skinny cultivator, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "It has been a long time since I've faced a strong cultivator. It seems like I'll have fun this time." After saying that, Zhao Hai stood still. Then his body changed as he grew taller to more than 2 meters tall. The muscles of his whole body became more accentuated. His whole body also began to shine with a bronze light. This was the demon subjugation method's strongest state, Vajra transformation. This transforms the user's body into a powerful Vajra that could subdue and eliminate demons. Seeing Zhao Hai's body transform, the skinny cultivator's complexion changed. He was born with divine strength. Although he was skinny and small, he had the strength of a dragon. The blade in his hand might not be long, but it was made out of a special heavy metal. Whenever he fought against people, he would almost always win by force. Even if he faced people with higher cultivation, it would be impossible for them to defeat him with strength. Zhao Hai's transformation gave the skinny cultivator huge pressure, because in addition to those with innate gifts like him, people who were muscular were generally confident in their physical strength. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai transform into a muscular giant, the skinny man knew that Zhao Hai used a technique to increase his strength. Besides his body, Zhao Hai's weapon also changed. His long blade changed into a ghost head broadsword. The handle of ghost head broadsword wasn't long, but its length of half a meter was just enough for Zhao Hai to use with his 2 hands. Zhao Hai held the ghost head broadsword sideways right next to his eyes. He looked at the skinny cultivator and said, "Since you are born with divine strength, let's see who is stronger, you or me." After he said that, Zhao Hai roared and attacked. The complexion of the skinny cultivator changed. He also lifted his blade to defend. When the two weapons connected, a huge sound was heard. The entire cave shook and some dust began to rain down. Zhao Hai didn't stop with just one attack. The two continuously exchanged blows, one huge and one small. The sound of their battle was extremely loud. This was a competition of pure strength. Zhao Hai and the skinny man have completely disregarded any techniques. They were only concerned about their weapons overwhelming the other party. The two fought for an unknown period of time. The skinny cultivator was beginning to feel the effects of Zhao Hai's strength. Although he had innate divine strength, he never fought against someone like Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's transformed body, his reach has become longer and his lungs could hold more air. This allowed him to gain a physical advantage against a soul fusion cultivator. Despite fighting for more than 200 rounds, the skinny cultivator couldn't get any advantages. Instead, he was being pushed back by Zhao Hai. To be honest, the skinny cultivator was beginning to feel regret. He really regretted provoking Zhao Hai. He didn't think Zhao Hai would be this hard to deal with. Even if he used his full strength, he still wasn't able to do anything to Zhao Hai. If he knew about this before, he would have left Zhao Hai alone. Zhao Hai also saw that the skinny cultivator was about to run out of energy. Zhao Hai was using a Buddhist technique. Buddhist techniques focus on endurance more than anything. All Buddhist cultivators had long breaths and powerful veins. Their cultivation methods were the same. Because of this, Zhao Hai's resilience was at a high level. He would never lose against anyone in a protracted battle. And now, the skinny cultivator was about to lose to Zhao Hai's endurance. Zhao Hai wasn't a saint, especially to his enemies. Seeing that the skinny cultivator was getting to the end of his strength, he would definitely capitalize on the opportunity. Instead of slowing down his attacks, Zhao Hai sped it up instead. The skinny cultivator was now experiencing a tragedy. He didn't expect that he would meet an anomaly like Zhao Hai. He was now gasping for air. He felt the blade in his hand becoming heavier and heavier. He was using all he had to block each of Zhao Hai's attacks. Despite this, the skinny cultivator had no trace of desperation in his eyes. Zhao Hai also noticed this. Instead of panic, the skinny cultivator's eyes had the look of ruthlessness. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pay more attention. At the same time, he was beginning to crystallize his skin. Sure enough, when the skinny cultivator was unable to block Zhao Hai's attack, he turned his hand and took out a glossy bead. The bead wasn't large. It was the size of a dragon's eye. However, Zhao Hai's expression changed when he saw the bead. Zhao Hai hasn't seen this bead before, nor did he know what it was. However, he was certain that the bead wasn't good for him. This was because he could feel a huge amount of energy trapped inside the bead. Once this energy was released, the result would be disastrous. At this moment, the skinny cultivator saw the change in Zhao Hai's complexion. He laughed and said, "What, afraid? I spent a large amount of money to obtain this heavenly lighting bead. Today, you'll know how powerful this is. We'll die together." But in the middle of the skinny man's monologue, Zhao Hai interjected, "You talk too much." Chapter 2045, Eating Meat and Meeting Mice. The skinny cultivator looked down at the blade that was coming out of his chest. Just as he retrieved the heavenly lightning bead, the tip of a blade suddenly appeared. Most importantly, the moment the blade appeared, the skinny man's strength disappeared. He couldn't even use a trace of energy to activate the heavenly lightning bead. The skinny man couldn't understand why Zhao Hai didn't give him a chance to finish his words. Isn't that basic courtesy? Before fighting, both sides would exchange a few words to show their heroism. Why shouldn't it happen now? The man had a confused expression on his face before he fell down. Zhao Hai received the heavenly lightning bead and carefully looked at it. The heavenly lightning bead seems to be made out of glass and contains a green gas within. The green gas rotated inside the container, looking very unstable. After inspecting the bead, Zhao Hai sent it to the space, then he used the universal processing machine to deconstruct it to see what it was made out of. Once the bead entered the processing machine, a prompt was heard, medium-grade crystal detected, contains high-level heavenly lightning. Extracting heavenly lightning and integrating it with the space. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect that the heavenly lightning bead would actually contain heavenly lightning. Moreover, it was high-level heavenly lightning. Later on, the space would be able to mass-produce heavenly lightning beads. This would be another ace in his hand. After that, Zhao Hai received the skinny cultivator's corpse and sent it to the space to be turned into undead. Surprisingly, when the corpse was sent to the space, a prompt was heard. High-level divergent ability detected. Extracting divergent ability. Upgrading the host's current divergent abilities. Update completed. The host's innate strength has now reached a high level. This was a pleasant surprise. Although Zhao Hai already had a strength-type divergent ability, it wasn't to the standards of the true spirit realm. After all, the physique of the people in the true spirit realm was a level higher. Innate divine strength from the lower realms wouldn't be anything special here. Upgrades to his divergent abilities were very important for Zhao Hai. Divergent abilities were very hard to upgrade. Because they were innate, there was no method to cultivate it. So if Zhao Hai wants to upgrade his divergent abilities, he would have to keep using it. But this method was impossible for Zhao Hai. He doesn't have the time to practice his divergent abilities. This was especially true for strength-type abilities. To upgrade it, the user would need to train non-stop, and Zhao Hai has no time for strength training. Also, Zhao Hai has the demon subjugation technique. He doesn't really require strength-type divergent abilities. But now that his innate strength has been upgraded, he could clearly feel that his strength was equal to the skinny cultivator even without using the demon subjugation technique. And once he uses the technique, he would become even stronger. If it comes to strength, he would certainly gain an advantage against his enemies. The demon subjugation technique was unlike most cultivation methods. After the technique is used, it would provide an improvement proportional to the user's original strength. Because of this, the stronger a cultivator was, the more benefits the technique would provide. Zhao Hai's strength-type divergent abilities and the demon subjugation technique could work on top of each other, causing Zhao Hai's strength to soar even more. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he waved his hand. In his hand was the sword that was with the corpse. This sword was not an ordinary item. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't just bury it in the ground. The reason Zhao Hai buried it along with the corpse was to stimulate the skinny cultivator into acting. The more he looked at the sword, the more valuable it became in Zhao Hai's eyes. The sword body was as malleable as water. When he flicked it with his hand, the body of the sword lightly trembled, emitting a buzzing sound. Zhao Hai sent the sword to the space to be deconstructed. The space now has several special ores as well as other types of refining materials. Once the space analyzes the sword and deconstructs it, Zhao Hai would have another item to be used as a gift to others in the future. The sword's appearance should allow him to gain a few more friends. As he moved forward, Zhao Hai no longer met anyone on the road. This isn't surprising. After all, the labyrinth was quite large. It wasn't a big deal if he didn't meet anyone for half a day. It was like a huge city that only housed 1,000 people or a glass of water inside a huge pond. Zhao Hai didn't mind the silence. He came to the labyrinth to fight. At the same time, he wanted to see if there were other special materials in the cave. After walking for an additional 2 hours without finding anyone, Zhao Hai was beginning to get tired. Naturally, this wasn't exhaustion in a physical sense. He could walk for days without being tired. It was exhaustion from boredom. So Zhao Hai found a small cave and built a fire. Then he took out some meat and roasted it. He also took out a bottle of wine and drank. When Zhao Hai was about halfway through his bottle, he suddenly heard the sound of raking through the earth. Zhao Hai turned his head and found a small rodent appearing not far from him. The rodent was white throughout besides its 2 black beady eyes. The mouse had just emerged from the ground. It was currently pointing its nose up in the air. It looked very cute. However, Zhao Hai didn't underestimate it just because it was cute. He could feel that the mouse was a demon beast. As for its strength, Zhao Hai couldn't quite sense it. This meant that the mouse should be at least at the Earth Monarch stage or higher. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the muscles in his body tightened. He stared at the rodent without moving his eyes. The mouse wasn't very big, even counting its tail. It was 30 centimeters long. Its tail was hairy, just like a squirrel. But Zhao Hai knew that it was not. The mouse gave Zhao Hai a lot of pressure. It raised its head as it looked at Zhao Hai, showing a pacified look in his eyes. It seems to be afraid of Zhao Hai. It stayed in place, looking at the roasted meat in Zhao Hai's hand. Its nose was constantly moving. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately understood what the mouse wanted. He placed the meat on the ground before retreating 2 steps. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, the mouse also retreated 2 steps back. It continued to look at Zhao Hai. It had a doubtful look in his eyes, seemingly thinking about Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai looked at the mouse and just smiled. Then he retreated a few more steps before sitting down. Then he took out his wine and resumed drinking. The little mouse turned his attention to the piece of meat on the ground. Finally, it could no longer resist and stepped forward, nibbling a bit of the cooked meat. Then after tasting the food, it began to bite bigger pieces. Seeing the actions of the mouse, Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't do anything. Although he wanted the mouse for the space, he didn't act. This was because he understood that he wasn't a match against this rodent. If the mouse was intent on attacking, then Zhao Hai would no doubt be in trouble. The reason Zhao Hai thought of this was because he couldn't estimate the mouse's strength. Not only was Zhao Hai unable to get an accurate gauge of its strength, he could also see that the claws of the mouse were very powerful. Although the walls of the cave looked like dirt, its hardness was no weaker compared to stones. Despite this, the mouse was able to go through the cave like it was tofu, and because of this, Zhao Hai abandoned all plans of doing anything to it. Before long, The mouse managed to eat all of the meat. It licked its paw while showing an unsatisfied expression. Its two bin-like eyes turned towards Zhao Hai once more. Zhao Hai looked at the little mouse and smiled. Then he took out another piece of meat and then roasted it by the fire. After a while, a burst of fragrance wafted out, causing the mouse's nose to twitch. As it followed the scent upwards, the mouse eventually stood on two legs. Once the meat was roasted, Zhao Hai took out a plate and then placed the meat on top of it. Then he pushed it towards the mouse. Although it took a few steps back, the mouse didn't retreat too far. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't go any further, the mouse walked to the plate and began to eat. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and continued to drink. He didn't know how the mouse survived in this place, nor did he know how it appeared. However, Zhao Hai could sense that it had no malice towards him. After eating a full tray of meat, the mouse seems to be full. He looked up at Zhao Hai and then jumped back to the hole it appeared from. It no longer appeared again. Looking at the empty plate, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He waved his hand and washed it clean with water before receiving it. Then he extinguished the fire and spread out a roll of beast skin on the ground. He plans to rest well before resuming his exploration of the labyrinth. Just as Zhao Hai laid down, he heard a conversation. "Everyone, hurry up, Little Ugly can smell it. It's just right in front of us." Zhao Hai stared, then he got up and received the beast skin. He wanted to leave. From what he heard, there was more than one person coming over along with a beast. Zhao Hai has no plans to provoke this group of people. But even if Zhao Hai wanted peace, it seems like the other party has no plans to do so. Zhao Hai heard a voice, "Kid, stay for this uncle. My Little Ugly already has your smell. You won't be able to escape." Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He doesn't want any trouble right now. This doesn't mean that he was afraid. He doesn't know the other party and the other party doesn't know him. Despite this, the other party was impolite from the beginning. How could Zhao Hai just endure this? He coldly snorted and stopped. Before long, several people appeared inside the cave Zhao Hai was in. Zhao Hai counted 5 people and 1 beast in front. The beast was in the form of a dog. The dog was tall and slender. It was a demon beast in the shape of a greyhound. The 5 cultivators were wearing grey warrior clothing. They didn't look anything special. Every one of them had blades in their hands. As they stood there, they were glaring at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was confused by their conduct. He doesn't understand how he offended them. Why do they look very angry? It was bizarre. Zhao Hai looked at these people with a confused expression on his face. Then he said, "Senior brothers, did I offend you?" The cultivator who was holding the dog coldly snorted and said, "Kid, why did you run off just now? Are you hiding something?" Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned cold. These people don't know him, but their speech was very impolite. Before, they shouted at him to stop, and now they were asking him if he did something wrong. It was clear that they were finding fault with him. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people and said, "Whether I hid something or not, it's none of your business. Are you here to be a hero, or show how brave you are? Looking at your appearance, you don't fit the image." Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. These people were all in the clone stage. Although they were in a group, they wouldn't dare be arrogant in front of a soul fusion cultivator. They were only impolite towards Zhao Hai because he was also in the clone stage. When the leader of the group heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh as he said, acting like a hero, "What's that? We are the 5 tigers of Quiet Mountain. We never do heroic or righteous acts. We only take from weaklings. Kid, obediently hand over your things. You're lucky. This uncle is in a good mood. We'll let you off. But if you resist, this cave will be your burial ground." Looking at the leader, Zhao Hai sneered, "5 tigers of Quiet Mountain? I see that you really like to talk nonsense. If you die, the world will be a bit quieter. I'll do the world a favor and remove the 5 tigers. This way, the world will be saved from your nonsense." The leader couldn't help but stare. His face turned into anger as he said, "Good, kid. You don't know what's good for you. Brothers, get rid of him." After saying that, he took his blade out and then attacked Zhao Hai. Chapter 2046. the 5 tigers greatly suffers. Zhao Hai also took his blade out and attacked. The 5 tigers of Quiet Mountain were 5 cultivators who became sworn brothers with each other. They were once rogue cultivators who went to Quiet Mountain for a mission. While in the mountains, they were able to acquire an ancient cultivation method. The technique they learned was called the 5-tiger gate breaking blade technique. This blade technique couldn't be practiced by one person. Instead, it was a blade formation that required 5 people to control the 5 elements. The technique included methods for attack and defense. It was a very powerful blade formation. As soon as the 5 moved, they employed the blade formation. Zhao Hai discovered that the pressure around him has suddenly increased. The pressure he felt was almost the same as when he met a cultivator in the Earth Monarch stage. This surprised him. The 5 were only at the clone stage, but after using their blade formation, they were able to exhibit the strength of an Earth Monarch. Zhao Hai carefully defended against the attacks while paying attention to the blade formation. Zhao Hai could be considered as a master for formations. Although the blade formation was unlike ordinary formations, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhao Hai to analyze it. Zhao Hai's myriad stellar transformation sword formation was a sword formation. It should have similarities with blade formations. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to discover that the blade technique that the 5 people were using was different to ordinary 5-element formations. It could be considered as a 5-element killing formation. 5-element killing formations differ from 5-element formations. Although ordinary 5-element formations are also divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the formation contains a life path in it. If anyone could find the life path of the formation, they would be able to escape. 5-element killing formations were different. Since it was designed for killing, it doesn't have a life path. Any path inside the formation was a death path. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the blade formation obtained by the 5 tigers of Quiet Mountain was called the 5-tiger gate breaking technique. The meaning behind the name was cutting off the life path of the formation, leaving no way of survival to the victim. It was precisely because of this that it had the name gate breaking. Zhao Hai was surprised by the blade formation, but at the same time, the 5 tigers of Quiet Mountain were startled by Zhao Hai's strength. They were aware that once the 5 of them used the blade formation, they would have strength that could rival an Earth Monarch. But despite attacking for some time, they were still unable to break Zhao Hai's defense. Seeing that Zhao Hai was strong, the 5 tigers of Quiet Mountain strengthened their attack. The 5 of them knew that if they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai today, then they would have made a formidable enemy. This would bring no advantage to them. Having such an enemy chasing their backs wasn't a good feeling. They wouldn't be able to get good sleep. Zhao Hai could also feel the determination of the 5 cultivators. With an intention, he released his clone to strengthen his defense. Seeing Zhao Hai release his clone, the 5 tigers also did the same, causing the formation's scope to increase. The formation's attacks also became fiercer. Despite placing all of his focus on defense, the pressure on Zhao Hai was still very large. No matter what, the blade formation has the same strength as an Earth Monarch. Facing such an opponent, Zhao Hai would no doubt feel pressure. All of a sudden, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. After blocking a round of attacks, he stretched his hand and sent a throwing knife towards the leader of the 5 tigers. The leader of the 5 tigers didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this move, but he was able to react quickly and dodge to the side. The throwing knife was only able to cut a few hairs without hurting its target. The leader was startled and angry at the same time. He roared, "Brothers, be careful. This kid can throw knives." Just as he said that, he heard a yelp. The dog was a demon beast that was raised by the leader and had been with him for a long time. As soon as he heard the dog, the leader couldn't help but be stunned for a while. He turned his head to his dog and found Zhao Hai's throwing knife stuck in its stomach. The knife went straight to the handle. When the leader saw this, his mind turned blank. Then suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. He turned his head and saw a section of a blade sticking out from his body. The leader roared with pain as he slashed backwards with his blade. However, there was nobody behind him at all. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes as it slowly lost its brilliance. With its final wisps of life, The dog climbed to the leader's side before lying down, then one person and one dog died together. Now that the leader was dead, the 5 tigers' gate-breaking formation collapsed. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let this opportunity off. He used his blade and surrounded the other 4 with blade lights. The 4 were shocked by the death of their leader. The 5 of them knew each other for hundreds of years. They spent each day of their lives together. The feelings they shared were deeper than most blood-related brothers. Now that their leader is dead, they naturally want to avenge him. Each one of them used all of their power to kill Zhao Hai. However, without their blade formation, the 4 became fangless tigers. They were no longer a threat to Zhao Hai. In just about 20 rounds of attacks, one of the 4 was bisected. The rest were now madly attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and used his innate strength. This multiplied his physical strength. Before they could react, Zhao Hai slashed them down one by one. After killing the 5 tigers of Quiet Mountain, Zhao Hai collected their bodies and left the cave. Before leaving, he glanced at the hole the mouse dug up. Now that he was leaving, he wouldn't know if or when he could see the little mouse again. Zhao Hai sighed before proceeding along the passageways of the labyrinth. This time, he was more careful. He could see that in this labyrinth, as long as you meet people, no matter how many, you should take your blade out and attack. If you don't kill people, other people will kill you. After walking for 1 hour, Zhao Hai suddenly heard sounds in front of him. The sound was very loud. It couldn't be caused by a couple or so people. There should be between 100 people or so. Did people group up to explore the underground labyrinth? Zhao Hai didn't think of avoiding the source of the sound. Conversely, he was more interested in it. He wanted to see what the situation was. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the source of the sounds. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was a huge cave. More importantly, there were around 400-500 people inside the cave. There were signs that some of the people inside knew each other. There were also loners dotted around the cave. People were seen sitting on the ground. Some were drinking, some were eating, while some chatted. It was like a large campground. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see such a scene. He was somewhat stunned as he stood in place. When a cultivator saw Zhao Hai's reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he stood up and walked towards Zhao Hai. The rest of his group stayed in place. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows as he looked at the approaching man. The man was around 1.8 meters tall. His stature didn't show that he was a body cultivator. However, he was giving off a feeling that the muscles in his body couldn't be underestimated. Despite the other party approaching him, Zhao Hai didn't do anything. He could see that the man didn't have any hostility towards him. The man stopped when he was about 3 meters away from Zhao Hai. As he looked at Zhao Hai, the man laughed and said, "Brother, is this your first time in the underground labyrinth?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." "Is senior brother in charge of this place?" The man chuckled as he replied, "I won't dare. I'm just here to tell you the rules of this place." Large caves such as this one are generally seen as safe areas by everyone. Here, you can rest without worrying about being attacked. Even if enemies come here, they won't dare cause any trouble. Otherwise, they will face everyone's wrath. You can eat, drink, and sleep here. Nobody will make a move on you. Zhao Hai didn't expect that he would see a place like this. He looked at the cultivators in the cave and discovered that almost everyone had let down their guard. Their weapons were withdrawn and they seemed to be getting along with each other. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. "Thank you for the information, senior brother." The man laughed and said, "There's no need to call me senior brother. My name is Wang Hu. Come, let me introduce you to a few brothers I know. All of us come here every year to earn a livelihood." Upon hearing Wang Hu, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. As he followed beside Wang Hu, he asked, "Big brother Wang, aren't all good things in the labyrinth taken? Even if you find something, there won't be a lot. Moreover, the entry fee isn't cheap. How could you earn a livelihood in this place?" When he heard Zhao Hai, Wang Hu smiled and said, "Let's go over there first, then we'll talk." After that, he led Zhao Hai to where the others were. The group had more than a dozen cultivators. All of them were dressed in gray warrior clothing. Their strength varied a lot. One could see that they were rogue cultivators. Wang Hu led Zhao Hai to his group and then introduced him. "Everyone, let me introduce a new friend to you. His name is Zhao Hai." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The underground labyrinth isn't a good place. Having a lot of friends is better than having a lot of enemies. In the future, we can take care of each other." Everyone gave Zhao Hai a nod. Zhao Hai also returned their greetings. Chapter 2047, Beautiful Underground River. After Zhao Hai sat down, Wang Hu looked at him and said, "Brother Zhao, you asked me how we make a living in the labyrinth. Let me be honest with you, there are a lot of good things in the labyrinth. Besides the valuable moss, there are also plenty of demon beasts here. The underground labyrinth is very big, making it a habitat to all kinds of beasts. There are mice, pangolins, snakes, scorpions, and frogs. Naturally, these beasts are very powerful. Some of them we can't afford to provoke, but if we come across a weaker beast, we can make a small profit. You should know that beasts in the underground labyrinth are unique. The beasts here are different from the beasts outside." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't really think that the underground labyrinth would have so many demon beasts. It seems like the mouse that he saw before wasn't a unique existence. Wang Hu continued, "Besides the beasts, there are also the artifacts left behind by those who died, but that is all up to luck. There are also plenty of other things that can earn you a profit. The underground labyrinth is very big. Until now, nobody knows how big it is. If you manage to get to a place that hasn't been explored before, then you will either get rich, or die." Zhao Hai nodded. "So that's how it is. This is my first time in the labyrinth, so I'm not aware of these things." "Thank you very much, Brother Wang." Wang Hu waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite between brothers. We're rogue cultivators, so we should take care of each other. Otherwise, we will die alone. Brother, come, let's share a drink." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't decline. He drank a few rounds of liquor with Wang Hu and the others. Although Wang Hu mentioned that he could eat and drink in this place without worries, the group didn't drink too much. They also made sure to eat just enough food to sustain their bodies. It seems like no matter where you are in the underground labyrinth, you will need to keep a very high level of vigilance. As Zhao Hai ate, he listened to Wang Hu and the others talking. From their conversation, Zhao Hai found out that Wang Hu and the others were in a small alliance. Usually, they would act on their own or find another person to work together with. However, if they meet each other in the caves, they would take care of each other. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai nodded secretly. Just as Wang Hu said, they were rogue cultivators. If they don't take care of each other, then they would only die faster. After chatting in the cave for about 4 hours, Wang Hu and the others began to sleep. They didn't even assign anyone to keep watch. This was because Wang Hu and the others knew that they wouldn't be in danger in this place. Nobody was bold enough to break the rule. Everyone needs a rest. If even this little moment of relaxation was lost, then the underground labyrinth will be more dangerous. In the future, nobody would dare come over. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't expect the underground labyrinth to be like this. The caves have become its own small world. Zhao Hai also rested in the cave. Once in a while, a cultivator would leave the cave. There would also be new people coming in to rest. Everyone seems to know about the rules of the cave. They were all well-mannered as they chatted with each other. Nobody acted unreasonably. After 4 hours, Zhao Hai was finally back to his peak condition. Wang Hu and the others also got up. Seeing that Zhao Hai has also recovered, Wang Hu smiled and said, "Brother, if you run into anyone here, try to lend a hand if you're able. But if you can't do anything about it, then there's no need." Zhao Hai complied. He cupped his fist towards Wang Hu and said, "Everyone, I'll be heading out to explore the labyrinth. Let's meet again later." Everyone got up and cupped their fists to see him off. Then Zhao Hai disappeared into a passage. After Zhao Hai left, Wang Hu turned to the others and said, "Now that we met Zhao Hai, we can add him to our alliance. Lend him a hand if you can. This wouldn't be disadvantageous to us." Upon hearing Wang Hu, the person beside him couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, why is that? Do you know who Zhao Hai is?" Wang Hu shook his head and said, "I don't know him." But let's not forget that although the underground labyrinth is far from the central region of the Tyrant Blade sect, it is still within its direct influence. In this region, which rogue cultivator is unaware of the rules of the underground labyrinth? Almost everyone here is aware of the customs of the caves. However, Zhao Hai was surprised and had no idea. What does this mean? This means that he isn't an ordinary rogue cultivator. The others listened to Wang Hu and were still puzzled. Wang Hu looked at everyone and said, Zhao Hai is either a clan cultivator, or a tyrant blade sect cultivator who is out to explore the world. As you know, rogue cultivators not from this region rarely come here. When they heard this, everyone immediately realized what Wang Hu said. Like Wang Hu said, because of its location, rogue cultivators from other regions rarely came to the labyrinth. Rogue cultivators rarely leave places they were familiar with. Because of their status, unfamiliar places would make their lives difficult, and if they don't adjust quickly, they might die. So rogue cultivators would only be active in places they know. They rarely walk to other regions. In other words, the odds of Zhao Hai being a rogue cultivator was very small. If he wasn't a rogue cultivator, he must be a clan cultivator or a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. But no matter what Zhao Hai's status was, it was a good idea to be friends with him. To the rogue cultivators, there isn't anything wrong with this plan. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the passage Zhao Hai left in. Their eyes couldn't help but turn hot. They knew very well that being friends with Zhao Hai would only benefit them with no harm. Zhao Hai was unaware of this as he continued walking throughout the labyrinth. It must be mentioned how strange it is that although the labyrinth was underground, it wasn't humid at all. The caves and passages were very dry, which was a surprise to Zhao Hai. As he proceeded, he suddenly heard the sound of water in front of him. Zhao Hai stared. Just as he thought that the labyrinth was lacking moisture, he found an underground river. Zhao Hai walked towards the source of the sound. As the sound of water got louder and louder, Zhao Hai could also feel that the air was becoming more moist. After walking for about 20 minutes, Zhao Hai finally saw the source of the sound. It was a very wide underground river. It was as wide as the cave it was in. Zhao Hai also couldn't see how deep it was. Its surface reflected the cave around it, shining blue. At this moment, Zhao Hai discovered several sparkling lights on the surface of the river. It looked like the Milky Way galaxy. It was a very beautiful scenery. After some time, Zhao Hai recovered. He didn't expect to see such a beautiful scene in the underground labyrinth. He knows that these light spots were similar to fireflies. As they flew above the river, they made the scene look magical. Whoosh! Zhao Hai suddenly heard a surging sound from the river. He turned his head to see a giant frog's head stretching out from the river. Then the frog used its tongue to catch the fireball-sized fireflies. After catching its victim, the frog returned back into the river. Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but laugh. It seems like the river also has its own food chain. As he continued to stand on the side of the river, he discovered that there were more fireflies on the river as he imagined. The firefly that the frog ate was no more than a hair on 9 oxen. It was simply nothing. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and received a few fireflies for the space. He also took some of the river water. Surprisingly, the water in the river was very pure, increasing the quality of the space's water. After receiving the river water, Zhao Hai continued to look at the underground river. Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly shone. He released his Hell King's ship and shrunk it down. Then he threw the boat into the river. As soon as he entered the river, Zhao Hai felt the surroundings turn dark. He was surprised. Then he felt the surroundings with his spiritual force. Finally, he let out a sigh and exited the river. The river water was a type of high-level water. This meant that Zhao Hai's couldn't penetrate deep into it. He couldn't even release liquid silver. Because of the increase in pressure in the true spirit realm, liquid silver couldn't fly far. It can be said that Zhao Hai has lost his most important scouting method. However, Zhao Hai wasn't bothered by this. Conversely, he was diligently adapting to his situation. He knew very clearly that if the true spirit realm's suppression is this harsh, then once he reaches a higher realm, the suppression would be even more ruthless. If he couldn't adapt to this as soon as possible, then he would have problems in the future. Zhao Hai was now using the scouting abilities of the space less and less. He wanted to adapt to this inconvenience as soon as possible. After getting out of the river, He looked at it once more and sighed. He didn't dare explore the river when his spiritual force was suppressed. He knew that there were demon beasts living underwater and they weren't necessarily weak. If a mouse could be as strong as an earth monarch, the monsters underneath the waters should be even stronger. If Zhao Hai wasn't careful, he would be in danger. Zhao Hai liked collecting things to enrich the space, but he wasn't crazy enough to ignore his own safety. Chapter 2048, Saving Wang Hu. After standing on the side of the river for a while, Zhao Hai turned around and left. Just as he turned around, a large tongue curled out of the river towards him. Zhao Hai felt the winds behind his back and knew that something wasn't right. He quickly rolled away while erecting a mud wall behind him. Zhao Hai knew that the attack couldn't come from a cultivator. There were no cultivators around him. Therefore, the only source of the attack was the demon beasts on the river. Most likely, it came from the frog beast that he just saw. Although he only saw a glimpse of the beast, Zhao Hai can be sure that it was definitely above the Earth Monarch stage. If it was really that beast who attacked him, the only thing he could do was run as fast as he can. Just as he rolled forward, Zhao Hai heard a crash from the earthen wall that he erected. He didn't even look back and immediately got up and ran away. He entered the nearest passage and disappeared. After going through several caves, Zhao Hai slowed down. He could hear that the beast was no longer chasing him. Then he let out a long breath. Zhao Hai looked around him and saw that he entered a medium-sized cave. The cave was no different from other caves. However, the atmosphere of the cave was quite moist. There was also the smell of decay. The decayed smell wasn't a putrid stench. Instead, it was a decayed smell that came from a swamp. It was the smell coming from rotting plants which spoiled the air. Zhao Hai knit his brows and continued to move forward. He wanted to see why there was such a smell. After walking for half an hour, Zhao Hai felt his sight go dark. When he looked around, he found that it wasn't because there was no light around him. Instead, it was because the light from the cave was dimmer than before. He was now standing on a swamp. Everywhere was covered in mud which emitted a decayed smell. The entire area was filled with deathly stillness. There was no noise. Zhao Hai had a fuzzy feeling. It feels like there was an eye staring at him, looking at where he would go. Upon noticing this feeling, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate and quickly flew back. Then he turned around and left. Although he was curious about the swamp, he knew that he would only be courting death with his current strength. At the same time, Zhao Hai wondered how the rogue cultivators survived in this dangerous place. Zhao Hai was certain that if any rogue cultivator entered the previous two places, they were guaranteed to not return. Despite this, there were rogue cultivators who were able to come back to this place every year. They even regard this place as a source of livelihood. After walking for about half an hour, Zhao Hai finally got rid of the feeling of being stared at. Then he slowed down. At the same time, his heart was full of questions. He couldn't understand how the rogue cultivators were able to live well in the labyrinth. While Zhao Hai was thinking, he heard the sound of fighting in front of him. Zhao Hai stared. He initially has no intentions of going over, but then he hears a familiar voice. "Three monsters of Kun Mountain, you bastards. You actually dared to ambush me. You're dead." Hearing this voice, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He was familiar with this voice. It belonged to Wang Hu. From Wang Hu's breathless voice, it was clear that he wasn't doing very well. "Jej, Wang Hu. We wanted to get rid of you a long time ago. You even organized a small alliance. I really want to see if someone comes to save a pretentious person like you. Where are your brothers now? Tell them to come out." The voice of a woman answered. Her voice was sweet, but her words were resentful. It made people uncomfortable listening to it. Zhao Hai could ignore other people, but he couldn't ignore Wang Hu's situation. In a way, Wang Hu could be considered as his benefactor. He can't watch Wang Hu being killed. Zhao Hai quickly moved towards the source of the sound. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the cave where Wang Hu and the three monsters of Kun Mountain were fighting. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Hai saw 3 cultivators attacking Wang Hu. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The clothes they wore were special. They didn't look like warrior clothing, but instead they looked like robes. Their hairstyles were also quite strange. They have patterns painted on their faces. They were similar to how barbarians were made to look like on the television. In the middle of the 3 people was Wang Hu. He held 2 hammers in his hands and his complexion was quite pale. There was also a long wound on his abdomen that was dripping with blood. Seeing this, Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he took out his blade and shouted, "Brother Wang Hu, let me lend you a hand." After saying that, he joined the battle. Zhao Hai used the rolling rocks technique. Although the technique was only a medium-level blade manual, it has a very strong momentum. With the technique's momentum as well as Zhao Hai's surprise attack, he quickly broke through the encirclement and rushed to Wang Hu's side. When Wang Hu saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression lightened up as he said, "Junior brother Zhao, thanks, I owe you one." Zhao Hai changed his blade technique to the 8 Gates Golden Lock technique. At the same time, he took out a jade bottle and passed it over to Wang Hu while saying, "Brother Wang, let's talk later. Use this medicine, you can take it directly." Wang Hu wasn't polite and immediately removed the bottle's cover. To his surprise, the jade bottle contained a liquid potion, but he didn't have the luxury to be surprised. He quickly poured the potion over his mouth. As soon as the potion entered his body, it immediately turned into a warm current. At the same time, he could feel an itchy feeling from the wound on his abdomen. While this was happening, Zhao Hai used the 8-Gate Golden Lock technique to protect Wang Hu. The pressure he endured couldn't be underestimated. This was because the 3 monsters of Kun Mountain had the same level of strength as Wang Hu. All of them were in the soul fusion stage. The 3 monsters of Kun Mountain were also surprised. They were tracking Wang Hu for a long time. They only acted at this time because they knew that he was alone. They didn't expect that when they were about to succeed, someone would arrive. Although this person was only at the clone stage, his blade technique was very powerful. They also noticed that Wang Hu's injuries were visibly healing. If they let this happen for long, then Wang Hu would recover. The 3 had no choice but to strengthen their attacks. Zhao Hai also released his clone who used the 8 Gates Golden Lock technique. The main body and the clone body were doing all they could to defend. Half an hour passed. Zhao Hai was still defending while the 3 monsters of Kun Mountain were also attacking. Wang Hu actually closed his eyes to recover faster. Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Although the attacks of the enemy were very powerful, they wouldn't be able to break through his defenses soon. Moreover, from Zhao Hai's calculations, Wang Hu's injury should be healed soon. The potion he took out wasn't ordinary. It was improved multiple times by the space. It allows cells to grow faster, stimulating them to heal damaged tissue. Ho! A loud roar was heard along with a sound akin to thunder. Then Wang Hu, who had been sitting motionless all this time, opened his eyes and glared at the enemies. Then he said, "3 monsters of Kun Mountain, you bastards. I'll make sure that you die without a place to be buried." After saying that, he swung his hammers and attacked the 3. The 3 seemed to be very afraid of Wang Hu. When they saw that Wang Hu had recovered, they were stunned. Now they can't retreat even if they wanted to. When Wang Hu began his attacks, Zhao Hai also showed his offensive blade techniques. The 3 were now trapped. If they wanted to leave, then they would need Zhao Hai's permission to do so. With Wang Hu's addition, Zhao Hai became more relaxed. His blade was completely unfolded, covering the 3 enemies with blade light. At the same time, Wang Hu's fierce attacks were endless. Wang Hu's style was to completely overwhelm the enemy. This made it impossible for the 3 monsters of Kun Mountain to escape. The 5 fought each other for an hour. The 3 were completely unable to defeat Zhao Hai and Wang Hu. One by one, they were struck down by the 2. Zhao Hai didn't receive the corpses and turned them into undead. He plans to hand them over to Wang Hu, but Wang Hu still gave it to Zhao Hai. In the end, the 3 monsters of Kun Mountain were sent to the space. After killing their enemies, Zhao Hai and Wang Hu moved to a nearby cave to rest. While they sat down, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hu, how did you offend those guys? They seem to know you from before. Do you share a grudge?" Wang Hu nodded and said, "We know each other from before. One time, They were trying to rob someone from our alliance. I happened to be there, so I helped that person to repel the three. From then on, they held a grudge. I didn't expect that they would plot against me. Luckily, you were there. Otherwise, I might not have been able to survive." Zhao Hai replied, "It's also luck that I'm close by. I heard sounds of fighting, so I came over to see. I didn't expect to see you there." Wang Hu gave a nod and said, "I discovered a demon beast, so I chased it." "Right, Brother Zhao, why are you here?" "The Forbidden Region isn't far from here." Zhao Hai had a confused look as he asked, "Brother Wang, where is this Forbidden Region?" "There are also forbidden lands in the labyrinth." Wang Hu nodded. "Of course there are. As far as I know, there are two forbidden areas close by. They are the Star Dance River and the Toxic Swamp. Brother, never venture into those areas. Powerful beasts occupy those regions. With our present strength, we would only die if we go there." Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he asked, "Brother Wang, this Star Dance River, is it a wide river with a lot of fireflies flying over it?" "As for the Toxic Swamp, is it near the Star Dance River?" "Does it smell of decay?" Wang Hu was stunned by Zhao Hai's question. He replied, "Brother, isn't this your first time coming to the underground labyrinth? How do you know those places? Did you go there?" Zhao Hai gave a bitter nod. Then he mentioned his previous experience. When Wang Hu heard this, he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat from his back. He forced a smile and said, "Brother, I must say, you're quite lucky. Fortunately, you were able to escape quickly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape." Star Dance River and the Toxic Swamp are famously ominous places. There's an Earth monarch who explored those places but wasn't able to come back. If you see anything with color in this labyrinth, immediately run away. Even if you want to go in, be very careful. If you see a skeleton mark outside the entrance, then don't enter." After saying that, Wang Hu drew a symbol on the ground, which was the pattern for dangerous used by the people in the labyrinth. Zhao Hai nodded. "I'll take note of it." "Thank you very much, Brother Wang." As he said that, Zhao Hai recalled the entrance of the caves he entered. There really was a carving of a skeleton before the Star Dance River, but he didn't know that it was a mark for a dangerous area. He only thought that it was a carving made by a bored cultivator. Wang Hu waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite with me. We're brothers." This labyrinth is incredibly large. Even the Tyrant Blade sect doesn't fully understand it. There are also places that the Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't dare to go, not to mention rogue cultivators. Fortunately, there aren't a lot of dangerous areas in the labyrinth, and most of the demon beasts are low level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to feed rogue cultivators. Zhao Hai nodded. This underground labyrinth is indeed big. If I have an opportunity in the future, I will definitely explore the entire thing. Brother Wang, you might not know, but the scenery on Star Dance River is very beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful things I've seen. Unfortunately, I wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, I would have taken a swim in the river." Wang Hu smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for you to be strong enough." "Brother, I can see that you didn't come to the labyrinth to earn a livelihood. You came here for a trial, right?" "Brother, I suggest that you leave the labyrinth as soon as possible. Besides low-level cultivators, there isn't anything here. You will not achieve much in this trial." Zhao Hai nodded. "Thanks for the reminder, Brother Wang. But I'd like to explore this place a bit more before leaving." "Right. It's also fate that I met Brother Wang today. This is a jade token. If there's anything you need help in the future, just crush this token. As long as I can help, I won't decline." Zhao Hai said before taking out a jade token and handed it over to Wang Hu. This token allows Zhao Hai to know the coordinates of the user once crushed. Then he could easily go over and help. Chapter 2049, Dilemma. Wang Hu excitedly received Zhao Hai's jade token. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, thank you very much." Although Wang Hu was unaware of Zhao Hai's true status, he knows that Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say such words. With this in mind, the jade token that was given by Zhao Hai shouldn't be ordinary. This jade token became an important possession for Wang Hu. Seeing Wang Hu's reaction, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He can understand Wang Hu's mood. Wang Hu was an ordinary rogue cultivator. To form a relationship with Zhao Hai, it was normal for Wang Hu to be excited. Rogue cultivators like Wang Hu dreamed of forming a relationship with a disciple from a great sect. This would allow them more opportunities to get in contact with the sect. This was an advantage that all rogue cultivators dream of. Even if the rogue cultivator couldn't form a connection with the great sect, how about their descendants? If a genius happens to appear within their bloodline, they can use this opportunity to let them enter a great sect. If that happens, their clan's status would soar overnight. Zhao Hai patted Wang Hu's shoulder and said, "If I have an opportunity in the future, I will tell Brother Wang about my status. I can't do it at this time. I went out to experience the world, so I cannot use my status. And since I'm on a trial, I can't be with Brother Wang and the others for long. I'll be leaving soon." Wang Hu knew that clans and sects have this custom for their disciples. Therefore, he didn't feel that Zhao Hai's words were strange. Conversely, he envied Zhao Hai. He nodded and said, "Brother, rest assured, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded. "Brother Wang, I'll leave first. We'll meet later if fate wills it." Wang Hu nodded. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Wang Hu before leaving. After leaving the cavern, Zhao Hai went through multiple passages and caves. This time, he made sure to avoid any caves with the skeleton symbol. With his present strength, he wasn't qualified enough to explore these places. Zhao Hai wasn't a hot-blooded youth who thinks themselves as invincible. He knew very well that in the path of cultivation, if you aren't careful, then you won't live long. One shouldn't always hunt for fortuitous encounters. If you fail to find a fortuitous encounter and instead find something else, then what would be the consequence? In these types of encounters, one's strength was still the most important. Zhao Hai believed that he was given a cheat by the heavens, which was the space. However, he doesn't believe that the heavens will keep giving him benefits. Even if he has the space, he still needs to increase his strength. Otherwise, the heavens will take everything away. After leaving Wang Hu, Zhao Hai looked for a quiet cave. Then he spread his beast skin on the ground and then took his grilling tools and some meat from the space. He roasted the meat on a moderate flame. Actually, Zhao Hai has no need to do these things. The only reason he cooked meat at this time was to see if he could still meet that little mouse. Although the little mouse only appeared because of the food and ran away after, Zhao Hai still wanted to see if he could meet it again. At the same time, Zhao Hai knew that there was only a small chance that he would meet the mouse. After all, he was far from the previous cave he cooked in. It's impossible for the mouse to follow him all the way. To Zhao Hai's surprise, before the meat was finished roasting, the sound of raking was heard underground. Zhao Hai turned his head just as the little mouse's head pushed out of the ground. The mouse appeared quite close by. It was standing up with its eyes on the meat that was in Zhao Hai's hand. Seeing how cute the little mouse was, Zhao Hai's heart melted. He couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out the same plate that he used to feed the mouse and placed the roasted beef on top of it. He then pushed the plate towards the little mouse. Although the mouse still flinched when Zhao Hai pushed the plate towards it, this time it didn't retreat, which was a good progress for Zhao Hai. After the mouse ate several portions of meat, it didn't run away immediately. Instead, it sat down and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that the mouse was already full, so he didn't mind it and ate on his own. Once he was done eating, Zhao Hai laid down on the beast skin and closed his eyes. Seeing that Zhao Hai was sleeping, the mouse twitched its nose before jumping down its hole and disappearing. After a satisfying sleep, Zhao Hai got up to see that the little mouse was gone. He didn't mind it and received all of his items before leaving. Zhao Hai continued to stroll around the labyrinth for several days. He would sometimes meet people who wanted to rob him, but these people suffered pitiful fates. All of them were turned into undead in the end. He also encountered demon beasts, which were also sent to the space. Zhao Hai has no plans to sell these beasts outside. He doesn't need to earn more income. The space has an abundant supply of jade essence and jade marrow. He might as well keep these demon beast corpses as part of his undead army. In between battles, Zhao Hai enjoyed pleasurable meals. He also continued to tease the little mouse. The mouse was truly formidable. Wherever Zhao Hai was, As long as he roasted meat, the mouse would punctually appear. By this point, Zhao Hai and the little mouse were very familiar with each other. Beasts of the true spirit realm were very intelligent. Their wisdom isn't any lower than humans, otherwise, they would have been wiped out from the true spirit realm. It wasn't only the humans who benefited from the environment of the true spirit realm, the beasts were also living well. The little mouse was far more powerful than Zhao Hai. However, the mouse had extraordinarily small courage. When facing Zhao Hai, it would immediately run away once it got what it wanted. It didn't attack Zhao Hai. The actions of the mouse were very strange. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what was going on. How could such a cowardly beast survive up to this point? How did it manage to survive without attacking prey? Zhao Hai stayed in the underground labyrinth for nearly a month. In this month, he explored a lot of caves, met many people, and saw plenty of beasts. Naturally, he also obtained a lot of medicinal herbs. Before, Zhao Hai thought that the labyrinth only had medicinal moss. Now, it seems like this was a mistake. The labyrinth contained a lot of other herbs, but most of these herbs grew in dangerous places. Naturally, this wasn't Zhao Hai's greatest harvest. In fact, Zhao Hai's greatest gain was the little mouse. By this point, the little mouse never left Zhao Hai's side. It even reached a point where the mouse would run up to Zhao Hai's shoulder. It looked like Zhao Hai's pet. However, the mouse wasn't Zhao Hai's pet, nor was it subdued by the space. Zhao Hai also didn't sign a contract with the mouse. It's not that Zhao Hai has no intentions, but he thinks that it wasn't the right time. Zhao Hai stood in a cave and looked around. It was a small cave. According to his past experience, caves like this wouldn't be dangerous. He plans to take a good rest in this place. Zhao Hai said, "Little thing, do you want to take a rest here?" Naturally, Zhao Hai was talking to the little mouse. The mouse was currently sitting on Zhao Hai's shoulder. Zhao Hai discovered that besides the mouse's cowardly nature, it was very intelligent. It could understand human words. Zhao Hai was expecting the mouse to agree, but this time, the mouse shook its head. Then it squeaked and pointed its claw towards the front. Zhao Hai stared. He couldn't help but ask, "Little thing, you mean there's something up ahead? Should we move?" The mouse nodded and pointed at the front. Although Zhao Hai couldn't fully understand the thought of the mouse, he still knew that it had no intentions of harming him, so he smiled and said, "All right, since you insisted, let's go have a look. But this means that you'll have to eat meat later than we planned." While saying that, Zhao Hai walked forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai was suddenly stunned. This was because he could smell something. It had a very cooling smell. He could feel his head becoming clearer, so he immediately sped up. The stronger the fragrance became, the faster Zhao Hai was. Suddenly, the little mouse on his shoulder squeaked. Zhao Hai heard this and knew that something was wrong. He quickly turned his head and found that the mouse was shouting in panic. It was as if there was a terrifying being in front. Zhao Hai quickly slowed down. After spending a few days with the mouse, he knew it very well. It might be cowardly, but there aren't a lot of things that can make it panic. It seems like what's in front of them was truly terrifying. Zhao Hai could guess that it should be at least the Earth Monarch stage. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stop. Then he frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to annoy these powerful beasts. However, the intense fragrance only means one thing: there should be a heavenly treasure up ahead. These treasures could only be met with luck. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be in a dilemma. Chapter 2050, Deep Cave Blum. Zhao Hai looked at the cave, then he clenched his teeth as he decided that he would go in and take a look. Although cultivators should be careful in the process of cultivation, when it is time to take risks, they should go in without any hesitation. If a cultivator doesn't want to take risks, then they should just stay home and stop cultivating. Zhao Hai pulled his blade out and released his Dao Avatar clone. He had his Dao Avatar clone lead the way. He wants to see what was inside the cave. As the Dao Avatar clone entered the cave, Zhao Hai closed his eyes to look through the eyes of the Dao Avatar clone. Suddenly, Zhao Hai became blinded by a bright light. Then he saw a plum blossom tree inside the tree. The plum blossom tree looked very special. One couldn't see any leaves on the tree besides pink plum blossoms on its iron-black branches. Its color complemented the cave's blue walls. Although Zhao Hai saw the tree with his Dao avatar, he was still stunned. There was no other color inside the cave beside the plum blossom. It was as if the tree sucked all other colors besides its own. At this time, a snake head appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This awoke Zhao Hai immediately. He knows that the snake was attracted by the Dao avatar clone. Moreover, the snake should be at the Earth Monarch stage. Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he moved forward and rushed with all his strength. Fortunately, he sent his Dao avatar clone to explore first. It would have been dangerous if he went in blind. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived by the plum blossom tree. He found that the snake was still glaring at the Dao avatar clone. Its eyes were filled with venomous light. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, the snake made a loud hissing sound. Then it aimed its head at Zhao Hai. The snake doesn't look big. It was around 2 meters long. Its thickness was the width of a walnut. Its whole body was iron black, like the branches of the plum blossom tree. Although the snake looked common, Zhao Hai didn't dare treat it lightly. He knew that the snake was at least at the Earth Monarch stage. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. Zhao Hai was holding his long blade as he continued his stare down with the snake. The head of the snake kept rocking back and forth, never keeping his eyes off Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai remembered a saying that snakes are afraid of moving in circles. He carefully moved his body to a position away from the snake before circling around it. But the snake didn't wait for Zhao Hai. It wasn't timid like the little mouse. Seeing that Zhao Hai wasn't strong, the snake immediately rushed towards him. Zhao Hai waved his blade and smoothly used his 8-gate golden lock technique. But to Zhao Hai's surprise, the 8-gate golden lock technique was unable to block the attack of the snake. The snake broke through the gate almost instantly. Its 2 fangs went straight towards Zhao Hai's neck. When Zhao Hai discovered this, he was stunned. But although he was surprised, he didn't panic. He immediately used his blade to slice towards the neck of the snake. When Zhao Hai's blade made a metallic sound when it hit the snake's skin, his body was also pushed away as he clashed with the snake. It was at this time that Zhao Hai had a clear idea of the snake's strength. It seems like his attack wouldn't have any effect on the snake. Sure enough, even if the snake was pushed aside by Zhao Hai's blade attack, it wasn't injured. Now it rocked its head once more as it glared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the snake and suddenly shouted, "Kill!" After saying that, he attacked the snake. The snake also rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai soon discovered that it couldn't defeat the snake on his own. The snake was much stronger than him. Moreover, Zhao Hai doesn't believe that the snake wasn't venomous. He quickly released his clone as well as several undead, including the Earth Monarch undead. Then he continued to besiege the snake. The snake was immediately put into a defensive formation. Although the snake wasn't weak, it wasn't strong enough to survive being besieged by so many enemies. In the end, the snake could only fall against Zhao Hai's relentless attacks. After putting the snake away, the little mouse who disappeared some time ago jumped back to Zhao Hai's shoulder and squealed twice. Zhao Hai looked at the little mouse and flicked its forehead. It was too cowardly. When he fought against the snake, it jumped off and hit somewhere. It only appeared when everything was done. As he looked at the mouse, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was bullying the weak but afraid of the strong. Fortunately, the mouse wasn't aggressive. Zhao Hai didn't think about this too much. As the snake was sent to the space immediately issued a prompt: Mouse-type beast detected. Partially subdued. Subjugation complete. Mouse-type beast has the ability to sense treasure. Its combat strength isn't good. Zhao Hai stared, then as he looked at his shoulder, the mouse was gone. He quickly waved his hand and let the little mouse out. After coming out of the space, the mouse immediately jumped back on Zhao Hai's shoulder and rubbed its face on Zhao Hai. Its actions were more intimate. Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. He didn't know what to say, but this also means that the mouse would no longer leave him. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the plum blossom tree. The tree wasn't tall, It was only around 2 meters tall. All throughout its 2-meter body were blooming flowers. Zhao Hai saw this and immediately released a group of digging beasts from the space. The beasts burrowed to the ground as soon as they were released. Before long, sounds of digging were heard throughout the cave. Then after a while, the beasts lined up in front of Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and sent the beasts as well as the plum blossom tree to the space. The only thing left in the cave was a huge pit. After the plum blossom tree was sent to the space, a prompt was heard. Plum blossom tree that can improve a person's physique was detected. The tree can also increase the user's spiritual force. The branch of the tree is edible. Eating it can increase a body's strength. Upon hearing this prompt, Zhao Hai understood that the plum blossom tree can improve one's spiritual force and physique. Although these effects weren't useful for Zhao Hai, it was a great benefit for Kaiutai. In the next few days, Zhao Hai continued to explore the underground labyrinth. However, he wasn't able to discover something as valuable as the plum blossom tree. In the end, after a week of exploration, Zhao Hai decided to leave the underground labyrinth. As he stood inside a cave in the labyrinth, Zhao Hai turned to the little mouse beside him and said, "Little thing, we're leaving. This is not my place, nor is it yours. There is a larger world outside to explore." The little mouse didn't have any comments about this. It just squeaked a few times towards Zhao Hai. This little mouse is too cute. It had become closer to Zhao Hai after it entered the space. Zhao Hai also knew that ever since it was born, the mouse hasn't been outside the labyrinth. The entire underground labyrinth has been its world. Now that Zhao Hai was taking him to the outside world, the mouse couldn't help but be a bit afraid. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. The little mouse has the ability to hunt for treasures, so Zhao Hai wouldn't give up on it. Zhao Hai took out the token that was given to him when he entered the labyrinth and crushed it. After a flash of white light, Zhao Hai vanished from the labyrinth. In the next moment, Zhao Hai was in a place 100 li outside Maze Town. He could see the city's walls from a distance. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The sect is really thorough." Thinking of this, Zhao Hai moved and rushed towards the town. 100 li was nothing to Zhao Hai. Before long, he arrived at Maze Town. He traveled through the road until he reached Pleasant Stay Inn. When the innkeeper saw Zhao Hai, he greeted him with warmth. He bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen Mr. How are you? I thought you left." When Zhao Hai left last time, he had already settled his bill with the innkeeper. Therefore, he didn't owe the inn anything. The innkeeper's enthusiasm towards him was also due to sincerity. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Last time, I went to the underground labyrinth. I just came back. Prepare a room for me. I want to take a rest." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the innkeeper immediately complied. "Mister, don't worry. I'll make sure that you get the best room." Then he led Zhao Hai into the inn. Seeing the room that was given to him, Zhao Hai gave a satisfied nod and said, "Good. All right, I'll take it. I'll head out first to get something to eat." The innkeeper nodded, then escorted Zhao Hai to the exit. Zhao Hai went to the shopping street after leaving the inn. Then he turned to the little mouse and said, "Little thing, what do you want to eat?" But to his surprise, the mouse just closed its eyes and lay down on Zhao Hai's shoulder. It was as if it was going to sleep. Zhao Hai knew that the mouse was dissatisfied with the food in the town. Zhao Hai stared, then he faintly smiled. He understood what the mouse wanted to say. It seems like it wouldn't eat anything that wasn't from the space. It was food from the space that allowed Zhao Hai to lure the mouse in. This means that it wouldn't eat anything if the food wasn't from the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai entered a nearby shop. Since the mouse wasn't going to eat, Zhao Hai was free to choose what to eat.